Chapter 1360 Reincarnation Cage. The seventh floor. Qian carried Luo Tian on her back, while Little White stood in front of her, continuing to kill. Their speed had also slowed down a lot. The first 6 floors only took half a day. The reincarnation beasts on the 7th floor were much more ferocious than the previous 6 floors combined. All the beasts here were at the Emperor realm, and Qian's cultivation was simply unable to withstand them. Little White Dog came out to kill the beasts while also protecting her. His experience had increased a lot along the way. However, there was still a long way to go before he could level up. 2 billion experience was too much. The long string of zeros made one scalp tingle. Luo Tian's consciousness still hadn't recovered. Fantasy Fairy's voice never sounded again. Even the primordial tree fell silent. For Luo Tian, right now, everything was out of his control. This feeling was very bad, as if his fate was in the hands of someone else. This feeling was very, very bad. Little White, it's coming from the right. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. A valiant beast rushed forward. Its 2 long fangs were half a meter long. Its fangs flickered with a cold light as it locked onto Qian and fiercely lunged forward. You're courting death. Little White Dog's body moved, and in an instant it was on Qian's right. With a move of its front paws, it suddenly stood up and slapped down with both paws. Bam! The reincarnation beast's head was smashed into pieces, and its brain matter flowed all over the ground. Ding! Luo Tian's mind rang out again. It's coming from the front. Qian said anxiously. She really didn't dare to imagine that if it wasn't for Little White, she would have died countless times. She wouldn't even be able to pass the 1st floor, let alone the 7th floor. It was also thanks to that voice that reminded her. Otherwise, she would have entered the reincarnation cage alone. Qian noticed that many of these beasts had reached the Emperor realm, but none of them had transformed into human form. They were all in beast form. This was a very strange phenomenon. The only explanation was that these beasts were all creatures from another world, not creatures from the ancient continent. Moreover, these reincarnation beasts all had one characteristic. After death, their bodies would slowly disappear. Although it wasn't fast, Qian still noticed this. Reincarnation, could it be that he had entered a new cycle? Along the way, she had been thinking about the meaning of the word reincarnation. What was it hiding? Rumble, the monster king on the 7th floor, suddenly rushed out. Little White was caught off guard and was instantly sent flying. He flew several hundred meters away. When Whitey landed on the ground, its eyes shook and its expression became ferocious. Its body moved and landed on the ground in an instant. It bit the neck of the demonic beast, tore it apart, and threw it. You dare to sneak attack me? The demonic beast flew into the air, and Whitey's body moved again. He leaped into the air. He aimed at the demonic beast and smashed it down heavily. Then, a series of wild explosions directly blasted that demonic beast into meat paste. Huff, huff! Huff, huff! Little White landed on the ground and panted heavily. Qian's heart ached as she said, Xiao Bai, do you want to rest for a while? This reincarnation cage is divided into 18 layers, and the monster beasts are stronger the lower you go. The 7th layer is already at the Emperor realm, and there might be deities on the last layer. This was what he was worried about. Little White's strength was only at the demigod realm. Even if he had swallowed a divine spark, Little White had not completely absorbed it. He was no match for a rank 1 deity. This was also the reason why the 3 of them did not succeed in breaking through the reincarnation cage. In the ancient world, the peak of the Emperor realm was a shackle. It was bound by the laws and could not be broken. How could you be a match for a deity on the 18th floor of the reincarnation cage? It was impossible. Little White did not hesitate and directly said, I'm fine. I can still hold on. Sister Qian, don't worry. It won't be long before Boss wakes up. When the time comes, he will definitely find a way to break through this reincarnation cage. He believed that Luo Tian would definitely wake up. That voice would not lie to him. Qian Qian was stunned. He will wake up? Isn't he seriously injured? She was puzzled. Little White said, I don't know why Boss will wake up, but that voice told me that I must kill all the monster beasts on every floor. That way, Boss will wake up early. She won't lie to me. If she hadn't used all her strength to protect Boss back then, Boss would have been killed by that hijack crown prince with a single palm. Damn it. Hijack crown prince, I won't let you off. You almost caused the death of my second master. Speaking of the hijack crown prince, Little White was very angry. Qian Qian was stunned on the spot. She turned her head to look at Luo Tian, whose face was still as pale as death. She muttered, Are you working hard too? Yes, you must be working hard. You are Luo Tian, someone who is not even afraid of the ancient king. How can you give up? Suddenly, Qian Qian smiled mischievously and said, Then let's hurry up and enter the next floor. Hurry up and wake this guy up. Little White stepped into the passage to the 8th floor. Outside the reincarnation cage, the incomparably cold, heavenly maiden frowned. There was a trace of astonishment in her eyes as she muttered to herself. Entered the 8th floor. I didn't expect you to be able to reach the 8th floor. It seems that I have underestimated you. Qian Qian. She did not know of Little White's existence. She could only sense that the 8th floor of the reincarnation cage had opened. She had a divinity. She was a divinity expert. But she could not see through the reincarnation cage. Even if she wanted to break through the reincarnation cage, she did not have a 100% chance of success. But Qian Qian was able to enter the 8th floor. She was very surprised and her heart tightened. The ancestor once said that there is something she left behind on the 18th floor of the reincarnation cage. This thing is a divinity's creation power. Once one has it, I'm afraid. What's wrong with me? Can she enter the 18th floor of the reincarnation cage? That's impossible. If she can't enter, why should I worry? So what if she has divinity's creation? She is definitely not my match. The heavenly maiden immediately relaxed. However, her gaze was fixed on the reincarnation cage. At the foot of Phoenix Sky Mountain, Huang Fuju looked at the sky and muttered, The first day has passed. 2 more days. Luo Tian, you must hold on. 3 days. This was his limit. Moreover, he had a strong premonition that something had happened to Cloud Mist College. Something had happened to his daughter. He wished he could rush back immediately. But he could not, because he had promised the Holy Maiden. Hurry up, you must hurry up. The central region was already in chaos. The destruction of the Cloud Mist Academy, the rise of the Fair family, and the arrogance of the Crown Prince. In just a short day, the Fair family had rapidly expanded outwards with Cloud Mist City as the center. Sex, devil sex, as long as they didn't submit, they would all be killed. Chapter 1. Chapter 1361. The second day after entering the reincarnation cage. The 10th floor. Xiao Bai's entire body was covered in blood, and there were many serious injuries on his body. The reincarnation demon beast was too strong. No matter how strong he was, it was impossible for him to deal with 100 powerful demon beasts at the same time. Qian Qian was also injured. At this moment, they were trapped in a tight encirclement. Demonic beasts the size of small hills were closing in. It was getting more and more dangerous. The heavenly maiden could feel that Qian Qian was injured and laughed coldly. Don't try to hold on. Your little life is going to end here. You, your mother, and that bastard sister, all 3 of you are sluts. I should have killed all 3 of you back then. For the entire day, the heavenly maiden did not blink as she paid attention to the reincarnation cage. 10th floor. The hell of reincarnation, hound strength, was at the 5th Order Emperor realm. There were 100 of them. Sister Qian Qian, protect the boss well. As soon as he finished, Xiao Bai's body suddenly grew larger, and his body became more than 10 meters tall. Facing the hellhounds, he roared, "You little puppies dare to show off in front of your ancestors? Die for me!" Buzz! A powerful shockwave shot out. Xiao Bai's front claws dug into the ground and shot out like a cannonball. In an instant, the 100 hellhounds surged forward and started to fight as if they were going to devour Xiao Bai's body. Bam! 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 Rumble! Ding! A full 8 hours later, Xiao Bai's entire body was covered in wounds, and blood continued to spurt out from his wounds. He could barely stand on his 4 limbs as he said to Qian, "Done!" He was also worried in his heart and thought to himself, "Boss, wake up quickly, I can't hold on much longer." After killing so many Emperor Realm demon beasts, Luo Tian's experience had not filled up yet. Because Xiao Bai was his war pet, Luo Tian could not obtain all the experience from killing demon beasts. So he had not leveled up yet. Qian looked at Xiao Bai with tears in her eyes. She tried her best not to cry. She clenched her teeth and held back her tears as she bandaged Xiao Bai's wounds. She was shouting in her heart, "Luo Tian, wake up quickly." When facing the ancient king, Qian couldn't think of any way to deal with him. However, Luo Tian was able to find the ancient king's blind spot. It was the same when facing the evil blood spring. Luo Tian seemed to be omnipotent. He knew everything, and nothing could stump him. She desperately wanted Luo Tian to wake up. Take them away from the reincarnation cage. However, Luo Tian lay motionless on her shoulder. His consciousness was still in a deep sleep. Furthermore, to make matters worse, Luo Tian's HP was decreasing bit by bit. Just as Angel had said, Luo Tian had a maximum of 3 days to live. He only had a little more than a day left. If he couldn't clear the trial or break through by then, he would die here. The sense of crisis grew stronger and stronger. Although Luo Tian couldn't feel it himself, he could subconsciously feel that he was getting closer and closer to death. He hated it. He hated himself for not being strong enough. He hated himself for being weak. He hated himself for not being able to save Shui. He hated himself for not being able to protect the people around him. He hated himself for putting Qian in danger. He hated. At the same time, he was furious. From the very beginning, he had underestimated the Hai family's crown prince. He thought that his ancient tree had already bloomed, and his strength was extremely powerful. He thought that he could even kill an ancient king with a divine spark, so why would he need to be afraid of an Emperor Realm Master? He didn't expect the Crown Prince's strength to be so far beyond his expectations. As a result, he couldn't even block a single move from the Crown Prince, with his strongest defense. Although this move was a sneak attack, a loss was a loss. Luo Tian never found excuses for his failure. This time, he was utterly defeated. He didn't even have a chance to retaliate. This was the gap between them. Live. He had to live. Only then could he have a chance to turn the tables. Only then could he have a chance to win everything back. The next day passed. Xiao Bai and Qian entered the 13th floor with difficulty. The 13th floor was cleared. Xiao Bai fainted. However, half a minute later, he immediately got up and said to himself, I can't sleep. If I sleep, boss will be finished. I can't sleep. Go in again. The 14th floor. Along the way, Xiao Bai kept fighting. The power released by the ancient king's divine spark in his body was also being absorbed by him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to hold on until now. 5 more floors. 5 more floors. Boss will definitely be able to break through. He definitely can. He still believed firmly. The fairy was furious. After the 14th floor of the reincarnation cage opened, she didn't feel good. Her eyes were cold. The entire Phoenix Mountain became extremely gloomy and cold. The 14th floor. Qian, you really made me look at you in a new light. In the past, 3 Peak Emperor Realm powerhouses tried to break through the reincarnation cage to find the treasure left behind by the ancestor. However, They died in the stomach of monster beasts before reaching the 10th floor. You, a Holy Spirit realm cultivator, can actually enter the 14th floor. It's really amazing. If you didn't bring a man back, or if you had other things to ask me, I would definitely agree. With your potential, you can really transcend the heavenly tribulation and condense a divine spark. However, you didn't listen to me and wanted to go against my wishes. She was extremely hateful in her heart. The image of a man flashed in her mind. Boom! The Phoenix main hall shook violently. The depths of the ground shook violently. In the blink of an eye, her figure landed at the entrance of the reincarnation cage. Legend of the Ancestor. The power of the reincarnation cage can be changed. Qian, I want to let you know my means. As soon as he finished, divine power soared into the sky, spreading out her hands, for streams of divine power soared into the sky and directly landed on the 4 stone pillars. Fusing with the divine power on the stone pillars, the entire altar began to tremble. The runes carved on the stone pillars flickered with a dazzling light, and the power grew stronger and stronger. Inside the reincarnation cage, rumble, rumble, rumble. Qian couldn't stand steadily. Her mind and sea of consciousness were all crushed by a powerful force. Her expression suddenly changed. There's a powerful external force entering the reincarnation cage. It seems to be the divine power of the Holy Maiden. Could it be? How could this be? How could she do this? Xiao Bai said slightly. She's not a good person. She's just an idiot who needs to be taught a lesson since she was young. Xiao Bai forced herself to stay alert. Facing a berserk monster beast, she used all her strength to tear it apart. At this time, a pleasant notification sounded in Luo Tian's mind. Ding! Chapter 2. Chapter 1362. Ding! The moment after the notification, Luo Tian's eyelids twitched slightly. His body temperature rose a little. The Holy Maiden immediately noticed it. Looking sideways, she saw Luo Tian's eyes opening slightly. He asked weakly, "Where is this?" He didn't know what happened after he fainted. Qian covered her mouth with one hand. She could no longer hold back her tears, and said to Xiao Bai anxiously, "He's awake." Luo Tian is awake. He's awake. Woo woo. It was as if Luo Tian waking up was the most exciting thing in the world. The joy in her heart was irreplaceable. Luo Tian realized that he was tied to Qian's back. His heart tightened and his consciousness gradually became clear. His divine sense was also recovering rapidly. His body's functions, internal organs, mind, sea of consciousness, and bloodline were all recovering rapidly. Seeing that the little white dog in front of him was injured beyond recognition, his brows immediately furrowed. What happened? Is it Haijia? Crown Prince? Ah, boom! With a loud bang, the endless anger in Luo Tian's body instantly erupted. He untied the cloth strips on his body and stood in the incomparably dim realm of reincarnation. He gritted his teeth and said, "Crown Prince!" Ah, he roared at the sky. Thinking of the scene in the special enrollment hall, his heart suddenly tightened. The feeling of being crushed was too uncomfortable. When he was unconscious, he thought he was going to die. He lost consciousness and was wandering on the edge of life and death. If it wasn't for the fact that he recovered all his attributes after the breakthrough, he would really have died. The hatred in his heart soared. At this moment, an extremely weak voice sounded from Luo Tian's body. "You're finally awake." Fantasy Maiden. Luo Tian's heart skipped a beat. He had never felt Fantasy Maiden so weak before. It was as if she was going to disappear from his body. After the Crown Prince's palm strike, Fantasy Maiden had turned her remaining energy into a defense to protect herself. His heart twitched in pain. "Fantasy Maiden, how are you?" Fantasy Maiden smiled slightly and said weakly, "I'm fine. It's good that you're awake. Luo Tian, You have to remember that before you reach the peak of the Emperor realm, you can never fight the Crown Prince. You are not his opponent. He has cultivated the heavens' chosen power to the heavens' chosen one realm. He has refined everything he has into the power of the heavenly Tao. His physical body, mind, and knowledge, are all filled with the power of the heavenly Tao. The rumor that he is the son of the heavens is true. He is only a first-order emperor, but his cultivation has already surpassed the emperor realm. What he needs to do now is to break through to the peak of the emperor realm. Then he can go through the tribulation and condense a godhead. Once he condenses a godhead, no one in the entire ancient continent will be his opponent, so you have to cultivate faster than him and break through faster. Only before he transcends the tribulation and condenses a godhead will you have a chance to kill him. However, please remember my words. Before you reach the peak of the emperor realm, you can't fight him. Remember, you must remember my words. She spoke a little fast. It was as if she was worried that she wouldn't be able to finish speaking. Luo Tian secretly tensed up and said, I know. First, tell me how you are. The only thing he was worried about now was Fantasy Maiden, because her weakness made Luo Tian very worried. Fantasy Maiden smiled gently and said, I'm fine. I need to rest. I need to rest for a long, long time. Don't worry about me. I originally wanted to cultivate my own physical body in the ancient world, but maybe this matter can't be completed. Thank you for letting me live through these wonderful days. Thank you, Luo Tian. I will remember you. I will remember you forever. While speaking, Fantasy Maiden's voice became weaker and weaker. Luo Tian's heart twitched in pain. He felt like his heart was dying. He felt Fantasy Maiden disappearing from his body bit by bit, leaving him bit by bit. He was a little flustered. Don't leave me, don't. It was so uncomfortable. It was an indescribable kind of pain. Luo Tian wanted to go crazy. Thinking about this journey, without Fantasy Maiden's protection, without her help, he wouldn't have been able to reach this point. He had always remembered to help her cultivate her physical body and had been working hard. But time was too short. It was so short that Luo Tian had too many things that he couldn't accomplish. Now she had to leave and disappear. Luo Tian felt that he owed Fantasy Maiden too much. His heart was bleeding. It was so painful that it was bleeding. Fantasy Maiden also felt it. Luo Tian's pain made her heart ache. She also wanted to continue accompanying Luo Tian, but she couldn't. She was just an energy body, not even a spirit body. Her energy had been released, and she was going to disappear. Don't stop. Don't forget your original intentions. Don't worry about what others say. Just do what you want to do. That's enough. Remember, you must enter God's domain. Don't worry. If fate wills it, we will meet again. Don't stop. Don't forget your original intentions. Don't worry about what others say. As soon as her voice faded, the last bit of aura disappeared. It completely disappeared. Luo Tian clenched his fists. The azure dragon bloodline had been forcefully awakened. The white tiger bloodline had been forcefully awakened. The vermilion bird, black tortoise, azure dragon, and white tiger were like four divine beasts standing beside Luo Tian. Feeling the anger in Luo Tian's heart, they let out an earth-shaking roar at the same time, resounding throughout the entire reincarnation cage, constantly shaking. Ah, ah, ah! Luo Tian's robes fluttered in the wind, and the aura on his body was released with a soaring hatred. At the same time, at the reincarnation altar, the angel was bounced back by a force, and the divine power she released was scattered by a huge force. Her face was grim, and her brows were tightly knitted. What kind of power is this? It can actually break through my divine power? Qian can't have this kind of power? Who is it? There is no one else in the reincarnation cage other than her. Could it be that man who is about to die? Impossible. Heavenly Maiden carefully analyzed the situation. She wanted to use her divine power to stimulate the demon beasts in the reincarnation cage to go berserk. but she found that her divine power could not fuse with the divine power on the reincarnation altar, and this phenomenon made her even more shocked. What kind of power is this? In another plane, a dreamlike realm that only existed in fantasy worlds. An incomparably beautiful woman was shocked, and her eyes moved slightly. The corners of her eyes were a little wet, and her eyes looked into the distance with endless longing. No one knew what she was thinking, but the image of a man was imprinted in her mind. At this moment, a maid walked forward and respectfully said, "Lord Ruler, the Dark North Sovereign is here." Chapter 3. Chapter 1363. After the roar. It was madness. Luo Tian fell into a state of sealing demons. He wanted to level up. He wanted to break through. What he needed the most now was to vent. Qian looked at him silently, listening to his roar and feeling the pain in his heart. She didn't know how to comfort Luo Tian. She realized that she knew too little about Luo Tian, so little that she couldn't do anything but watch him silently. Seeing Luo Tian running out like a madman, she suddenly woke up and cried out in alarm, "Luo Tian, those are all Emperor Realm demon beasts!" It was too late to say that. Luo Tian had already rushed to the front of Xiao Bai. Although Xiao Bai didn't know what happened to Luo Tian, he was sure that something important must have happened. Otherwise, he wouldn't have lost his mind like this. Rumble! The demon beast's heavy blow landed on Luo Tian's chest. Luo Tian's face turned red, and he took half a step back. Gritting his teeth, he roared, "Get out of my way!" One punch, one move. The awakened 4 divine beasts suddenly shrank. The 4 divine beasts directly rushed into Luo Tian's right fist. Explosive power. A punch was thrown. Bam! Rumble! The demon beast was directly sent flying. Its entire body was broken and blood spurted out. It struggled thousands of kilometers away, twitched, and then died. Its death was incomparably painful. An Emperor Realm demon beast was killed in one punch. Xiao Bai was stunned. Qian was also stunned. What kind of power was this? Wasn't this power too abnormal? Even Xiao Bai, who was in the demigod realm, could only do it with all his might. Luo Tian was only at the 6th level of myriad illusions, and the gap between him and the Emperor realm was too great. If they hadn't seen it with their own eyes, they wouldn't have believed it even if they were beaten to death. Actually, Luo Tian was on a rampage. A true rampage. At this moment, even he himself didn't know what he was doing. There was only one thought in his mind. Vent. Using slaughter to vent. He wanted to vent all the anger and hatred in his heart. Otherwise, he was worried that his body would explode and his head would split open because he hated himself too much. If he hadn't been weak, Fantasy Fairy wouldn't have disappeared. His promise to her would never be fulfilled. Therefore, he was filled with hatred. Boom! With a loud explosion, another demonic beast was sent flying. The other powerful demonic beasts all rushed towards Luo Tian. Lunatic Luo did not defend himself at all. He used his body to resist all the attacks of the demon beasts. He didn't know how to defend at all. After a while, his whole body was covered with wounds. Blood kept flowing out, but he didn't seem to feel the slightest pain. He continued to kill. He continued to unleash all the power in his body and continued to kill. He did not hold back. A single move from him would be fatal. Qian wanted to stop him several times, but she was stopped by Xiao Bai. Sister Qian, boss Luo Tian must have suffered some kind of shock. Let him vent. If he doesn't vent, he will suffocate to death. Don't worry. I will definitely ensure boss's safety. Xiao Bai thought of that voice. He was also grateful that the voice had disappeared from Luo Tian's body. He had only been with Luo Tian for a short period of time. He didn't know who that voice belonged to, but he was sure that it was very important to Luo Tian. Otherwise, she wouldn't have used her life to protect Luo Tian. Qian covered her mouth as tears fell like rain. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Every time he threw a punch, his strength would increase. It was very strong, very abnormal. Every time he threw a punch, the world would tremble. Outside the reincarnation prison, the fairy frowned slightly. She couldn't see the reincarnation prison and didn't know what was happening inside. This made her very unhappy. What kind of power is so powerful? What exactly happened? She was sure that this wasn't Chan-Chan's power. That man, even if he was healed, he was just a crippled body. It was impossible for him to unleash such powerful power. What exactly was it? She didn't understand. Feeling the reincarnation divine altars trembling, the fairy couldn't help but become nervous. She wasn't nervous about Chan-Chan breaking through the reincarnation prison. She was nervous about what treasure the ancestor had placed on the 18th level. The ancestor was a phoenix, true immortal. The treasure she left behind must be something good, even better than the treasures in the divine realm. What exactly was it? Once this thing, a cold smile appeared on the fairy's face as she said in a low voice, "Chan-Chan, I'm looking forward to you coming out of the reincarnation prison. I'm looking forward to you bringing out the thing the ancestor left behind, because then I can sit back and enjoy the fruits of your labor." Ha 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 ha! A sinister laugh resounded through the 9 heavens. The 3rd day. It was also the time that Chan-Chan and Huang Fu-Ju had agreed to meet. Huang Fu-Ju looked up at the Phoenix Mountain in the clouds. It was like a soaring phoenix walking back and forth alone. His expression was anxious. "Luo Tian, how are you?" There wasn't much time left in 3 days. Once the time was up, he had to rush back. It was very likely that something had happened to Cloud Mist College. However, what he didn't know was that something had happened to Cloud Mist College on the day he came out. There was no Cloud Mist College in this world anymore. Everything in Cloud Mist College had been occupied by Haijia. Only the mystic realm was left. In the reincarnation prison, the 17th level, a 2-headed red demon. It was all blood red, and its body was emitting waves of demonic power. Blood Demon King. This is a giant demon from ancient times. "Luo Tian, you have to be careful," Chan-Chan said. At this moment, Luo Tian had already recovered. A series of venting. He didn't vent the anger in his heart, but he calmed down. He also knew where he was and what he had to do. Facing the incomparably huge Blood Demon King, Luo Tian wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he had a cold smile on his face. He suddenly asked, "What's your relationship with the ancient king?" Blood Demon King's lantern-like eyes suddenly froze. "How do you know him?" Luo Tian said, "It's not difficult to know him. I just want to tell you that the ancient king is waiting for you below." Blood Demon King's eyes turned sinister as he said in shock, "You killed him? No, that's impossible. With your cultivation, you can't kill him at all. Moreover, he has condensed a divine spark. Even the fairy of Phoenix Mountain can't kill him. The ancient king was too strong. How could he die?" But when Luo Tian flipped his right hand and a seal-like stone appeared, his entire expression changed. Heaven, turning divine, seal stone. Blood Demon King's face was incomparably pale. He now believed that Luo Tian had killed the ancient king. He was a giant demon from ancient times. No one knew this stone better than him. In an instant, he knelt down. "Master." Chapter 4. Chapter 1364. When the overturning heaven divine seal was taken out, the Blood Demon King was so scared that he peed his pants. He immediately knelt on the ground and kowtowed. "Master." With the overturning heaven divine seal stone, even if he had the ability to reach the heavens, it was useless. He could only be crushed. He was born at the beginning of the ancient times, so he was very clear about this divine seal. The sudden change shocked Luo Tian. However, Luo Tian said coldly, "Master, I didn't promise to let you go." While talking, he took out the overturning heaven divine seal stone again. What kind of evil demon was the Blood Demon King? He didn't know. However, his intuition told him that the Blood Demon King was very powerful. Along the way, He knew how powerful this reincarnation cage was. The monsters here were all too strong. They were all creatures from another world. Only the Blood Demon King was a creature from the ancient continent. However, the ancient continent had been born for millions of years, but this Blood Demon King was still alive. That meant that he wasn't just a little bit powerful, but extremely powerful. He had to be on guard. If he suddenly attacked and was ambushed by the Crown Prince in the special recruitment hall, Luo Tian would really find a hole to bury himself in. The overturning Heaven Divine Seal Stone released an incomparably vigorous evil-suppressing force, crushing the Blood Devil King's head. The Blood Devil King didn't struggle. He was very clear that in front of the overturning Heaven Divine Seal Stone, it was useless even if they, the devils of the ancient continent, struggled. Instead, he begged for mercy. "I'm willing to be your servant. I'm absolutely loyal and will never betray you. I can swear on my blood. I can do anything for you, Master. You need me too." A Peak Emperor Realm evil demon was indeed very powerful. He was a super fighter. Luo Tian thought for a moment. His expression was still cold as he asked, "What abilities do you have? Why do I need you as a servant?" If there were still people here, they would definitely curse Luo Tian for being a fool. The Blood Demon King submitting. This was something that many experts wished for but couldn't get. But he had this expression. An Emperor Realm evil demon could sweep away almost everything. How cool would it be to have such a follower? Luo Tian was also a little excited, but he was different from others. If he could kill an Emperor Realm evil spirit, he would gain a lot of experience points. Moreover, the Blood Demon King was completely suppressed by the overturning Heaven Divine Seal Stone, so killing him wouldn't be too difficult. Giving up such a large amount of experience points made Luo Tian's heart ache. If the Blood Demon King was useless, what was the point of having him? He was just a piece of trash with a higher cultivation base. The Blood Demon King looked a little anxious and hurriedly said, "My cultivation is at the peak of the Emperor Realm." Luo Tian did not mind and said, "It's just a higher cultivation level. It's of no use." "What else?" The Blood Demon King's forehead broke out in a cold sweat when he heard the Peak Emperor Realm being said to be useless. For a moment, he didn't know what else to say and stammered, He thought that the Peak Emperor Realm was enough. But he didn't expect Luo Tian to have such an expression. What was worse was that he didn't know what Luo Tian wanted. Seeing that he couldn't speak, Luo Tian said coldly, "If your cultivation is just a bit higher, then you're useless to me. I don't need trash by my side." Wait. The Blood Demon King said anxiously, "The Ancient King is my disciple." Luo Tian secretly tensed up. He didn't think of this. He thought that he was the Ancient King's disciple. He didn't expect it to be the other way around. "Your master is only at the peak of the Emperor Realm, and your disciples are all rank 1 deities. But he's already dead. What use do you think your relationship is to me?" The Blood Demon King immediately said, "It's good that he's dead. If you didn't kill him, I would have killed him when I found a chance to go out. If he hadn't snatched my Rainbow Divine Stone, I would have condensed a godhead long ago." All right. The Blood Demon King suddenly thought of something. He looked at Luo Tian and asked, "You killed the Ancient King. What about the Rainbow Divine Stone?" He looked a little excited. Luo Tian didn't hide it. With a flip of his palm, he took out the Rainbow Divine Stone of Fortune and said, "It's also with me." He could only comprehend a little of the Rainbow Divine Stone's power of fortune. It could be said that it was negligible. Luo Tian was very annoyed by this kind of power that required the brain to comprehend. If he could completely refine the power of fortune in the Rainbow Divine Stone, a mere crown prince would be nothing. The Blood Demon King was excited when he saw the Rainbow Divine Stone. He swallowed hard and said, "The Rainbow Divine Stone, it's really the Rainbow Divine Stone of Fortune. I didn't expect it to be in your hands. Ha ha ha. That Ancient King really deserved it. He snatched my rainbow divine stone of fortune and condensed a godhead, but he was suppressed by the guardian clan with the heaven reversing divine stone. Ha ha ha. Just thinking about it makes me feel better. Master, the Blood Demon King's eyes focused and said, I am the first owner of the rainbow divine stone. I know how to refine the power of fortune it contains. I can help you. I can let you have the power of fortune. This power can allow you to withstand the baptism of the heavenly tribulation and successfully pass the tribulation. This is also the reason why the ancient king was able to successfully pass the tribulation. Otherwise, with his cultivation, it would be extremely difficult for him to withstand the baptism of the heavenly tribulation. This was a good reason. However, Luo Tian was not too moved and said, What else? How to refine the rainbow divine stone is only a matter of time for me. Your method may be able to speed up, but it is not enough to make you my servant. The Blood Demon King frowned. He revealed some of his anger. If it wasn't for the heaven reversing divine stone, why would he be so servile? It was impossible. Luo Tian's expression made him angry. But after being angry, he calmed down in an instant, and his brain started to spin crazily. Luo Tian said slightly, I'll give you 1 more minute. If you don't have any special abilities to move me within this 1 minute, I will kill you because I don't need a piece of trash by my side. While they were talking, he then pointed to Little White and said, You know very well what cultivation realm he is at. Do you think that with your cultivation, your ability can compare to his? He had noticed it from the very beginning. Other than the heaven reversing divine stone, Little White was what he feared the most. Semi-god realm. Moreover, there was a powerful aura inside Whitey's body. It should be the aura of a divinity. Even if he had devoured a divinity, he would have instantly evolved into a Tier 1 god. However, Whitey had not. This was enough to prove that it was special. The Blood Demon King's brain was about to explode. Time passed second by second, and in the last few seconds he could not care less and revealed all of his abilities. I have the Blood Demon Great Art. I can know where any evil demon is hiding. Chapter 5. Chapter 1365. Luo Tian's mind stirred and was slightly shocked. Blood Demon King knew the hiding location of any evil spirit. This was to his mission of killing the evil spirit. After knowing this, Luo Tian no longer had any thoughts of killing Blood Demon King. A Blood Demon King was no match for tens of thousands of evil spirits. No matter how one looked at it, this deal was worth it. However, Luo Tian did not stop him from continuing. He also wanted to know what other powerful abilities Blood Demon King had. More and more cold sweat appeared on Blood Demon King's forehead, rolling down his face. From the moment he was born until now, millions of years had passed. Even when facing the Phoenix True Immortal, he had never been so nervous and afraid that Luo Tian would kill him. His speed of speech also increased as he said, I have the Blood Pool Space, which can temper my body. I have the Blood Demon Heart Sutra, which can disturb a person's mind. I have the Blood Sea Overflowing Heaven. His words were like firecrackers, and his spittle flew everywhere. Seeing that Luo Tian was frowning, and that time was almost up, Blood Demon King anxiously said, Wait, I still have a lot of sacred art that I haven't told you. I have the ability to tempt the heavens. I can tempt anyone and cause them to lose their mind for a short period of time. I also have the power of heaven's control. I can control anyone in the world. Even the first stage of the ancient continent, I can control them. As long as I have a bit of time to cast the spell, I can... Suddenly, Luo Tian took a step forward. Bloodvein King's expression changed greatly as he kowtowed again, saying, Don't kill me. I will definitely be useful to you. Don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Fear of death. This was human nature. No matter who it was, they were all afraid of death. Some strong people were even more afraid of death. After a long period of time, they understood what it meant to be alive. Blood Demon King had lived for millions of years. He had been living in the reincarnation cage for a long time, but even so, he had never thought of dying. He had always thought of the day he left, turning the world upside down and finding the ancient king to take revenge. Now that he was being crushed by the overturning Heaven Divine seal stone, killing him was too easy. Therefore, he was extremely afraid. However, he didn't expect that Luo Tian would suddenly hold his shoulder and help him up, saying, "Congratulations, you've been accepted." Happiness came too suddenly, and Blood Demon King did not react for a moment. Little White looked at him and said, "Boss means that you don't have to die. From today onwards, you are his servant." "Really?" Blood Demon King's eyes were wet. He was so moved that he was about to cry. He was really worried that he would die here. At this time, he relaxed and immediately expressed his loyalty. "I will definitely pledge my life to you." Luo Tian waved his hand and said, "You don't have to die, but we have to sign a contract. I won't hold back, I don't know you. Once I take you out of here, you will immediately leave. What will happen then? What if you suddenly launch a sneak attack on me?" Luo Tian was not a 3-year-old child. He would not believe the Blood Demon King just because of a few words. Blood Demon King was different from Little White. The old granny used her life to open the passageway. Before she died, she entrusted Little White to him. There were no additional conditions. Blood Demon King was trying to survive. Moreover, he was an evil demon. There was no trust at all. Blood Demon King trembled slightly. The overturning Heaven Divine seal stone above his head was still there. Even if he was unwilling, it was useless. He immediately said, I agree. To be able to follow Master, I am willing to do anything." First, since Luo Tian could enter this place, he was definitely not simple. Secondly, Little White, a demigod realm demon beast from another world, followed him. This meant that he was not simple. Thirdly, and most importantly, he wanted to leave this place. He did not know how much time had passed in this reincarnation cage. Every day, he dreamed of the day he could leave, but the reincarnation cage's devouring power was too strong. It was not something he could break through. Very quickly, Luo Tian made a contract with the help of Chan. This kind of contract was a master and servant contract. Once it was signed, it would take effect immediately. Once it was reneged, it would immediately suffer a destructive blow. The contract was an oath made with blood. Blood Demon King was unwilling in his heart, but he still signed it. Moreover, he swore to Luo Tian that he would be loyal to him forever. The moment the contract was signed. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining a new war pet, Blood Demon King, for obtaining an experience reward of 10,000 points and 1,000 points of essence energy. Luo Tian immediately checked the war pet system. 2 balls, Little White, and finally Blood Demon King. With the protection of the system, Luo Tian was at ease with Blood Demon King. Finally, he asked, "Where is the passage to the 18th floor?" 3 days were almost up. He had to leave before the agreed time with Huang Fuju. Blood Demon King said, "Master, wait. That old witch, Phoenix True Immortal, must use our blood essence as a guide in order to activate the entrance to the next level. I will condense my blood essence now, and we will be able to go down later, but before that, Master, I have to remind you." The Blood Demon King's expression became serious as he said, "Master, I am the guardian of the 17th layer of the reincarnation cage. You are the first one to enter this place in all these years. I can say that any Emperor Realm Master who enters this place is courting death. My cultivation is at the peak of the Emperor Realm, so the guardian of the 18th layer is definitely stronger. It might even be the reincarnation Great Emperor's clone. That old witch Phoenix True Immortal can get anything she wants, so it wouldn't be difficult for her to get a reincarnation Great Emperor's clone. I am worried that we will die in the 18th layer. Indeed, the 17th floor was already the peak of the Emperor Realm. The 18th floor was definitely stronger than this place. If this was the case, then the 18th floor would definitely be guarded by a divine rank expert. Qian Qian also said, I have read in ancient books that only divine rank experts can pass through the reincarnation cage, but the Holy Maiden is a divine rank expert, so she wouldn't dare to enter. As for whether or not it is the reincarnation emperor, I don't know, but why is it called the reincarnation cage? I think it must be related to reincarnation. If it was a divine rank expert, then Luo Tian's heart tightened. No matter how strong they were nothing in front of a divine rank expert. They could only be slaughtered. Qian Qian, is there another way out? Qian Qian replied, No, there is no way out of the reincarnation cage. Every floor we enter means one less floor and a new one will appear. We can only leave by breaking through the 18th floor. And I heard that the Phoenix True Immortal left a spirit treasure on the 18th floor, but I don't know what it is. All right, then let's go. Blood Demon, open the entrance, we will go in. Luo Tian decided without hesitation. Since there was no way out, then they could only go forward. The 18th floor is open. Chapter 6. Chapter 1366. The group entered. After a short period of darkness, the strong light was blinding. Luo Tian blocked his line of sight with one hand and released his aura in an instant. It's empty, Blood Demon King instantly said. Strange, why is there nothing here? His cultivation base was the highest here, and his perception was also the strongest. The moment he descended, his aura spread out to every corner of the 18th level. He was protecting all heaven, but at the same time he was also protecting himself. If he wanted to leave this place alive, he had to be careful. Furthermore, he could not let Luo Tian die. Once Luo Tian died, his life would also follow him to hell. This was the power of the contract. Xiao Bai said slightly, There is indeed no one, I can't sense it either. Luo Tian and Qian Qian adapted to the strong light here, and Qian Qian took the lead and said, Why is there nothing here? Impossible, according to the ancient books, the 18th floor of Samsara is the most dangerous place. Experts who have not condensed their divine deity cannot enter, or else they will be consigned to eternal damnation. Luo Tian carefully observed his surroundings. This place was like a unique secret realm. Other than the strong light that came from nowhere, there was nothing else. There were no divine level rankers guarding it, nor were there any spirit treasures left behind by the Phoenix True Immortal. Luo Tian was a little disappointed. After observing for a while, he did not find anything special. He could not help but ask Qian Qian, What kind of ancient book are you talking about? Who compiled it? The Samsara cage was refined by the ancestor. As long as the disciples of the Phoenix Sky Mountain are unable to complete something that does not conform to the rules of the Phoenix Sky Mountain, they can break through the Samsara cage. Once they break through, the current Heavenly Lady must do her best to help her complete what she needs to do. Qian Qian said carefully, The Samsara cage was refined by the ancestor, so the ancient books should also be compiled by her, right? She wasn't sure either. Luo Tian looked at her, his nose a little sour, and said, Why are you so stupid? Even more stupid than your sister? You brought me into the Samsara cage just to break through it and ask the Heavenly Lady to save me, right? Too stupid, huh? Qian Qian blushed for a moment and immediately denied, I don't want to save you. Immediately after, she then changed her words and said, If it weren't for my sister, I wouldn't have saved you. That's right. How do you know my sister? Is she doing well? I miss her so much. Even if Luo Tian was not her brother-in-law, Qian Qian would still risk her life to save him. Love could turn anyone into a fool. She was a young lady who had just experienced her first awakening of love. Once she set her mind on it, she would not think too much about it. This was exactly the same as Li Shuer. Luo Tian smiled and flatly said, She is very good, very good. Under his sleeves he clenched his fists. He hadn't even figured out the formula for the antidote to the soul poison. Now, even Fantasy Fairy had disappeared. How could he face Shui, and Fantasy Fairy? Oh, oh, Chan Chan replied softly. That's good. If you dare to mistreat my sister, I won't forgive you. Master, right at this moment, Blood Demon King suddenly shouted, I found something! Then, Luo Tian quickly ran over and asked, What did you find? Blood Demon King pointed to a cave in front of him and said, Look, Reincarnation Cave! It really is. Could it be that there is a 19th level of reincarnation here? It can't be. In the distance, there was an inconspicuous mountain. There was a cave in the middle of the mountain, and the strong light came from the cave. Blood Demon King wanted to go out, so he searched everywhere and found this Reincarnation Cave first. Reincarnation Cave. Luo Tian and the others stood at the entrance of the cave. Looking at the glaring light in the cave, they couldn't see anything clearly. Since we're already here, no matter what, we can only go in. There was no other choice. Otherwise, they wouldn't be able to get out. Be careful. Blood Demon King, you lead the way. Walk slowly and be careful. Luo Tian warned and said to Xiao Bai, Xiao Bai, you take the rear. There is definitely something strange in this cave. You must be extremely careful. It was impossible for there to be nothing in the 18th level of reincarnation. Yes, sir. 2 giant beasts, one at the front and one at the back, guarded. Luo Tian and Chan Chan walked in the middle. Chan Chan, what else is recorded in the ancient book? The only thing we can rely on now is the ancient book you've read. When Chan Chan read this book, she didn't pay much attention and only had a rough understanding of the reincarnation cage. She said faintly, I don't know much. The ancient book only introduced the guardian beasts of each level. But from the moment I entered the first level, I felt something strange. And what does reincarnation mean? I don't understand. Is it rebirth? Or is it a new life or something else? Luo Tian hated this kind of brainstorming thing the most. He woke up on the 14th level, so he didn't know much about the reincarnation cage. Furthermore, he went berserk for a period of time, so he didn't pay attention to reincarnation. The group kept walking. The passage in the cave slowly became bigger, and finally it was like another world in the cave. They walked for about half an hour. They came to the most spacious place in the cave, a stone table. For stone benches, there was a tea set on the stone table, and the surface of the tea set was covered with a thick layer of dust. Behind the stone table there were 4 rooms, and there were 4 strange runes carved on the doors of the rooms, but they couldn't make out what they meant. Luo Tian wiped the stone table and said, The dust on the stone table probably hasn't been cleaned for hundreds of years. It seems like there's really nothing on the 18th level of the reincarnation cage. Now, we can only look at these 4 rooms. Chan Chan, do you know what the runes carved on the doors mean? There was a rune on each door. Luo Tian had never seen such runes before. Chan Chan shook her head and said, I haven't seen it either. I've studied the characters of the ancient continent, and I know some of the runes on the various formations, but I've never seen these runes before. They're different from the runes on the 4 stone pillars on the altar. Luo Tian walked closer to take a closer look. It was somewhat familiar, but he couldn't recall it immediately. 2 people, 1 evil demon, 1 beast. There were exactly 4 rooms. Was this a coincidence? Or was it something else? It can't be. Suddenly, Luo Tian stared blankly and said with some astonishment, A beastie, I was wondering why it was so familiar. So, it's these 4 letters. But why would there be English letters on Earth? Has the Phoenix True Immortal been to Earth? Whether or not she had been there, he didn't have the mood to think about it now. Obviously, the 4 rooms were equivalent to a multiple-choice question. Luo Tian was a poor student since young, and didn't know anything about studying. Now, there was a multiple-choice question in front of him. According to common sense, the probability of B and C is higher. F***CK, if you give me a multiple-choice question, you have to give me a question, or else how can I choose? At this moment, Little White went forward and pushed open the second door. Just as she was about to speak, her body was directly sucked in. Chapter 7! Chapter 1367. The moment the door opened. Xiao Bai was directly sucked into it. With the cultivation of the demigod realm, there was no reaction at all. The moment Xiao Bai was sucked in, the door to the room instantly closed. Luo Tian was the first to rush up, wanting to open the door, but he couldn't open it no matter what. Xiao Bai, he shouted a few times, but there was no response. What's going on? Can this door only be opened once? Blood Demon King tried his best to open the door, but to no avail. Huff! Luo Tian took a step back, raised his head, and looked at the 4 rooms. This isn't some bullshit multiple-choice question. This is specially designed for us. From the moment we entered the Samsara cage, 4 doors appeared here, and Blood Demon King was also included. Samsara, it was the starting point and also the end. Huff! Luo Tian somewhat understood. Chan seemed to understand as well, and said, Are you saying that from the moment we entered the 1st floor, the 2nd floor to the current 18th floor have already been designed? Luo Tian nodded his head and said, It should be like this. We have no idea what is waiting for us in the room, but we all have to go through a round of reincarnation, or else we won't be able to afford it. These 4 rooms are prepared for us. 1 person can only enter 1 room. Chan, Blood Demon King, you guys choose first. Blood Demon King was a little worried because he had seen the Phoenix True Immortal's methods. He had promised her to guard the 17th floor and not let anyone enter the 18th floor. But now that he had not done so, how would the Phoenix True Immortal treat him? Luo Tian could see the fear in his heart and laughed. All of this is within the Phoenix True Immortal's expectations. Don't worry too much. You have to believe in yourself. And at the same time, you have to believe in me. Blood Demon King braced himself and walked forward, saying, Then I'll choose the last one. I'm the last one to follow you, so I'll choose the 4th room. Finished. He walked forward and muttered, If you don't die, you'll live for 100,000 years. The moment he pushed open the door, his body was sucked into the room, and the door closed with a bang. Now, only Luo Tian and Chan were left. Chan, no matter what happens inside, you must protect yourself. Luo Tian reminded her. Chan also smiled and said, No matter what happens, don't forget about me, hee. After that, she walked to the 3rd door, pulled it open, and walked in. The moment her back disappeared, the door closed. Only A is left. Sigh, I never get it when it comes to multiple choice questions. This time, God bless me. Luo Tian gave a self-deprecating smile. He strode forward and guarded his mind. He activated his sea of consciousness and used the power of the 4 divine beasts' bloodlines to defend himself. Buzz! A clap of thunder rang in his ears. The door opened, and a surge of power directly dragged him inside. His mind buzzed, and all the defensive power in his body was instantly disintegrated. He was completely unable to resist. This kind of power was a lot stronger than the power released by the Hai family's crown prince. In that case, Luo Tian did not try to defend himself. Facing such power, even if he tried to defend himself, it would be useless. Boom! There was a loud bang. Luo Tian regained consciousness. A shadow appeared in front of him. You are very strange. So far, you are the strangest person I have ever seen. You do not belong to the ancient continent, nor do you belong to the profound sky continent. You do not belong to the ancient continent, nor do you belong to the profound sky continent. This is not normal for the martial artists of the profound sky realm, so you are not a martial artist of the profound sky continent. I am very curious. Where did you come from? The shadow slowly said to Luo Tian. Being stared at by this shadow, Luo Tian felt very uncomfortable, as if his entire body was naked. Any martial artist of the origin continent would have the power of origin, but Luo Tian did not have it. Of course, he didn't have it, because his soul came from Earth, and Earth was his origin continent. No matter how long he lived in the profound sky continent, he would not be able to absorb the power of origin. Luo Tian said, "What is the power of origin? What is the origin continent? I don't even know what these are." The shadow chuckled and said indifferently, "Since you are unwilling to say, I will not force you. As a man, there must be something special about you to be able to enter the reincarnation cage. With your cultivation, you can't even pass the first level, but you actually appeared here. I have to say you are really special. Your background is special, your cultivation is special, and that strange energy body in your brain is even more special. I have never seen these before." He was really seen through completely. If the shadow was a man, then so be it, but this shadow was a woman. When he mentioned the energy body, Luo Tian immediately thought of the fantasy fairy. However, he immediately remembered that she had disappeared from his body, so there was only one possibility. The energy body that the shadow mentioned should be the Invincible system. This discovery made Luo Tian even more shocked. Luo Tian said slightly, "Senior, you didn't bring me in here to tell me this, right?" "Ha ha, of course not. I am just curious about you." The shadow smiled faintly and said, "All right, I won't say any more nonsense. Since you can come here, it must be fate. How about this? I need a drop of essence blood from you. In return, I will give you a divine power. This divine power can save your life once. What do you think? A drop of essence blood in exchange for a divine power? Was there such a good deal in the world?" Luo Tian immediately shook his head and said, "Thank you for your kindness, Senior. I have lost a lot of blood along the way. Every drop of essence blood is very important to me. So forget it. You should quickly send me out." Refused. Very decisively refused. The shadow did not expect this. "Do you think you have a choice?" The shadow's voice suddenly became cold. Luo Tian was slightly shocked and said, "Senior, could it be that you want to use force?" "Ha ha ha. A trash like you dares to talk to me about using force? Do you think you have the qualifications?" The shadow said disdainfully, and then said gloomily, "I'll give you one more chance. Obediently give me your essence blood. Otherwise, I'll make your soul scatter." At this moment, Luo Tian frowned. Asterisk, 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 my soul will scatter, right? Am I that easy to bully? At this moment, a system notification sounded out in his mind. Ding! Target locked. At this moment. Even if you give me 10 more chances, it's still the same answer. You want my essence blood? Impossible. Luo Tian moved his right hand and directly threw the divine fire out. With a move of his feet, he followed the trajectory of the divine fire and rushed out. He roared, "I want to see who will be the first to die." Chapter 8 Delivery. Chapter 1368. The divine fire moved. The last piece of shadow crystal stone was crushed. The chance of instant kill increased. God explosion activate. The chance of instant kill increased again. Luo Tian suddenly clenched his fists, and a trace of the power of creation that he had comprehended from the rainbow divine stone began to circulate. The awakened 4 divine beasts did not leave his body, but directly transformed into the power of the 4 divine beasts and poured into Luo Tian's fists. This punch, it contained all of Luo Tian's power. No matter who he faced, once he recognized the enemy, Luo Tian would no longer hesitate. What he wanted was to die. The shadow was slightly stunned. He did not expect Luo Tian to suddenly make a move, and his strength did not seem weak. However, this kind of strength was simply too weak for him. He could not help but sneer and said, "A trash like you wants to fight with me?" Scram to the side. Divine might. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom, rumble, a boundless wave of air rushed out, and the entire room began to tremble violently, as if there was an earthquake. Luo Tian almost couldn't stand still. His fist sank, and he shouted in his heart, "Moon steps, shadow step!" Shuttle. Whoosh! Luo Tian's body shuttled back and forth like a bolt of lightning. His mind was bearing too much pressure. The pressure of the divine might was incomparably terrifying. Luo Tian's 5 viscera and 6 bowels were almost crushed. However, his speed didn't slow down at all. Instead, it increased. The divine fire pierced through. It bombarded the shadow's body. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The shadow was shocked and instantly became angry. What kind of cultivation technique is this? Clang! The divine fire exploded on the shadow's body. In the end, it was directly swallowed and entered the shadow's body. Following that, it began to run amok in the shadow's body, crazily destroying it. The long blood groove on top of the shadow's head was decreasing crazily. It triggered an instant kill. Luo Tian could not believe it. The shadow began to wail like a ghost. What kind of cultivation technique is this? How can it hurt me? Brat, hurry up and get out of here, or I'll make you die without a burial ground. Still strong. He was still arrogant. That arrogant tone still didn't take Luo Tian seriously. Luo Tian frowned. You're about to die, yet you're still blabbering here. Let's see how long you can blabber for. After that, he punched out with both fists, and his fists shook. Heaven breaker. Clang. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Space cracked a little. Fine cracks like a spider web appeared. This was the first time in history that something like this had happened. Luo Tian's strength had already reached an extremely terrifying level. Under his 2 fists, the phantom screamed again and again. She couldn't understand how a trash in the myriad illusion realm could injure her. Even though she was just a projection of her will, she was still able to control herself. It couldn't even be considered a thought. However, at the very least, she possessed a trace of divine might. How could she not even be able to deal with a Luo Tian in the myriad illusions realm? At this moment, she began to doubt her life. However, Luo Tian, beat a drowning dog and vented to his heart's content. Are you still King arrogant? Is the shadow of a divine level expert amazing? Are you still arrogant here? Why don't you explode for me? As soon as his voice faded, the blood groove above the phantom's head was empty. The phantom let out a mournful roar and said, Just you wait, we will meet again, and when that time comes, it will be the time of your death. Die your sister. Hurry up and scram to hell for me. Luo Tian said in disdain, secretly looking forward to it in his heart. Explode, explode. At least drop something good, right? No matter what, it's still the shadow of a god. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing a class shadow for obtaining 10 billion experience, 10 billion essence. The system's voice suddenly stopped. There was nothing left. Luo Tian immediately went crazy. However, ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing. Current level, 1000 Illusions Stage 7. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing. Current level, 1000 Illusions Stage 8. Ding. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing. Current level, 1000 Illusions Stage 9. For consecutive level up notifications rang out. Luo Tian was about to go crazy. When he turned around to take a look, he discovered his eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets. 10 billion experience? Oh my god, there's actually so much experience, and this is just a shadow. The ancient king is still a divine expert of the first step, but his experience is completely incomparable to this. Could it be that the master of this shadow's realm is already terrifyingly high? If that's the case, then really, logically speaking, Luo Tian should have provoked an incredible person by killing the shadow of a rancor. However, this guy didn't have the slightest bit of fear. Instead, his face was filled with excitement as he muttered to himself, If I kill the master of the shadow, wouldn't I directly break through to the peak of the emperor realm? That would be too awesome, ha ha ha. He wanted to explode that incredible rancor. Of course, that was an unrealistic thing. If it wasn't for the extraordinary performance of the divine fire, who knew who would be the one to explode? However, thinking back, Luo Tian secretly frowned. With my current cultivation, the divine fire should be ineffective against an Emperor realm ranker, but it could actually kill the shadow instantly. Could it be because of the instant kill bonus of the shadow crystal stone? Or is it because my realm has increased and I can even instantly kill a divine level ranker? In the past, the divine fire was completely useless against the Emperor realm. But that was in the past. What about now? Luo Tian couldn't say for sure. This kind of thing could only be found out after experimenting. Immediately after, Luo Tian opened the system to check. Holy Spirit Stage 1. Now it needs 5 billion experience to advance to the next level. F***. This is too difficult. Doesn't breaking through to the Emperor realm require 10 billion experience per level? Even if I kill all the demon beasts in the ancient continent, I won't be able to level up. When can I reach the peak of the Emperor realm? When can I fight the Crown Prince? Luo Tian's heart tightened and his brows furrowed. Then he let out a long breath. Let's leave this place first. After he had killed the virtual shadow, Yi Zichen was stunned. The door of the room opened automatically. Luo Tian walked out and returned to the stone table. The doors of the other 3 rooms were still closed. I wonder how they are. Thinking of what happened in the room, Luo Tian couldn't help but say, if I give him the essence blood, what will the result be? Will he really get a strand of divine power? Right now, Luo Tian didn't know. If he had to choose again, he would still refuse. The power of divine power was indeed tempting. But who knew what she wanted to do with his essence blood? What if she cloned him? Everything was uncertain. Right now, Luo Tian only hoped that Chan Chan and the others could come out safely. Clang! A door was opened. Chapter 9. Chapter 1369. Xiao Bai came out. His entire body was covered in blood, and his injuries were severe. Uft! Xiao Bai spat out a mouthful of blood towards the door of the room and said with disdain, You want my blood essence, you want to steal my body. Don't you see who I am? Am I someone that anyone can bully? God's shadow. The shadow is the female of your family. Very violent, very rampant. Seeing Luo Tian, he grinned and said, Boss, have you already come out or have you not entered? If you haven't entered, you must be careful. Don't give your blood essence to that shadow, or else you will become a puppet. This shadow is very sinister. As expected, Luo Tian was shocked in his heart and said, I am the same as you. I did not hand over my blood essence. However, Luo Tian was a little confused. Xiao Bai should have been able to come out because he had killed the shadow, but Luo Tian actually did not obtain any experience. Why was that? It was impossible. Towards the 10 billion experience, Luo Tian was drooling. Luo Tian asked, Did you kill that shadow? Xiao Bai smiled mysteriously and said, I ate it, ha ha ha. That guy wanted to steal my body, and now that I've eaten it, I'm really slowly refining it in my stomach. You don't have to say, this guy's body really does have some divine power. It's a great supplement. Luo Tian was stunned. Is that even possible? Being swallowed naturally meant that he had no experience. Moreover, Xiao Bai was still refining, so he had no experience at all. Luo Tian stared at the third door and said, I wonder how they are doing. Sister Qian Qian hasn't come out yet? Xiao Bai said, I don't know how she is, but with her intelligence, she shouldn't hand over her blood essence. I don't know about that stupid, evil, demon blood demon king. But since he has a lot of blood essence, it doesn't matter if he hands over 1 or 2 basins. I'm worried. Xiao Bai had not finished his words. Bam! A loud sound rang out. The door to the room did not open, but was knocked open by a force. Blood Demon King stood at the door of the room, smoke coming out from behind him. Xiao Bai was stunned. F***CK. The Blood Demon King grinned at Luo Tian, and his smile froze there. The huge body collapsed with a loud crash. Bang! It smashed into the ground, causing the ground to shake. Luo Tian quickly ran forward. Blood Demon King? After checking his injuries, he found that he had only fainted due to serious injuries. Luo Tian looked into the room and saw that it was filled with smoke. Moreover, this kind of smoke also had a strong stimulating effect. Luo Tian immediately said to Little White, "Don't breathe." Luo Tian instantly stopped breathing and dragged the Blood Demon King to a safe distance. Looking at the smoke in the room, he muttered, "Aphrodisiac, what's going on?" Could it be that Blood Demon King situation is different from what we encountered in the room? What exactly happened? They could only wait for the Blood Demon King to wake up. One thing worth noting is that Blood Demon King's crotch, his clothes were about to burst. The kind of overbearing, murderous aura was like that of a demonic beast. Moreover, there was a sense of satisfaction on his face, as well as a sense of pride that came from conquering everything. F***CK. This guy couldn't have raped that shadow, right? Little White said, and immediately felt a sense of respect for the Blood Demon King. Awesome, awesome. Blood Demon King, you're really awesome. If it was true, then, indeed, it was too awesome. Luo Tian looked inside the room, then looked at the Blood Demon King's expression and said slightly, "Maybe that's really the case. I remember him saying that he has some kind of seductive and controlling ability, and if he adds a little bit of aphrodisiac, then anything could happen. Even if he was just a shadow." Little White could not help but laugh and said, "This is too much of a beast. He didn't even let go of a shadow. How thirsty is he?" F***CK. The Blood Demon King sat up and suddenly burst out with a curse. "I'll kill you!" It was as if he still wanted to go in and do it for 3,000 rounds. Seeing Luo Tian and Little White, he retracted his expression, scratched his head, and laughed. "Master, I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about that old witch's shadow inside. She actually wants my blood essence. She's really thinking too much." Little White asked curiously, "You didn't even let the old witch go. Just how thirsty are you?" Blood Demon King, I really want to know, how did you F***CK her to death? There must be a story that can destroy the heavens and the earth. Blood Demon King said, "If you were imprisoned for millions of years, not to mention an old witch, even a female, and it would not be let off." Little White laughed. "Did you really F***CK her to death?" Blood Demon King said domineeringly, "How can that be fake? Back then, I had a sharp title, 10,000 Devil King. Not to mention an old witch's shadow. Even if a group of them came, I would still be able to make them beg for mercy on the ground." Little White immediately prostrated himself in admiration. Too valiant! He was so shocked that he couldn't say a word. Then, the two of them couldn't help but laugh out loud. This was too awesome. Luo Tian had only killed the shadow, but Little White had arrogantly swallowed the shadow. Blood Demon King had directly used the huge thing under his crotch to kill her. It was simply too awesome. Luo Tian could see that one was stronger than the other. However, he had a question in his heart, and couldn't help but ask. "Blood Demon King, the cultivation of the shadow is above yours. How did you control her?" Blood Demon King chuckled. "It's nothing much. I still have a sacred art that I forgot to tell you. Actually, it's not a sacred art, it's just a type of sacred art that can make any female creature in the world, including trees, flowers, grass, as long as it's a mother, it can confuse them and make them undress. After that, you can do whatever you want. To put it bluntly, it's just a type of knockout drug." While they were talking, he took out a small bottle. "Back then, I was still an evil pill king. I specialized in refining some evil pills. This kind of poison powder was refined by me, but now there's only a little left. Just now, I used too much in the room and couldn't control it," Blood Demon King said with a smile. Luo Tian stared at the small bottle and said, "It can even confuse a divine level ranker?" Blood Demon King immediately said, "Of course, as long as it's in the ancient continent, it's fine. You have to know that although these divine level rankers are very strong, they will still be restricted by the ancient laws when they enter the ancient plane, so they will still be confused by this poison powder. Master, do you want it?" Luo Tian was not polite at all, and directly took it from Blood Demon King's hands, and said, "This kind of good thing, I have a great use for it. You have to refine more in the future. Blood Demon King watched as the poison powder was taken away. He was a little reluctant, as if he was cutting off his flesh, and muttered, "There are no more materials to refine this kind of thing, and many of the spirit grass have already gone extinct." Luo Tian was too lazy to say more and thought to himself, "How should I use this thing?" Chapter 10. I just want to ask, can I ask for a monthly ticket? Chapter 1370. This chapter would like to thank Zhonglong for his 10,000 coins of support. The old cow is extremely grateful. While they were talking, the third door opened. Luo Tian immediately raised his gaze and looked towards the door. He saw a graceful white figure slowly walked out, like a fairy from the ninth heaven who was untainted by the flames of the world. Her body emitted the aura of an immortal. Her long hair fluttered gently, her white dress swayed, and her face carried a calm and unforgettable expression. It was very quiet. It was as quiet as a sleeping beauty slowly waking up. Qian. What was different from before she entered the room was that there was a red, diamond-shaped mark between her brows. She looked even more lively, like a fairy from a painting. She was even more beautiful than before. Luo Tian was dumbfounded. Xiao Bai immediately turned into a baby dog and pounced forward. Blood Demon King's eyes were also straight, as he couldn't help but say, "Too beautiful!" Without waiting for the little white dog to pounce into Qian's embrace, Luo Tian arrived first and pushed the little white dog away. With a glare, the little white dog immediately retreated to the side and squatted there to draw circles, looking very angry. Luo Tian asked, "Are you hurt?" Qian smiled slightly and shook his head. "No, the true immortal is very good to me." "Really? True immortal?" Luo Tian was a little confused and said, "Isn't there a shadow in your room that wants you to hand over your blood essence?" Qian replied, "No, she's the ancestor of our Phoenix Sky Mountain. In other words, she's the true immortal phoenix. She ascended here and left behind this box to wait for the fated one. Are all the people you met just illusions?" While they were talking, Qian took out a purple gold box. The box emitted a fluorescent light, and one could tell that it was not an ordinary item. The things inside must be even more extraordinary. This is fate. 4 rooms, 4 choices. Only Qian met the Phoenix True Immortal, and all they met were illusions that wanted to seize their bodies, other than the purple gold box. The aura emitted from Qian's body was greatly different from before. It had become much stronger. Luo Tian glanced at the box and said, "Let's see what's inside." Qian directly handed it to Luo Tian and said, "This is something that Granny True Immortal asked me to pass to you, not me." "Huh, for me?" Luo Tian hesitated for a moment, then took the box and opened it. There were 3 items inside. One of them is a cultivation technique called Primeval Space. One of them is a piece of godhood, and one of them is a slip of paper. Ding. Release the primordial space for cultivation? With a thought, Luo Tian said, "Cultivate!" Since it was given to him, there was no need for him to hold back. He would cultivate it directly. Immediately after, the system beeped again. Ding. Release the fused godhead. Luo Tian still refused. No. It wasn't that he didn't want to become a divine stage ranker and crush the crown prince, but he didn't want his cultivation to stop at the first step of the divine stage. The temptation of a divine stage ranker was too great. As long as he could fuse with it, he would be able to crush the crown prince. Luo Tian was also tempted, but in the end he gave up, because he didn't know what realm the crown prince of Haijia's cultivation would be at after he fused with his divine deity. If he were to undergo tribulation and condense his divine deity, then the difference between them would not be just a little bit. It would be like the difference between heaven and earth, and he would never be able to take revenge in his entire life. He took the note again. There was a line of words written on it. The words were very delicate and pretty. Treat the 2 sisters well. There was only one sentence. It was a little sudden. At this time, Qian's cheeks were slightly flushed red. She was shy. Luo Tian did not look at Chan Chan, and only looked at the note again seriously. He immediately looked up and said, "Granny True Immortal, don't worry, I, Luo Tian, will treat them well for the rest of my life." Xiao Bai muttered, "This Granny True Immortal is truly remarkable. She was able to calculate what would happen today from millions of years ago. She's too awesome." Blood Demon King followed and said, "That old witch, it's Granny True Immortal. She's not just awesome. She's simply ridiculously powerful. You guys haven't seen her before, but I've seen it with my own eyes. I can't even beat a single idea of hers. And she's the #1 person in the ancient times, the first person to ascend to the divine realm." Qian Qian's cheeks became even redder. Actually, she was the one who wrote this note. This was a gesture. She wanted to use Granny True Immortal's name to express something to Luo Tian. Luo Tian was not Xiao Bai or Blood Demon King. He could tell who wrote the note with a single glance, and he also understood what Qian Qian wanted to express. He pretended that he did not know anything. This kind of thing could not be exposed, otherwise it would be awkward. Moreover, Qian Qian as a girl was already taking the initiative. If he dragged his feet, he would not seem like a man. Luo Tian held Qian Qian's slightly hot hand and said gently, "I won't let you down in this life." Qian Qian smiled. Her smile was incomparably moving. Blood Demon King and Xiao Bai were stunned once again. After half an hour, Luo Tian took a look at the immemorial space cultivation technique. Cultivation technique, immemorial space grade. Description: the immemorial secret realm is also a condensed space. The space can increase the speed of cultivation, cultivation technique cultivation, and comprehension of sacred arts. This cultivation technique cannot be leveled up and cannot be used in battle. Supportive cultivation technique. It was a little like the skill necklace, but the skill necklace could not be used in the ancient continent. It was something from a lower plane, so naturally it could not be used in a higher plane. Luo Tian was secretly happy. I've cultivated so many cultivation techniques, and they're all at the initial stage. With this spatial cultivation technique, I can level up quickly. Suddenly, the 4 doors suddenly merged together, forming an open passage. Look, this should be the exit, right? Ha ha ha. I, Blood Demon King, have finally escaped from this reincarnation cage. I've finally escaped. Blood Demon King was the most excited. After being crushed for millions of years, no one could understand that kind of pain. He took the lead and was the first to walk into the passage. Luo Tian held Qian Qian's hand and watched as Xiao Bai and Blood Demon King rushed out. Luo Tian rolled his eyes and said, "Next, listen to me carefully." When the 4 doors merged into one, the entire Phoenix Sky Mountain's radius of hundreds of thousands of kilometers was shaking. The heavenly lady who had been guarding the exit had a smile on her face and was incomparably excited. "You really didn't disappoint me. You really passed through the reincarnation cage. You must have obtained the treasure left behind by the ancestor on the 18th level, right?" Ha ha ha! Even the heavenly lady, who was a rank 1 god, was looking forward to the spirit treasure left behind by the Phoenix True Immortal. From this, one could see how powerful the Phoenix True Immortal was. At the foot of Phoenix Sky Mountain, Huangfu Ju was still waiting bitterly when he suddenly felt the ground shake. He frowned. "Luo Tian, are you awake?" 3 days had passed. Huangfu Ju hesitated for a moment and decided to wait. He had a feeling in his heart that this time when Luo Tian woke up, his cultivation would definitely increase greatly. Chapter 11. Can I ask for a monthly ticket? Chapter 1371. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. 2 deafening sounds rang out. 2 afterimages shot out from the depths of Phoenix Sky Mountain, a few thousand kilometers away. 2 mountain peaks were knocked down with a loud bang. The scene was like a nuclear explosion. Boundless divine might crushed out. It spread for tens of thousands of kilometers. Crushing, crushing, endless crushing. 1. The heavenly maiden's cold eyes turned sinister as she said solemnly, I was wondering why you were able to pass through the reincarnation passage. So it's because you have these two animals helping you. The moment Blood Demon King and Xiao Bai rushed out, the heavenly maiden attacked. The two of them were sent flying in an instant. They did not expect that the heavenly maiden of the first step of the divine stage would be waiting for them at the entrance of the cave. Caught off guard, they were instantly sent flying. Moreover, the heavenly maiden's cultivation was indeed terrifying. Even the demigod realm Xiao Bai was no match for her, let alone the Blood Demon King. Were the Blood Demon King and Xiao Bai who were sent flying dead or alive? Qian frowned. Carrying Luo Tian on his back, he walked out of the cave and said angrily, You didn't say that you couldn't bring them in, heavenly maiden. I have now broken through the reincarnation cage. According to the agreement, you have to save him. Ha ha ha. The heavenly maiden laughed coldly and said, According to the rules of Phoenix Sky Mountain, I do have to agree to any of your requests, but I am now the ruler of Phoenix Sky Mountain, and as for the rules, I have the final say. Qian, you don't have the qualifications to bargain with me. Qian's eyes shook as she thought to herself, As expected, Luo Tian is right. She definitely won't save him. Then, Qian said, You actually ignored the rules set by the ancestor. Ha ha ha. The heavenly maiden laughed out loud. The rules set by the ancestor are useless against someone like you. You broke the rules first, and you still dare to talk about rules with me? Qian, I've said it before, you don't have the qualifications to bargain with me. Take out the spirit treasure left behind by the ancestor, or else, not only will he die, you will also die. And your mother. Qian's eyes turned anxious. What did you do to my mother? Heavenly maiden sneered. If she didn't give birth to two vile spawns, how could anyone break the rules of Phoenix, Heavenly Mountain? I've already locked her in a cage and thrown her into the sea of darkness. This is her punishment. Qian was infuriated beyond words. Why, you're too despicable. My mother helped you so much, and yet you treat her like this. She's your disciple. Shut up. The fairy roared. I don't have a cheap disciple like her. If it wasn't for your father, you would have died the moment you were born. Humph, I don't want to talk nonsense with you now. Hurry up and hand over the primogenitor's spiritual treasure. Damn it. I can't pretend anymore. Luo Tian moved and got down from Qian's back. He exhaled and said to Qian, I told you that she wouldn't have any good intentions. She saved me. It's as if the whole world owes him money. Luo Tian didn't want to pretend anymore. There was no need to continue pretending. He only wanted Qian to see the ugly side of the fairy. However, Luo Tian didn't expect the fairy to be so arrogant and not care about the rules of the Phoenix Sky Mountain. Of course, a rank 1 deity was an invincible existence in the ancient continent. What did she need to care about? There was no need at all. There was no need to hide anything. She frowned and coldly stared at Luo Tian. You've actually come back to life, and your cultivation has actually advanced to the saint spirit realm. It seems like the primogenitor must have left behind something good. Otherwise, how could a piece of trash like you break through to the saint spirit realm in such a short amount of time? Motherf asterisk cur. A furious voice could be heard. A white figure landed heavily. Little White went berserk and roared, I'm going to cripple you. The Blood Demon King crawled up from the ruins and shook his head. He was also furious. He was already unhappy after being suppressed by the Phoenix True Immortal for millions of years. The moment he came out, he was sent flying with a slap. The anger in his heart was boiling. He couldn't care less and charged forward. The fairy sneered, You're just a piece of trash in the demigod realm. If you dare to say another word, I'll let your blood splatter on the spot. Qian, my patience is limited. Hand over the spiritual treasure, left behind by the primogenitor. It was said to be worthless by the fairy. Little White's anger had already reached its limit. All the hair on its body stood up, revealing its long fangs. A cloud of fire floated up from its 4 limbs as it let out a low roar. The Blood Demon King also rushed over. A blood mist formed around his body. The blood mist was rolling. The fairy stared at him. A divine might crushed out. At this moment, Luo Tian took a step forward and said, "The spiritual treasure is with me. As long as you let them go, I'll hand it over to you." "Master? Boss? Luo Tian." The 3 of them didn't know why Luo Tian said that. Qian said anxiously, "What are you doing? You clearly—" Luo Tian shook his head lightly, then looked at the fairy and said, "Not only do I have the spiritual treasure left behind by the Phoenix True Immortal, I also have the Divine Deity, the Rainbow Divine Stone, the Heaven Flipping Divine Seal Stone, and the Primordial Space Technique." While they were talking, he took out all of these things. The fairy's eyes moved, and she laughed sinisterly. "I didn't expect a trash like you to have so many spiritual treasures on you, and all of them are absolute rank spiritual treasures. This is truly shocking." Obviously, she was tempted. Luo Tian laughed and said, "Let them go. I will give you all of these things." The fairy thought for a moment, then said, "Sure." She was not worried that Qian and the others would run away, because she had enough ability to capture them one by one in a short period of time. As long as Luo Tian dared to lie to her, then Qian and the others would have to die. As for Huangfu Ju, who possessed the time and space blood vein at the foot of the sacred mountain, in the eyes of the gods, the space blood vein was nothing. "Master, boss, let's fight it out with her." Luo Tian said to them seriously, "You guys hurry up and leave. Principal Huangfu is still at the foot of the mountain. You guys leave first. I'll be there soon." "Trust me. I will definitely catch up to you guys." Blood Demon King, immediately take the 2 of them away. Seeing that they did not move, Luo Tian said in a commanding tone. Finally, the 3 of them left. The fairy smiled and said, "Can you hand over these spiritual treasures now?" Luo Tian looked around and said, "The Phoenix True Immortal left behind a lot of spiritual treasures. Each of them are absolute rank divine tools, and one of them is even a spiritual treasure from the divine realm. Once these things are taken out and placed here, aren't you afraid that the divine realm rankers will discover them?" The fairy was startled and said, "Then where do you want to take them out?" Luo Tian said, "At least it's a safe place. I'm thinking for you." "All right, I'll do as you say. I'd like to see what tricks you can play." The fairy moved, and a force directly lifted Luo Tian up. In the blink of an eye, they arrived at a secret residence. This was the fairy's boudoir. It was also at this moment Luo Tian activated the 10,000 lewd powder. 12 consecutive explosions! Old Bull's arms are already crippled. Brothers, can you give Old Bull a monthly ticket to comfort him? Chapter 1372. Opportunities were reserved for those who were prepared. There was only one chance. If he didn't catch it, then he wouldn't be called Luo Tian. The heavenly girl was indeed asking for it. She had a cold expression, as if the whole world owed her, coupled with her peerless appearance. This kind of woman was asking for a beating. However, her cultivation had reached a terrifying stage. Want to asterisk. It was difficult, extremely difficult. It was probably the most difficult thing to do in the ancient continent. However, what would happen if he did it? He had to do it. As for the purpose of doing it, Luo Tian wasn't just to feel good. There was also a very strong reason. Level up. The imperial goddess function would bring about a huge wave of experience when a man and a woman intertwined. The higher the woman's cultivation, the more experience she would receive. Luo Tian needed experience, and he needed it very, very much. The Crown Prince's suppression and Cloud Mist Academy's crisis were like 10,000 mountains pressing down on his shoulders. He had to raise his cultivation as soon as possible. While Luo Tian was going crazy, notifications kept ringing in his mind. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 10 million experience. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 10 million experience. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining 10 million experience. Too fast. Experience points were flying like crazy. It was just like killing demon beasts, but killing demon beasts wasn't as satisfying as this. If I can't take you down today, how can I go out and mingle in the future? Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. A violent impact. Experience points were flying even more. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for advancing. Current level, Holy Spirit Stage 2. Level up. 5 billion experience. Damn it. Luo Tian himself was shocked. The Imperial Goddess art was too powerful. A full 2 hours. Luo Tian leaned on the bed and muttered in his heart, if only there was a cigarette at this time. Thinking about what happened just now. 2 hours. Level 2. 10 billion experience points. Who would have thought that he would be able to get 10 billion experience points from F***CK? No one in this world has ever been able to do that, right? Ha ha ha. Luo Tian laughed in his heart. But this was not the only thing that made him even more excited. He slept with the Heavenly Maiden. This was what made him excited. One had to know. The Heavenly Lady was the ruler of Phoenix Sky Mountain. She was the god emissary of extradition and the strongest woman in the world. He slept with her. How mighty and domineering was this? Who could do it? However, after Luo Tian's excitement, he started to worry. How long will the medicine last? F***CK. I forgot about this. I'm still intoxicated here. When this god-level experts woman wakes up, won't she beat the shit out of me? His heart clenched. Run. Luo Tian's chrysanthemum clenched. The fairy was pleasurable and so was he. For a moment, he was so pleased that he forgot where he was and who he was sleeping with. He immediately got up, grabbed a few clothes, and ran out. At this moment, the effects of the medicine had disappeared. The moment Luo Tian got off the bed, the Heavenly Maiden woke up. Seeing that Luo Tian was about to run out of the room, her finger moved slightly, and a divine power was placed on the door. She said coldly, "Where are you going?" Instantly, the temperature in the room dropped to 0. Gudong. Luo Tian swallowed dryly, turned around and said, I need to pee. The Heavenly Maiden got down from the bed. Because she was still in some pain, she walked with a slight limp. However, she was still naked, her face cold as she stared at Luo Tian. In her mind, she thought of 18,000 thoughts of killing Luo Tian. However, there was another thought in her mind, a thought that was still intoxicated by the crazy world just now. Actually, after more than an hour, the effect of the lewd powder was gone. At that time, the Holy Maiden would have regained her consciousness. At that time, she could have killed Luo Tian with a flick of her finger. However, she didn't do that. Deep in her heart, she couldn't bear to do it. She inexplicably fell in love with this despicable man who took her body. Of course, it was all because of one thing. Luo Tian made her feel too comfortable. It was too comfortable. In addition, it was the first time, so the woman fell in love with him easily. The fastest and most direct way to make a woman fall in love with you is to take her body. The fairy said coldly, You can't even control your urge to pee when you're a Holy Spirit? I think you want to escape, don't you? Luo Tian was getting more and more worried. Even if he cultivated to the Emperor realm, he still wouldn't be a match for this woman. She was a god realm master. He smiled awkwardly and said, Why would I run away? If you want to leave, you should leave openly. Luo Tian was dumbfounded. The plot has been deleted. Sorry, my little brother is going to be cut off. If I don't vote now, my little brother will really be cut off. Chapter 1373. Anywhere else was fine. That was a man's lifeblood. Immediately, Luo Tian became nervous and asked, "What do you want?" If she wanted to kill him, she would have done it a long time ago. There was no need to wait until now. The heavenly maiden's face was still cold, disdainful, insufferably arrogant and superior. She coldly said, "You were the one who slept with me just now. Now it's my turn to sleep with you." Finished. A wave of divine power was released and directly bound Luo Tian. With a light drag, Luo Tian was thrown onto the bed. His figure moved. In the blink of an eye, he landed on the bed and pressed Luo Tian down. Without waiting for Luo Tian to react, the heavenly maiden was defeated. This was the first time she had ever lost. She definitely would not allow such a thing to happen a second time. So, then, the two of them fell. The heavenly maiden hugged Luo Tian tightly, not wanting to let go anymore. "Husband!" Luo Tian's entire body trembled as he slapped the heavenly maiden's tight butt and said, "Who is your husband?" It had only been 2 times, and she already treated him as her husband? Wasn't this heavenly maiden's change too fast? The heavenly maiden pouted, looking like a little woman, and said, "I've already given my body to you. If you're not my husband, then what are you? I want you to be my husband. I want it. I want it." Who would have thought that the high and mighty ruler of the Phoenix Sky Mountain, the ancient continent's divine envoy, would actually act coquettishly? The heavenly maiden continued, "Husband, stay with me at the Phoenix Sky Mountain. I can help you quickly break through, pass through the heavenly tribulation, and condense your divine deity. I can give you all of these. Don't leave me, okay?" There was a hint of begging in her tone. She wanted to keep him. If there weren't too many things left to complete, the Phoenix Sky Mountain could be considered a sacred place to rest. However, how could Luo Tian give up on a large group of women for a single woman? He immediately said domineeringly, "No, I still have a lot of things to do. Also, do you think I will stay here for you?" It was a very masculine idea. Instead of getting angry, the fairy became even more infatuated. She hugged Luo Tian's neck even tighter and said, "What did you say you wanted to do? I'll help you, because there aren't many people in the ancient continent who are my match. Moreover, I'm the envoy of God extradition. Whoever dares to offend me will never be able to leave the ancient continent. The ancient king that you killed offended me because of one sentence, so I'll imprison him in the ancient continent forever. Do you think that the Guardian clan will be able to suppress him? I was the one who secretly helped them. It's just that I didn't kill the ancient king back then and asked Chan to do it for me. I didn't expect that she would bring me a man." With that, she kissed Luo Tian again and said happily, "Speaking of which, I really have to thank her. If it weren't for her, I wouldn't have met you. It was you who made me a real woman for once. It was you who let me know what a woman is. Now I finally know why Xianyan betrayed me. I've done too many wrong things to them." Fairy was transforming, because she was a woman now. She also understood Yan's difficulties. Luo Tian was slightly startled and thought in his heart, "Women change too quickly." Huff! Luo Tian heaved a sigh of relief and said, "If you can think like this, then it's not a waste of my few hours of madness. My waist was almost broken by you." The heavenly maiden's face slightly flushed red, and then said, "Actually, I didn't want to treat the mother and daughter like that, but at this moment," her brows furrowed slightly. Luo Tian asked, "Are there any other secrets you're hiding from me?" "Yes, sir, Lord Husband." The heavenly maiden obediently said, then continued, "It's just that their father's family is too strong. It's Xianyan's husband's family that is too strong. That man is from the divine realm, and his family is one of the overlords of the divine realm, with the existence of the dominator rankers. Everything I did was because I had no other choice. Otherwise, I wouldn't have made things difficult for my disciple. Overlord of the divine realm." Luo Tian's heart trembled and thought to himself, I never thought that Li Shuer's father would actually be someone from the divine realm. No wonder the two sisters' talents are extraordinary. Divine realm! Luo Tian's heart faintly stirred. That was the paradise of the strong. At this moment, Luo Tian was a little moved and wanted to go to the divine realm to take a look. However, this thought disappeared in a flash, because he couldn't even resolve the matters of the ancient continent and couldn't even defeat the crown prince. Entering the divine realm, was he courting death? The plot has been deleted, sorry. The third chapter has been delivered. Chapter 1374. Wait for me here, obediently. I'll be back, Luo Tian said to the heavenly maiden in a domineering manner. The heavenly maiden stood at the entrance, her hands on the door frame, looking at Luo Tian lovingly. With tears in her eyes, she nodded and said, Husband, you must come back. Got it. How annoying. I said I'll be back, so I'll definitely be back. Luo Tian said, and immediately strode down the mountain. The heavenly maiden looked at Luo Tian, who was walking further and further away. Her heart also flew away with Luo Tian. After a short period of time together, it made her, a girl, completely become a woman. This change also made her, an ice-cold queen, become worried about a man. Looking in the direction Luo Tian disappeared, the heavenly maiden muttered, Husband, don't worry, no one can kill you. I've planted a divine seal on your body. This divine seal can protect you. No one can kill you. And this divine seal is connected to my consciousness. If anyone dares to bully you, I will definitely make their ancestors regret being born into this world. His tone was cold. There was a heavy anger in his voice. Luo Tian didn't know about the divine seal on his body. If he knew, he would definitely ask the heavenly maiden to get some divine power. This way, he would immediately find the crown prince of Haijia. On the way down the mountain, the female disciples of Phoenix Sky Mountain all looked at Luo Tian as if they were looking at a monster. He actually walked out of the heavenly maiden's room safely. No man had ever entered the heavenly maiden's residence. Luo Tian was the first. If they didn't see it with their own eyes, they wouldn't believe it at all. The female disciples of Phoenix Sky Mountain were each more beautiful than the other. If he wasn't in a hurry to leave, Luo Tian really wanted to stay here for a while. Furthermore, he also wanted to have sex with the heavenly maiden a few times. His experience points would soar, and breaking through to the Emperor realm wouldn't be difficult. But he was worried that Qian and the others would wait too long. Moreover, he knew that Huang Fuju had also left Cloud Mist College, leaving only the Heavenly Dragon Dean to oversee the college. Would Haijia take advantage of this situation to start a war? It was hard to say. Luo Tian was also secretly worried about Huang Fuya and Lu Zhan. He walked to the foot of the mountain. Luo Tian looked up at the sacred mountain and muttered, Wait for me. I will definitely come back. In the distance, Qian's eyes flickered as she quickly flew up. She thought that Luo Tian would never return. Seeing that Luo Tian had returned in one piece, she could no longer restrain herself and immediately burst into tears of joy. Did the holy maiden do anything to you? I was really worried about you. Qian laid on Luo Tian's shoulder and began to sob softly. Luo Tian gently patted her shoulder and said, I'm fine, don't worry. Huang Fuju, the Blood Demon King, and Xiao Bai also walked over. The Blood Demon King's eyes moved as he said in shock, Master, your cultivation has increased again. You are now at the peak of the second level of the Holy Spirit realm. What happened in the past few hours? Could it be that the cold heavenly maiden used her divine power to help you cultivate? Huang Fuju was even more shocked. In just 3 days, Luo Tian had soared from the 5th level of the myriad illusions to the 2nd level of the Holy Spirit realm. No one could compare to this speed, and he was even more convinced of his choice. Good. I really didn't misjudge you. Not only that, Luo Tian's aura was much stronger than a warrior at the peak of the Holy Spirit realm. This aura carried a power that even he was afraid of. Huang Fuju said, "All right, let's hurry back." In the past 3 days, he had been extremely worried. He was worried about Luo Tian, and he was worried that something would happen to Cloud Mist College. Luo Tian also said, "Uncle Huangfu, before we return to Cloud Mist College, can you do me another favor?" Huang Fuju said, "Speak." Luo Tian glanced at Qian and said, "I want to save Qian's mother. Her mother is locked in the dark sea and has been devoured by an ancient sea demon." He didn't need to do this, but this was his future mother-in-law. If he did this personally, it would be different. This would also make Qian very touched. And then there was Shui. No matter how one looked at it, this matter should be done by Luo Tian. Huang Fuju said, "The dark sea is on our way here." "All right, you guys get ready." After that, Huang Fuju condensed a drop of essence blood and opened it wide. He stretched out his hands and directly tore the space apart, creating a huge black hole. He said, "Let's go." Time was too tight. Luo Tian, Qian, and the others entered the space-time crack. The Blood Demon King said in shock, "I didn't expect the ancient continent to have such a powerful bloodline after millions of years. It's really amazing." Time travel. In just a few moments, he had arrived above the sea of darkness. Space moved. A crack appeared on the ground. Luo Tian came out, swept his gaze, and roared, "Who swallowed the black smoke? My mother-in-law. Obediently spit it out, or else I will turn this dark sea into a dead sea." His voice spread millions of kilometers, directly enveloping the dark sea. As soon as he finished, an incomparably huge sea demon rose up. A mere human dares to be so impudent in the dark sea. "I think you're tired of living." Not waiting for it to finish, a bloody demon came out from behind Luo Tian, its 2 lantern-like eyes staring at him. "You trash! How dare you speak to my master like that? I think you're tired of living." As soon as he finished, the Blood Demon King jumped down, grabbed the huge sea demon, and immediately turned its body into a fried dough twist. Then, with a kick, it flew tens of thousands of kilometers away and smashed into meat paste. Ding! A system notification sounded out in Luo Tian's mind. Luo Tian's cold voice sounded again and said solemnly, "I'll say it one last time, hand over my mother-in-law, or else I'll turn this place into a dead sea." Rumble, 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 the sea of rage churned. Towering waves surged. What an arrogant tone! An ancient sea demon revealed its body, carrying the aura of the ancient times. It was abnormally arrogant. At this moment, Xiao Bai jumped down impatiently and landed on the head of the sea demon. "Are you the only one who's arrogant?" Half, demigod realm. The ancient sea demon looked as if it had seen a ghost and no longer had any temper and said, "Master, she is with me. I will spit her out right now." Then the sea demon spat out a black cage, and a beautiful woman sat quietly in it. Xian. Qian cried tears of joy and quickly flew over. Luo Tian's brows furrowed, and he shouted, "How dare you treat my mother-in-law like this? Xiao Bai, kill it!" Chapter 4. The old cow was still writing, still working hard. Chapter 1375. Misty Cloud City. King family, Yi family. Yi Yunming's simple courtyard. "Get lost! Get out of my house!" Yi Qianqing roared. The courtyard was full of people. The current head of the Yi family, Yi Hong, 8 elders, and the ancestor of the Yi family, Yi Xian, who was a 4th-order emperor. Other than the Yi family, there was also a Haijia high-ranking elder. Yi Qianqing said angrily, "Where were you when my sister was bullied? Where were you when her face was disfigured by poison? Now you all want to suck up to the Haijia and use my sister as a bargaining chip? Don't you feel ashamed?" Qianqing stopped talking. Yi Yunmeng said with her eyes. Yi Qianqing said, "Sister, these people are riding on top of our heads. Have they ever treated us as members of the Yi family? With just a few words from Hyulong, we were banished to this place. Now that the crown prince has come out of seclusion, they jumped out again. Ihong, let me ask you, what do you take us for? Anger. Not just a little bit of anger. It was anger that had accumulated over the years. The crown prince was out. He still liked his sister. The higher-ups of the Yi family jumped out again. One by one, they pretended to appear in front of them and made unreasonable demands. They actually wanted Yi Yunming to announce to the public that she was the crown prince's woman. Yi Hong's eyebrows slightly wrinkled. Being questioned by Yi Qianqing like this, if it wasn't for the elders of the Hai family, he would have already gotten angry. Being questioned by a junior like this, where was his dignity as the patriarch? Yi Hong said solemnly, Yunming, everything I do is for the Yi family. I hope you can look at the big picture. Big picture my ass, Yi Qianqing shouted. My sister doesn't like the crown prince at all, and she won't marry him. Impudent, Yi Hong shouted in a deep voice. Qianqing, my patience is limited. Yi Qianqing was not afraid. His momentum did not decrease at all. Just as he was about to speak, he was pulled down by Yi Yunming, indicating that he should not speak. Yi Yunming said to Yi Hong, I've done enough for the Yi family. I've done enough for the Yi family. In the past, I lived for the family and agreed to anything as long as I could help the family. Now, I want to live for myself. I won't announce that I'm the crown prince's woman, and I definitely won't marry him. Yi Hong frowned. Yi ancestors' expression changed as well. The Yi family elders' expressions changed abruptly. If Yi Yunming married the crown prince, the Yi family would soar. On the other hand, if Yi Yunming did not agree, the crown prince would lose face and the Haijia might destroy the Yi family. The family's survival was at stake. The Haijia elder smiled faintly. Miss Yunming, the Haijia family has done something to hurt you. I've brought the antidote for the black dragon scorpion king poison on your face. The crown prince personally refined it for you. Once you consume it, you'll regain your former appearance. As he spoke, he took out an exquisite box. It emitted a strange medicinal fragrance. Before he could finish, Yunming said, I don't need it anymore. The Haijia elder frowned, then smiled. You don't need it, or are you waiting for Luo Tian to refine the antidote for you? Yi Yunming's expression darkened. A disdainful sneer appeared on the face of the Hai family's elder. He said, that trash Luo Tian couldn't even withstand a single move from the crown prince. I'm afraid he is already dead. There's no longer a Luo Tian in this world. I advise you to give up. Miss Yunming, you're a smart person. You should know what to do. Even if Luo Tian isn't dead, he's no match for the crown prince. The crown prince has already entered the void that the master of heavenly law has prepared for him to cultivate. I believe it won't be long before he reaches the peak of Dizun. He'll undergo the heavenly tribulation, condense a quintessence, and enter the realm of the gods. When that happens, you and your Yi family will enjoy eternal prosperity. As for Luo Tian, he'll never rise again. Yi Xian, the ancestor of the Yi family, said he's right. The crown prince is favored by the master of heavenly law. He'll definitely enter the realm of the gods. When he finds a quintessence in the realm of the gods, you'll be able to enjoy eternal life. This is the best choice. Putting everything else aside, just these benefits alone were enough to tempt any woman. Marrying the strongest man in the continent, ascending to the realm of the gods, and possessing a quintessence. However, when Yi Yunming learned that Luo Tian had been severely injured by the crown prince and was on the brink of death, her heart clenched. If Luo Tian didn't appear, she wouldn't be able to live much longer in this world. She had already prepared herself to die. So, Yi Yunming was calm in the face of pressure from the Haijia and Yi family elders. She said, even if I have everything, what's the point of living if I'm not happy? Go back and tell the crown prince that I, Yi Yunming, am Luo Tian's woman. If Luo Tian is no longer in this world, I'll follow him to hell. I'll be Luo Tian's woman even as a ghost. You're shameless. The Haijia elder was furious. Yi Hong slapped her. Yi Yunmeng, do you know what you're saying? You're hitting my sister. Yi Hong, I'll fight you to the death. Yi Qianqing rushed up like a little tiger. However, before he could get close, a surge of energy from Yi Hong's body sent him flying. Yi Hong snorted coldly and said, Son of a bitch, like father, like son. Get lost. Pum! Yi Qianqing directly knocked down a wall in the courtyard. He spat out a mouthful of black blood. Yi Hong's gaze tightened, his face revealing a trace of ferocity. He stared at Yi Yunmeng and said, If you don't agree today, your brother will die here. He opened his right hand. He grabbed with his 5 fingers. A suction force from the void directly grabbed Yi Qianqing from the ruins and grabbed him by the throat. He said coldly, Yi Yunmeng, do you agree or not? Yi Qianqing was lifted into the air, his face as pale as paper. He whispered, Sister, don't agree with him. You still dare to be stubborn. Yi Hong's 2 fingers moved, his throat cracking. He said to Yi Yunmeng, If I use half of my strength, his life will be gone. I'll ask you again, do you agree or not? For the Yi family. To be exact, it should be for themselves. So what if they abandoned Yi Yunmeng? As long as they could climb the big tree of Haijia, the Yi family would be able to prosper forever. Yi Yunming's eyes were filled with tears. She was heartbroken. She had completely given up on this family. Looking at her brother's pale face, she finally nodded and said, Okay, I agree. Millions of kilometers away, the Sea of Darkness turned into a dead sea. Luo Tian's experience bar increased a little. He held Qianqian's hand and said, Go back to Phoenix Sky Mountain. Believe me, the fairy will not do anything to you. Qianqian, you have inherited the true teachings of the Phoenix Immortal. You must break through quickly and focus on cultivation. Don't worry about me. Not long later, he sent Qianqian and her mother away. Luo Tian and the rest entered the space-time crack again. Back to Misty Cloud City. The 5th chapter has been delivered. Thank you, brothers, for your support and rewards. There was no stockpile. It was completely an update after a chapter. In the afternoon, he would probably go out to do farm work. At night, Old Bull would desperately update again. Brothers, those who have monthly votes and recommendation votes, please support him. Chapter 1376. It had only been 10 days since Luo Tian returned from his heavy injuries. 10 days. It was as if it had been 10 years or even 100 years. The moment they landed on the peak of Cloud Mist Mountain, Luo Tian's face became extremely ugly. Huang Fuju let out a mournful roar and disappeared in an instant, searching for his daughter. At the scene, it was a tragic sight. Corpses were strewn all over the ground. The corpses were filled with maggots, rot, and stench. It was a completely different world from the Cloud Mist College 10 days ago. How could this be? What exactly happened here? Luo Tian clenched his fists, clenched them, and clenched them again. His nails sank into his flesh, and dark red blood dripped down from the gaps between his fingers. Too cruel. Even the evil Blood Demon King could not help but say, Even some underage children are not spared, and there are even many little girls. Even the evil demons would not be so cruel, this method. It's really too vicious. Cloud Mist College. Tens of thousands of students, regardless of whether they were from the Junior Academy or the Advanced Academy. As long as they didn't submit to the High family, they were all killed. Aside from a few who survived, the rest were all cruelly murdered. Moreover, all of them were Saint Spirit Realm and Emperor Realm masters. As soon as they attacked, they were cut down one by one like cabbages. Finally, there wasn't even a person to collect the corpses. They were left to rot and stink. Luo Tian walked on the road that was filled with corpses. The anger in his heart swelled crazily as he gritted his teeth and said 2 words, Haijia. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom. The killing intent released from Luo Tian's body was like that of a demon crawling up from hell. It was arrogant and fearless, and even the Blood Demon King was shocked. Suddenly, Xiao Bai's eyes moved and said, "Boss, there are still survivors." As soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Bai jumped a few times in the air and landed in front of a pagoda building. Luo Tian quickly followed. He saw there was a person hanging on the top floor of the pagoda, Dean of Heavenly Dragon. He was chained up by the dragon trapping chains and hung on the top of the pagoda. His long hair was scattered and his face was ashen, as if he was a dead man. Luo Tian immediately said, "Get him down." The Blood Demon King took a step forward and directly cut off the top layer of the pagoda, falling down together with the top layer of the pagoda. He then reminded Luo Tian, "This is the dragon trapping chain. Even an Emperor Realm Master can't break free from it." Luo Tian didn't have time to think about it. He stepped forward and cast regeneration. But the instant the regeneration spell fell, it bounced back and couldn't be applied to Sky Dragon. The Blood Demon King immediately said, "It's useless. Once you're locked up by the dragon trapping chain, no healing technique or even the most ordinary medicinal pills can be used. This is the strength of the dragon trapping chain. Unless you find the key, no one can open this chain. Or else, it was impossible for Haijia to hang the Sky Dragon here." Hai Tong Tian wanted everyone to know that this was the outcome of going against Haijia. So what if he was the Dean of Cloud Mist College? "If you offend Haijia, you still have to die." The Blood Demon King frowned and muttered, "I didn't expect the dragon trapping chain to appear in the ancient continent again. Rumor has it that it was thrown to another plane. I'm afraid that an extraordinary expert will appear this time." At this moment, Huangfu Ju rushed back and saw that Sky Dragon was tied up. When he saw the chains on his body, his face darkened. "Dragon trapping chain. It's actually the dragon trapping chain. Senior Brother Sky Dragon. Senior Brother Sky Dragon, wake up." Huangfu Ju shouted a few words. Sky Dragon didn't react. Luo Tian asked, "Uncle Huangfu, where are Yaya and the others? Did you find them?" Huangfu Ju shook his head and said, "No, I planted a thought in her body. That thought hasn't disappeared yet, which means that Yaya isn't dead yet. However, that thought seems to be isolated by some kind of barrier. I can't sense where she is. Along the way, I found that the people who died were all students from other places. The king family of Cloud City and Haijia. There wasn't a single disciple from these families." Luo Tian's eyes turned sinister and said, "It really is Haijia." "I didn't expect Haijia's power to be so great." Huangfu Ju said, "With the influence of the Crown Prince, he was able to heavily injure you in one move. You have to know that you are a divine grade talent, someone with the bloodline of the 4 divine beasts. But he defeated you in one move." This made those king families who were wavering immediately stand on the side of Haijia. It's just that I didn't expect Haijia to start a war at this time. Nor did I expect Cloud Mist College to be destroyed in an instant. It's all my fault. Huangfu Ju started to blame himself. At this moment, Sky Dragon's body moved slightly. Cough, cough, cough. "Junior brother Huangfu, you're finally back." He was incomparably weak. These days, the dragon trapping chains had been constantly absorbing his yuan qi. It was already a miracle that he was still alive. At this moment, Sky Dragon was like an old man with one foot in the grave. He had become extremely old and weak, as if he could die at any time. Huangfu Ju immediately rushed forward and said, "Senior brother, what happened here? What exactly happened? Where's Yaya? Where's Xiaoyao and the others? Where's Donglai?" Sky Dragon was heartbroken and blamed himself very much. He said in a low voice, "Other than Yaya and Lu Zhan, everyone is dead. All of them are dead. Woo-woo. It's all my fault. I didn't protect them well. It's all my fault for trusting that old fox Hai Tongtian. It's all my fault." As he spoke, he actually started to cry softly. An Emperor Realm powerhouse actually cried. Who could imagine? Luo Tian looked at Sky Dragon's self-blaming expression. His heart sank, and he said heavily, "It's all my fault. If I was stronger, I wouldn't have been ambushed by the Crown Prince, and I wouldn't have been seriously injured. Cloud Mist College wouldn't have become like this. I should be the one to bear all of this. I will do my best to make up for the mistakes I've made." While they were talking, Luo Tian turned around, heading towards the Haijia of Misty City. Huang Fuju immediately shouted at Luo Tian, "Luo Tian, stop right there! Your cultivation has indeed increased by a lot, but do you think you're a match for the Crown Prince? If not, then please don't act recklessly." Luo Tian was his last hope. If he acted recklessly, the consequences would be unimaginable. Luo Tian gritted his teeth so hard that they almost shattered. The hatred in his heart almost made him go berserk. He was very clear about his own strength. He was still not a match for the Crown Prince. But, looking at everything here, he couldn't help but wish that he could F***CK over the 18 generations of Haijia's ancestors. Blood Demon King and Xiao Bai stood at the side and looked at Luo Tian. They didn't say a word, nor did they know what to say. At this moment, a figure landed on the ground. Idiot Jew. That idiot Jew from the Azure Dragon clan. He looked at Luo Tian and relaxed. Right now, he couldn't care less and said, "Yi Yunmeng and the Crown Prince are getting married today. Luo Tian, there are already 100 experts from the Azure Dragon clan waiting 100 kilometers away. As long as you give the order, they will immediately move out." The 6th chapter has been delivered. Old Cow was still writing, and there was an update at night. "Brothers, do you still have monthly tickets?" Chapter 1377. Sha Zhu. Someone from the Azure Dragon clan. Sha Zhu was very special. Great wisdom may seem stupid. When he followed Luo Tian to the 4-Sea City, Luo Tian noticed that Sha Zhu wasn't an ordinary person. But he never would have thought that Sha Zhu was someone from the Azure Dragon clan. And Luo Tian didn't hear clearly. He asked, "What did you say?" Sha Zhu didn't continue to hide his identity. There was no need to hide his identity. According to what he knew, Huang Fuju already knew of his identity. And again, this was the order of the Azure Dragon Elder. Sha Zhu carefully said, "Yi Yunmeng and the Haijia Crown Prince's wedding." And the Crown Prince wasn't present. She was the only one at the wedding. And again, "My identity, I'm from the Azure Dragon clan. Ever since you awakened the bloodline of the 4 divine beasts, I've been secretly protecting you. However, I didn't do a good job. This time, I didn't stop the Crown Prince. If anything happens to you, I'll never be able to forgive myself." Of course, even if he intervened, it would be useless. He wasn't a match for the Haijia Crown Prince. Sha Zhu continued, "The bloodline of the 4 divine beasts appeared in you alone. This is the reincarnation of our ancestor. You are the reincarnation of our 4 divine beast clans' ancestor. This time, it wasn't just my Azure Dragon clan that came. The Vermilion Bird, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise clans also sent people to Misty City. But we came a bit late. When we arrived at Misty City, Cloud Mist College had already been slaughtered by the Haijia and the allied army. The Azure Dragon clan had sent people. The Vermilion Bird, Black Tortoise, and White Tiger clans had sent people as well. And all of them were elites. Originally, their goal was to protect Luo Tian. Then, if possible, they wanted to bring Luo Tian back to the 4 divine beasts continent, because they thought of Luo Tian as the reincarnation of their ancestor. Only the ancestor could merge the 4 bloodlines at the same time. Hearing this, Luo Tian's eyes tightened again. Yunmeng is getting married, and the Crown Prince isn't even here. Stupid Queen, why are you so stupid? How could you agree to such a thing? This is simply an insult to you. Silly Zhu said, "As far as I know, the reason why Yi Yunmeng agreed to this marriage was because the head of the Yi family, Yi Hong, threatened her with her brother's life. That's why she agreed, and Haijia kept saying you were dead. How silly. Luo Tian secretly clenched his fists. Looking at Silly Zhu, he said seriously, Silly Zhu, although I very much want the assistance of your 4 divine beasts clan, I still need to make things clear to you. I am not the reincarnation of one of the ancestors of your 4 divine beasts clan. The bloodline of the 4 divine beasts in my body isn't something I was born with. It was fused together. As for exactly how it was fused together, I cannot tell you. To put it simply, I am not the reincarnation of your ancestor. I hope that you can explain this clearly to the elders of the 4 divine beasts clan. He needed help badly. She needed it more than ever. However, Luo Tian didn't want the 4 divine beasts to help him for no reason at all. He had to make things clear. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to live with it. Silly Zhu was stunned. He stared at Luo Tian. After pausing for a few seconds, he said, fused with the bloodline of the 4 divine beasts. This is absolutely impossible. Young master, I know that you're thinking on behalf of our 4 divine beast clan. But our 4 divine beasts clan has never feared anyone. Even the crown prince, a child of the Tao of the heavens, has no fear. Today, our 4 divine beasts clan has come. No matter what, we want to fight by your side. He didn't believe it. In fact, Silly Zhu felt extremely moved in his heart. He felt that Luo Tian didn't want their 4 divine beasts clan to be drawn into the strife of the Central Plains. Huangfu Zhu looked at Luo Tian, his eyes trembling. Clearly, he was indicating to Luo Tian that he should accept the assistance of the 4 divine beasts clan. Also, at this moment, he had no choice but to accept it. Otherwise, they wouldn't be a match for the Hai family's allied army. One must know that the Hai family and those king families had at least 15 Emperor Realm Masters in their allied army. This was definitely the strongest alliance in the central region. Luo Tian's heart tightened. And then, Luo Tian said in a low voice, All right. Silly Zhu, it's morning right now. It's noon. The 4 divine beasts clan will enter Misty Cloud City from 4 different directions. Their target is Haijia. Silly Zhu laughed excitedly. Understood. I'll go report this to the elders. After speaking, he took a step forward, and with a low dragon roar, he disappeared into the horizon in the blink of an eye. Huangfu Zhu walked forward and said, The crown prince isn't here. This is our best chance to counterattack. If we want to fight, then we have to uproot Haijia. Otherwise, once the crown prince returns, we won't have any hope at all. In the beginning, he had been worried because they were alone. But now, with the help of the 4 divine beasts clan, the situation was different. Not to mention, the 4 divine beasts clan was the most powerful clan in the ancient continent. Luo Tian looked at the sky and said to Little White, Little White, make a trip to Immeasurable City. Tell Karen to bring the Saint Knight regiment over. They have to arrive before noon. Little White immediately said, Don't worry, boss. Don't worry about me. With a movement of the void, they disappeared in the blink of an eye. The more power they had, the more chances they had of winning. At this time, Luo Tian couldn't care too much. Karen's Saint Knight regiment was able to break through to the Emperor realm. They were one of Luo Tian's trump cards. Luo Tian then said to Huangfu Zhu, Uncle Huangfu, move Dean Tianlong to a safe place. I will find the key to the dragon trapping chains. At noon, bring Dean Tianlong to Haijia and meet me there. Huangfu Zhu said, All right. Luo Tian, I have nothing to say at this time. Since we're going to fight, let's fight to our heart's content. Luo Tian nodded and said, I know. I will make Haijia tremble. I will make Haijia and the Alliance army regret what they have done. I will take revenge for those seniors who died in Cloud Mist College. I will definitely. Killing intent surged as he spoke. Huangfu Zhu looked at Luo Tian with a heavy gaze. Then he carried the unconscious Tianlong and disappeared into the space-time crack. Now, only Blood Demon King and Luo Tian were left. Blood Demon King said, Master, there are still more than 4 hours until noon. Shouldn't we do something? The corners of Luo Tian's mouth curled up, revealing a grim smile as he said, Of course I have to do something. Blood Demon King asked, What is the goal? Luo Tian smiled and said, Follow me. Misty City E-Family. It was decorated with lanterns and streamers. The wedding procession was several streets long. The Crown Prince's wedding was naturally grand. This made Yi Hong and Yi Xian very happy. The Yi family was also in the limelight. In addition, the gifts they received today were like a small mountain. This made them smile from ear to ear. Half an hour ago, the wedding procession left the Yi family. Who would have thought that a woman could be exchanged for so many benefits? Ha ha ha. The prosperity of the Yi family is coming. Yi Hong couldn't help but laugh loudly. Suddenly, a figure descended from the sky. Yi Hong, get out here for me. Chapter 7 delivered. Old Nio is really tired. That's all for today. Brothers, Old Nio thanks you for your support. We will continue tomorrow. Good night. Chapter 1378. Yi Hong was counting the numerous treasure gifts with his father in the hall. His father was the ancestor of the Yi family, Yi Xian. Suddenly, he heard a loud roar. Yi Hong was enraged. Where did this bastard come from? How dare he cause trouble in the Yi family? Yi Feng, twist his head off for me. A young man cupped his hands. Father, I'll make him kneel and apologize. Yi Hong shouted, Didn't you hear me? I want you to twist his head off. The young man bowed. I'll go now. He had been fuming for the past few days. He was also the patriarch of the Yi family. Being scolded by Yi Qianqing in front of so many elders made him extremely unhappy. He had already made up his mind from the beginning. After Yi Yunmeng obediently married into the Hai family, he would immediately secretly kill Yi Qianqing to vent the hatred in his heart. He had not done so yet because he was attracted by the pile of treasures. Father and son were grinning from ear to ear. Divine pills. Father, look at the pills. The entire Yi family only has 2 of them. I didn't expect Haijia to give 3 of them as a betrothal gift. If I take this pill, my cultivation will improve again. What's a divine pill? Look at this sword. It's a semi-divine weapon. It's worth 100 divine pills. Let me see. Oh my god, it's really a F** King Demigod artifact. A little girl has given me so many good things. This is such a good deal. Ha ha ha. Yi Hong laughed loudly. He had treated Yi Yunmeng as an item from the start. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that this item would actually bring him so many benefits. Bang! There was a loud noise in the yard. A shadow flew straight in. It crashed into the mountain of gifts. Boom! The gifts exploded. The divine pills in Yi Hong's hand fell to the ground. The muscles in his eyes twitched. His eyes were fierce and angry. He looked at the person in the pile of gifts, and his pupils shrank. Fenger! In less than 10 seconds, Yi Feng, who was at the peak of the myriad illusions realm, was directly sent to the afterlife by Luo Tian in one move. He had a son when he was old. Yi Hong hadn't expected his son to die before his own. Seeing his son's tragic death, Yi Hong went berserk and released his thunderous rage. He roared, Who dares to kill my son? I will make him suffer a fate worse than death. The illusions overlapped. A cool breeze blew past. A figure landed in front of Yi Hong. Luo Tian. With a grim smile on his face, Luo Tian looked at the furious Yi Hong and said with a smile, I killed him. Yi Hong's eyes widened. Bastard, give me your life. Without another word. The Yi clan's heaven's sorrow palm was a god-level technique. It was as if the heavens were weeping as the palm came crashing down from the 9 heavens, bringing with it a strong gust of wind. The tiles on the roof flew out wildly. For a moment, sand and stones flew everywhere, and his vision gradually blurred. Luo Tian raised his eyes slightly and raised his right foot. Heaven's sorrow palm, right? I'll let you have a taste of heaven's foot. He stretched out his right foot and stood on his left foot. In that instant, the awakened for divine beast's bloodline surged into his right foot as he shouted in his heart, "God explosion! Open for me!" Buzz. Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! A surging wave of energy erupted. Then, Luo Tian kicked out. Bam! Rumble, rumble, rumble. The sound of a strong collision and an intense explosion resounded throughout the entire misty cloud city. Luo Tian stood in place, without moving. Yi Hong retreated continuously, the blood and qi in his chest rolling, and he could not help but spit out a mouthful of blood. His mind was overwhelmed with shock, and his eyes turned sinister as he shouted, "Who exactly are you? How did the Yi family offend you? And do you know where this is? Do you know the relationship between the Yi family and Haijia?" In his opinion, in the entire central region, no one dared to touch his Yi family, because the Yi family and Haijia were connected by marriage, and more importantly, Yun Meng was the crown prince's wife. Just based on this, even the Haijia would not do anything out of line to the Yi family, let alone kill his son. "Ha!" Luo Tian laughed coldly and said, "Luo Tian, you should be familiar with it." Yi Hong's eyes shook. "Impossible. You were severely injured by the crown prince in one move. Although you did not die on the spot, the crown prince had asserted that you would not live for more than 5 days, but now his cultivation has actually reached the Holy Spirit realm. This is absolutely impossible. The crown prince's words are definitely not wrong. You are not Luo Tian. Who exactly are you?" He did not believe it. No one would believe it, even if it was left there. How could he be fine after being injured like that? It was even more impossible to break through from the 1,000 illusion realm to the Holy Spirit realm in just 10 days. Luo Tian did not argue for his identity, and asked coldly, "Let me ask you, did you force Yun Meng to marry the crown prince?" Yi Hong laughed coldly. "Force? So what if I did? To be able to marry the crown prince is her supreme glory. Did you see if she did not marry the crown prince, would our Yi family receive so many spirit treasures as gifts? Ha! She is just a tool of mine." He did not hide it. There was nothing to hide. Luo Tian narrowed his eyes and asked again, "Let me ask you again, where is Yi Qianqing?" Yi Hong laughed. "That piece of dog shit? Don't worry, he is not dead yet, but he is not far from death. He still wants to resist me. Why don't you take a look at how strong he is? Just based on his trash, how can he be my opponent? Hand him over. I can leave you a complete corpse." Luo Tian said faintly. Suddenly, Yi Hong's body suddenly moved, and he shouted, "You dog, you are still so arrogant even when you are about to die. Do you think it is so easy to enter my Yi family?" As soon as he finished, a figure rushed over again. Yi Hong's fists moved and directly attacked the space between Luo Tian's eyebrows. The distance was too short, the speed was too fast, and Yi Hong's cultivation was at the peak of the Holy Spirit realm. This kind of short distance, explosive power was too strong. Luo Tian's gaze became gloomy. "You're courting death." When he was in the myriad illusion boundary, he could easily crush a saint spirit realm cultivator. Now that he was in the saint spirit realm, as long as his opponent wasn't an emperor realm master, he wouldn't put them in his eyes. What was a mere Yi Hong worth? However, what Luo Tian did not expect was that Yi Hong's attack was just a feint. Just as Luo Tian was focusing all his attention on him, a powerful force gushed out from the hull, and a palm came crashing down. Luo Tian's mind was slightly shaken, and his eyes turned sinister. An emperor realm ranker? Ha! The Yi family is a king family, so naturally they have emperor realm rankers. You dog, go to hell. Yi Hong laughed proudly. At this moment, a blood demon fell from the sky. The first chapter has been delivered. I woke up at 6 to write. Today's update began. An old cow was writing with all his might. A new day has begun. Brothers, where are your new tickets? Let me see them, okay? Chapter 1379. The moment Yi Xian launched his sneak attack, the Blood Demon King, who was hiding in the dark, also moved. Yi Xian was only a fourth-order Emperor Realm expert, while the Blood Demon King was a peak Emperor Realm expert. In terms of speed, Yi Xian was too slow. The Blood Demon King instantly landed, raised his palm, and slapped down fiercely. "Damn it, you dare to sneak attack my master! You're courting death!" Boom! Pa! The world spun, and stars appeared in front of his eyes. The fourth-order Emperor Realm Yi Xian was thrown to the ground like a puppy, unable to react for a moment. What happened? I'm a fourth-order Emperor Realm expert. Who can make me fall to the ground in one move? Even Huang Fuju and Tianlong, the top 10 experts, can't do it. Dumbfounded, Yi Hong also stood there dumbfounded, his eyes dazed. Without waiting for him to react, the Blood Demon King stepped on Yi Xian's chest and spat a mouthful of thick phlegm on his face. "Pah! A trash like you dares to sneak attack." Pooh! Under his chest, his internal organs were crushed. A mouthful of black blood spurted out. The intense pain also woke Yi Xian up from his coma. His eyes widened, and his aura was incomparably ferocious. He growled in a deep voice, "Do you know who I am?" Without waiting for him to finish, the Blood Demon King leaned over and slapped him again. "I don't care who you are, so what if you're the King of Heaven? I'll still torture you to death." Pa! A ruthless slap. Yi Xian's cheeks instantly swelled up, and the palm print was clearly visible. At this moment, the physical defense of an Emperor Realm expert was like a decoration, completely useless. After 2 slaps, Yi Xian was even angrier. Yi Hong also woke up from his shock and shouted in a deep voice, "The Yi family and Haijia are already connected by marriage. If you dare to touch a hair of our Yi family, the Haijia will not let you go. The Crown Prince will not let you go." Luo Tian sneered. "I don't dare to touch a hair of yours, right? Hit him to death." Suddenly, Luo Tian was infuriated. Blood Demon King's slaps were like raindrops, left and right slaps, hitting Yi Xian until he was dizzy. He couldn't react at all, not to mention resisting. He couldn't even release the slightest bit of strength. He was completely crushed. Yi Hong's eyes were bloodshot. Seeing his father beaten to a pulp, he turned and stared at Luo Tian, shouting again, "Who are you? What are you doing here?" Luo Tian said, "Hand over Yi Qianqing." Judging from the layout of the scene, Yi Yunming should have been taken away. In that case, then, he could only go to Haijia. Before going to Haijia, Luo Tian had to ensure Yi Qianqing's safety. He couldn't let Yi Qianqing threaten him with his life again. Otherwise, he would fall into a passive situation again. Today, it would definitely be a day that would go down in history. It was a big day for them to do something big. It was also a day of slaughter. Yi Hong couldn't understand why the man in front of him wanted Yi Qianqing. However, at this time, he didn't have the time to think about it. He immediately shouted, "Bring Yi Qianqing up." At this moment, Luo Tian raised his hand and said to Blood Demon King, "Stop for a moment." Blood Demon King got up and kicked Yi Xian out. He said disdainfully, "If you dare to be disrespectful to my master again, I will beat the shit out of you." Pung! Yi Xian hit the steps and spat out a few mouthfuls of black blood. He didn't have the arrogant look anymore. Emperor Realm? Super strong? So what? Yi Xian had never imagined that he would be crushed to such an extent. He stared at the Blood Demon King, his eyes filled with fear. He even suspected that the Blood Demon King was a god-ranked expert. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been crushed to such an extent. After a moment, Yi Qianqing was carried up. He was nailed to a huge tree stump. His collarbone, palms, waist, and feet were nailed with a total of 8 huge black nails. Blood flowed all over his body, his hair was messy, and he was on the verge of death. He weakly raised his eyelids and said with a sneer, "Yi Hong, you old dog, what do you want to do to me? If you have the guts, kill me. I won't let you go even if I become a ghost. Haha. Boom. Luo Tian clenched his fists, his anger soaring to the heavens. Several months ago, Yi Qianqing had used his blood essence to heal his damaged dantian and restore his strength, turning him into a lively young man. But now he was no different from a dead man. The killing intent in his heart rose to the sky. Luo Tian took a step forward and said with a trembling voice, "Qianqing." Yi Qianqing raised his eyes and saw Luo Tian. At this moment, the defense in his heart collapsed. His eyes couldn't stop gushing out. "Luo Tian brother, Luo Tian brother, Luo Tian brother, quick, quick, quick save my sister." He was excited. His body also had a little strength to struggle. The 8 wounds on his body split open once again, and blood gushed out from them. "Luo Tian. You are really Luo Tian?" At this time, Yi Hong finally believed that the man in front of him was Luo Tian. His heart suddenly tightened. At the same time, he sneered and said coldly, "Luo Tian, you want to save him, right? Kneel down and kowtow, or I will kill him immediately." He thought Luo Tian was the same as Yi Yunmeng. He thought that by threatening Luo Tian with Yi Qianqing, he would give in. He thought that he would win again this time. However, these were all Yi Hong thought. In fact, Luo Tian walked forward step by step. His eyes were extremely cold. His whole person was like the death god who crawled out of hell. The aura emitted from his body was suffocating and terrifying. Yi Hong's mouth and tongue were dry. He said fiercely, "Did you hear what I said? I told you to kneel down. Kneel down. Do you hear me? If you dare to take another step forward, I will immediately kill." Not waiting for him to finish his words, Luo Tian's palm moved. A vigorous force directly condensed into a sword of strength. The long sword swept. Yi Hong suddenly felt a tingling sensation on his neck, and a trace of blood flowed out. He wanted to speak, but no matter how hard he tried, he couldn't speak. Moreover, he felt a chill run down his spine. His eyes widened as he saw a huge shadow standing behind Luo Tian. It was the shadow of a death god holding a death scythe. Finally, his head fell to the ground. Half of his body was still standing there, swaying. A prompt sounded in his mind. Luo Tian didn't care. He walked to Yi Qianqing's side and said, "Don't cry, don't cry. Everything will be fine. Everything will be fine. Your sister will also be fine." Immediately, Luo Tian let out a deep breath. 8 waves of strength qi were released, directly landing on the giant nail. The idea moved and let out a roar towards the sky. 8 suction forces directly sucked the giant nail out. Yi Qianqing also fainted from the pain. Luo Tian quickly used the regeneration technique to heal him. At the same time, Luo Tian shouted to Blood Demon King, "Kill! Don't leave a single one alive!" The second chapter was delivered. Old Cow went to wash his face and brush his teeth first. As for breakfast, did cows need to eat breakfast? Cows should work hard to plow the fields. No, it should be writing with all its might. Chapter 1380. Fresh blood splattered everywhere. Corpses were everywhere. Kill. This was a massacre in the truest sense of the word. However, Luo Tian didn't show any mercy at all, because these people deserved to die. They attacked Cloud Mist College for Haijia. These people rushed to the front and killed the most students of Cloud Mist College. On Yi Yunming's matter, they could not wait to raise all 4 hands in approval. Yi Qianqing was messed up so badly. No one in the entire Yi family came to plead for mercy. Some mocked, despised, and were excited to be a part of Haijia because they were about to have a marriage alliance with Haijia. Why was there a need to show mercy to such a heartless family? The Blood Demon King killed in all directions. For a moment, there were screams and chaos. As long as they were warriors, they were not spared. As for Yi family's ancestor, Yi Xian, Luo Tian stood in front of him. Looking at him dying, he said coldly, "Unfortunately, you are on the wrong side." Originally, Your Yi family could have been prosperous forever. Unfortunately, today, you will be uprooted." After saying that, Luo Tian stomped on Yi Xian's head. His eyes instantly turned sinister. He looked in the direction of Haijia and said in a deep voice, "Hai Tong Tian, the next one is you." Haijia. It was decorated with lanterns and colored banners. It was very lively. All the upper-class nobles in Cloud, Mist City, came to celebrate. The Fair family held a grand banquet with 999 tables set up. There was an endless stream of guests. Among them, the lowest cultivation level was at the peak of illusions. Those forces and families in Cloud Mist City were proud of receiving Haijia's invitation. They even put in a lot of effort to find precious things as gifts. Compared to the Yi family, the congratulatory gifts received by the Fair family were really piled up like a mountain. It filled up another courtyard, Haijia's secret meeting hall. Hai Tongtian had a cold smile on his face. He narrowed his eyes and said, "I didn't expect you to survive and even raise your cultivation level to the Holy Spirit realm. You actually destroyed the Yi family. Luo Tian, oh Luo Tian, I can't help but admire you. You really surprised me." After receiving the news that Luo Tian had returned to Cloud Mist City and destroyed the Yi family, Hai Tongtian immediately gathered the Haijia elders for an emergency meeting in a secret room. So what if he's back? Now that the situation has changed, I don't believe that Luo Tian can overturn the situation. An elder said disdainfully. He didn't put Luo Tian in his eyes at all. Indeed, right now, the Hai family was the most powerful existence in the central continent, the alliance of king clans. The Fair family had 15 Emperor Realm Masters and countless peak Holy Spirit Realm Masters. No matter where these people were placed, they would be super powerful and unshakable existences, even in the strongest 4 divine beasts continent. Luo Tian, that bastard, is really a cockroach that can't be killed. This time, we can't let him leave alive. That's right. Patriarch, that Luo Tian once put Haijia in danger. If he dares to come here today, we can't let him leave alive. Also, I suggest that we ask the Haijia's old ancestor and the Emperor Realm experts guarding Haijia to come out of seclusion. That's right. There's also the 8 great king clans of Misty Cloud City. Ask them to invite their old ancestor out. This time, we will absolutely crush all heaven and consign them to eternal damnation. We will let them know what it means to be the #1 force in the Central Plains. Many elders expressed their thoughts. Their thoughts were exactly what Hai Tongtian was thinking. Using cannons to kill mosquitoes? Not enough. If they wanted to fight, they had to use nuclear bombs. They had to make that little mosquito despair. Hai Tongtian smiled and said, "Pass down my order. Even if it's the Crown Prince's wedding today, all the Emperor Realm experts of the King clans must be present. Sanqing, go and inform the old ancestor and the Emperor Realm experts guarding Haijia to come out of seclusion and guard Haijia." "Understood. I'll do it right away." After a while, a smug sneer appeared on Hai Tongtian's face. The image of Luo Tian kneeling in front of him and begging for mercy appeared in his mind. "Luo Tian, let's see how you can jump around this time." Another elder said, "Patriarch, should we inform the Crown Prince?" Hai Tongtian immediately shook his head and said, "The Crown Prince is in seclusion to break through to the peak Emperor realm so that he can pass the heavenly tribulation and condense his godhead. No one is allowed to disturb him." If 15 Emperor Realm experts couldn't even deal with Luo Tian, how could they still have the face to live in this world? Besides, Hai Tongtian knew very well that the Crown Prince wasn't in the ancient continent at all. He had entered a small world specially created by the heavenly way for him to cultivate, a world filled with the power of the heavenly way. He believed that it wouldn't be long before the Crown Prince came out of seclusion and successfully passed the heavenly tribulation, becoming the first God Realm Master in the ancient continent to break through to the void in tens of thousands of years. When that time came, Haijia would become the #1 family in the ancient continent. In a new room that had been decorated, Yunmeng took off her veil and stared blankly at the flame of the candle. Her mind was filled with the image of Luo Tian. Luo Tian, it won't be long before I come to accompany you. A world without you has lost its meaning to me. Wait for me. It won't be long before I come to accompany you. Yunmeng had married into Haijia. Tomorrow, she would make a request to Hai Tongtian, asking Yihong to release her younger brother and let him leave the central continent as soon as possible. After that, it would be the time for her to end her life. The news of Luo Tian's death made her lose all hope of living. She had been waiting for the moment when Luo Tian came back from being a Heavens contestant and cured the Black Dragon Scorpion King poison on her face. She was also waiting for the day when Luo Tian would marry her. But that day could no longer come true. Suddenly, the door was pushed open. Hai Tongtian walked in with a sneer on his face. Yunming's eyes remained motionless as she coldly said, "What are you doing here?" Hai Tongtian smiled and said, "I'm here to tell you a piece of good news." "I'm sure you'll be very happy to hear it." Yunmeng remained unmoved. Her expression was still cold as she said, "If you have something to say, then say it quickly. If it wasn't for my son liking you, you would already be dead. How dare you speak to me in such a tone? Humph." Hai Tongtian coldly snorted and then sneered, "Your little lover Luo Tian is back." Yunmeng sat up. Her eyes suddenly moved as she stared at Hai Tongtian and said, Luo Tian, he didn't die?" Seeing Yunming's happy expression, Hai Tongtian clenched his teeth. The muscles on his face twitched, and he took the opportunity to slap her. "Slut, you must be very happy to hear that Luo Tian is not dead, right? However, don't be happy too early. He's not dead now, but it won't be long before he dies." Yunmeng was thrown to the ground by the slap. However, she didn't care about the pain on her face at all. She was still laughing very happily, and said, "Hai Tongtian, you can't kill him, ha ha ha." "Not a single one of you Haijia can kill him, ha ha ha." Hai Tongtian laughed coldly and said, "It doesn't matter, if we can't kill him, there's still you." "Men, lock this slut up for me." The 3rd chapter was delivered. The old cow was still writing with all her might, seeking support. Chapter 1381. No, sister, don't. Qianqing suddenly woke up. His entire body was covered in cold sweat, and his face was pale. When he saw Luo Tian sitting beside him, he immediately grabbed Luo Tian's arm and said, "Brother Luo Tian, save my sister. Quickly save my sister. They actually want my sister to marry a piece of the crown prince's clothes." His expression was agitated. Qianqing treated Yunmeng as the most important person in his life. The siblings had relied on each other since they were young, desperately cultivating. It could be said that they had climbed out from a pile of corpses. They wanted to become stronger and get rid of the family's control, but they were too weak. Luo Tian gently patted Qianqing's shoulder, indicating for him to calm down, and said, it'll be fine, your sister will definitely be fine, I promise you." They actually wanted her to marry a piece of the crown prince's clothes. This Luo Tian gritted his teeth and said to Qianqing, "Now that there is no family, you can rest here and recuperate. You don't have to worry about your sister. I will save her." Finished. Luo Tian stepped out of the room. Coming to the courtyard, he looked at the scorching sun above his head. There was still some time before noon. However, Luo Tian couldn't wait any longer. Blood Demon King felt the anger on Luo Tian's body and said, "Master, where are you going?" "Haijia," Luo Tian said. Blood Demon King immediately said, "Aren't we waiting for them? There's still an hour before noon. Why don't we wait a little longer?" "We can't wait any longer." Luo Tian's eyes turned sinister. He could no longer suppress his killing intent and said, "I want the life of that old dog Hai Tongtian right now." As soon as his voice faded, Luo Tian took a step forward. and instantly moved 1,000 meters away. Blood Demon King was shocked and immediately chased after him, shouting, "Master, listen to me. Just now I sensed that there were more than 10 Emperor Realm experts in Hyjia. If we go like this, I'm afraid, even if it was him." He wasn't 100% sure. One had to know. He was a peak Emperor Realm Master. But there were also peak Emperor Realm Masters in Hyjia, and there was more than one. Or else, the Blood Demon King would not say such a thing. In his rage, Luo Tian didn't care about anything else. He only wanted to take Hai Tongtian's dog life. Immediately after, Luo Tian said, "I can't wait any longer. You actually want Yin Meng to marry a piece of clothing. Crown Prince, oh Crown Prince, you're really arrogant. Even if you're here today, I'm going to F***CK your Hyjia ancestors." Rumble, rumble, rumble. A series of explosions rang out. Ferocious anger and killing intent raged in the air. A moment later, in the skies above Hyjia, Luo Tian bellowed, "Hai Tongtian, you old dog, get out here!" Rumble. A furious roar shook the surroundings, and everyone in Misty Cloud City heard it. The 999 tables below Luo Tian's feet were naturally the same. Some of them had seen Luo Tian before and revealed looks of shock. "Luo Tian. It's Luo Tian. He actually didn't die. He actually ran here, ha. Then he's as good as dead." Huang Tianyu glanced at Luo Tian in the sky and mocked loudly. "Luo Tian, you piece of trash, are you here to die today? Your woman is about to marry the crown prince, ha. Shouldn't you come and celebrate? You're courting death." Luo Tian spat out 2 words. With a flip of his right hand, a Holy Spirit realm power condensed out. He aimed at Huang Tianyu's head and struck down with his palm. Bam! His body turned into dust, and he was instantly killed. Huang Tianyu, who was merely at the Grandian realm, was easier to kill than an ant to Luo Tian. The entire square suddenly fell silent. No one had expected Luo Tian to kill him the moment he came up. "Hai Tong Tian, get out here!" Luo Tian roared again, and his consciousness was like the sea, wildly releasing it. The powerful consciousness pressure crushed countless people, and the early stage Holy Spirit realm experts couldn't resist at all. They directly hugged their heads and screamed in pain. "Don't be so arrogant." Boom! A sharp arrow shot out. A flag exploded in the arena of Hyjia's martial arts arena. The sharp arrow shot towards Luo Tian. The power was like the sea, tearing through the void. Luo Tian moved his right fist, and the power of the 4 divine beasts surged on his fist as he punched forward. Break! Bam! An explosion sounded. The incomparably thick arrow split from the center, directly splitting into 2 halves. Hai Tongtian's face was secretly shocked. I didn't expect his cultivation to improve so much in just 10 days. If I don't get rid of this kid today, he will definitely become the strongest obstacle in Hyjia in the future. In an instant, Hai Tongtian sneered, "Luo Tian, you really dare to come. Today, I will definitely let you die here. Where are the disciples of the sea god list?" Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One figure after another flew into the air. These were all super assassins in the top 50 of the sea god list, and they were also the most elite among the Hyjia disciples. Each of their cultivation was above the Holy Spirit realm, and they surrounded Luo Tian in half a breath's time. "Kill!" Hai Tong Tian ordered. Those disciples all moved instantly. Rumble, rumble, rumble. The space was about to crack. Their attacks were very simple, and they were all aimed at the same point, where Luo Tian's life gate was. Assassins. They were focused on speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. These people were all super assassins who had experienced hundreds of battles. They knew how powerful Luo Tian was, and they were very clear about his ability, so they gathered all their power in one place. The power of 50 Holy Spirit realm cultivators gathered at one point. Even an Emperor realm powerhouse would find it difficult to resist. Luo Tian raised his eyes and said coldly to Hai Tong Tian, "Sea God List, right? Today, I will turn them into Sea Ghost List. Xing Tian. Transform. Rumble!" With a loud sound, Luo Tian transformed into Xing Tian, the god of war. This was not the Xing Tian of the Tian Shan continent. That Xing Tian was restricted by the laws of space, and even if he used it, he could not exert much power. This transformation was different. This was the system reward when he broke through to the Holy Spirit realm. Kacha! 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 His body crazily changed. In less than a tenth of a second, Luo Tian turned into the ancient god of war, Xing Tian. He held the heavens, splitting divine axe in his hand, and his eyes were filled with the might of a god of war. Immediately after, he took a step and raised the heavens, splitting divine axe with both hands. Total annihilation. Break! Walala! 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 The strong wind was like a thin line cutting through space. A thin spatial crack appeared 10 meters away from Luo Tian's body in a 360-degree circle. The space was cut open. The 50 disciples on the Sea God list. Their bodies were cut in half. 50 people were killed in an instant. The 4th chapter has been delivered. Old cow will go and eat lunch first. The 5th chapter will be delivered at around 1 o'clock. Chapter 1382. Bang! 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 His body split in half and fell from the sky, smashing onto the banquet tables. The food hadn't been served yet. It was a bloody feast of human flesh. The entire place was silent, staring at Luo Tian, who was releasing the might of the war god. They couldn't help but gulp. 50 people had been killed in an instant. They were Haijia's strongest elite assassins. But in front of Luo Tian, they weren't even as good as cabbages. Too strong. What kind of power is this? Transformation. Transformation. It's a new transformation. What kind of cultivation method is he cultivating? He can even transform into the ancient war god Xingtian. Too terrifying. Too terrifying. The guests who had been sitting at the banquet tables, ready to watch the show, now covered their heads and fled to Hai Tongtian's arena. Their eyes were filled with fear. Hai Tongtian gnashed his teeth in hatred. This time, Luo Tian's strength had increased explosively. 50 of the Fair family's experts were killed in a single move. This was too hateful. Luo Tian's eyes moved, and he said arrogantly, "You can't even withstand a single blow." Hai Tongtian, the sea god list is too trashy. How can trash like this stop me? He was abnormally arrogant. Without waiting for Hai Tongtian to speak, Luo Tian continued, "You must be very angry right now. You must want to cut me into 8 pieces. Ha ha ha. I'll tell you a secret. Your youngest son, Hyosaurus, was also killed by me. Today, I'll let you and your father reunite." He said it directly. Hyosaurus's death was a mystery. Because of his death, the crown prince was angry. Hai Tongtian had been investigating, but he had no clue. Now that Luo Tian said it, his eyes widened in anger. He couldn't suppress the anger in his heart and exploded. "Luo Tian, very angry, aren't you? Your son deserved to die. Do you know why he deserved to die? Because he offended me, Luo Tian." Luo Tian's eyes turned ferocious. "You damn old dog, you deserve to die. Ever since Hyosaurus poisoned Yunmeng, I swore to myself that if I don't get rid of all 18 generations of your Haijia ancestors, I'm not human." His voice was like thunder as he spoke word by word. Exceptionally valiant. Too presumptuous. Haijia's old ancestor glared at Luo Tian. His powerful emperor realm cultivation surged towards Luo Tian like a raging tide, and a huge palm sealed off all of Luo Tian's escape routes. Kneel. A powerful force came crashing down. Luo Tian was still in the transformed state of war god Xingtian, based on previous experience. The transformation system couldn't kill an emperor realm master, but today he wanted to break through his shackles. He gripped the heaven, splitting divine axe with both hands and frowned. Phew! Suck! Breathe! 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 His breathing slowly calmed down, and his mind and sea of consciousness entered a state of selflessness. The huge palm pressed down. Luo Tian's long hair flew in the air, his robes rustled, and his whole body swayed in the strong wind. The aura of the Emperor realm enveloped him layer by layer. It kept shrinking. It kept crushing. Luo Tian didn't move. When the palm was less than 3 meters away from him, his eyes suddenly widened in anger. Slash! On his arms, the azure dragon appeared and the white tiger appeared. A dragon and a tiger responded to each other from left and right. Luo Tian's arms also immediately expanded. Blue veins popped out, and the power crushed the space, causing the space to explode. As soon as the word slash fell, Luo Tian didn't immediately slash down. Instead, he was waiting for the Haijia old ancestor to catch up. Bang! Boom! The palm blasted down. Black tortoises, thick defense blocked it. Kacha! Kacha! Black tortoises' defense cracked, constantly regenerating, cracking, regenerating, and finally completely disintegrating. Ancient tree. Hundreds of leaves fluttered down, forming an even stronger defense again. The power of the Emperor realm was too terrifying. If it weren't for these superpowers, Luo Tian wouldn't have been able to resist at all. In less than 10 breaths of time, Luo Tian stood still with a savage sneer on his face. You actually didn't die? The Haijia old ancestor was completely enraged. His body landed in front of Luo Tian, and his palm attacked again. It was also at this moment. The sky-splitting divine axe, which had been brewing for a long time, cut through the sky and chopped down. Luo Tian roared to the sky, Die! The battle axe towered into the clouds. The clouds broke open. The sky also broke open. 1 layer, 2 layers, 3 layers. The 9th layer was also broken open, as if it was broken by the power of the battle axe. The power of the 9th heaven was operating. The sky was raging. The battle axe carried the power of the 9th heaven. Luo Tian's mind was extremely excited. The power of the 9th heaven divine axe slash of the god of war Xing Tian was too terrifying. It could actually absorb the power of the 9th heaven. Luo Tian was excited. Destroy! Walala! 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 The sky exploded. It was as if bolts of incomparably thick lightning were descending vertically. That kind of power was incomparable. The Haijia old ancestor's face changed drastically. The strong wind crushed him, and he couldn't even raise his head. A trace of fear appeared in his mind. He didn't expect Luo Tian to be able to withstand his attack. Not only that, he could also release such a powerful force. Was he still human? However, after all, he was an Emperor realm powerhouse. He had thousands of years of cultivation. In the face of the 9th heaven divine axe slash, his mind and spirit were one. An Emperor realm barrier condensed to protect him, forming an Emperor realm light shield. Heaven, earth, mystic yellow shield. Wang, the light shield made a buzzing sound. The world's essence chi within 10,000 miles was instantly sucked up by the heaven-earth mystic yellow shield. With him as the center, the world's essence chi spun wildly. The more it spun, the bigger it became. Ha ha ha. The Haijia secret technique, the strongest defensive divine grade cultivation technique. The heaven-earth mystic yellow shield. No matter how strong Luo Tian is, he can't break it. He will be turned into ashes by the rebound force. That's right. If Luo Tian can't break the heaven-earth mystic yellow shield, he will die. It's not so much a defensive divine grade cultivation technique. It's more of a passive offensive cultivation technique. Just when the Haijia old ancestor was feeling proud, the azure dragon wrapped around Luo Tian's arm directly flew up and rushed into the heavens, splitting divine axe. The white tiger roared and also rushed in. The 9th heaven divine axe slash was upgraded. the azure dragon and white tiger ninth heaven slash. The slash blasted down. Kacha! There was no light in the world. It was dark within 10,000 miles, as if they had fallen into a chaotic world. Then, the strong light was dazzling. The heaven-earth mystic yellow shield cracked. The azure dragon and white tiger ninth heaven slash fell, directly hitting the Haijia old ancestor's forehead. The divine axe hummed, as if it couldn't cut down. Luo Tian roared, "God, explosion!" Boom! His strength instantly multiplied. Pa! The Haijia old ancestor's body was split into two. Die! Explode! The 5th chapter has been delivered. There are more chapters today. Old Ox will write when he comes back tonight. Those who have tickets, please support me. Old Ox is fighting with his life. Chapter 1383. First Order Emperor Realm. Siajura, dead. Moreover, he was split into two by Luo Tian's axe. The entire city fell silent. Haijia's old ancestor was actually killed by Luo Tian's axe? How is this possible? Heavens, what happened? The heaven-earth mystic yellow shield was destroyed in less than a second. Is Luo Tian still human? He only used one move to kill Hai Shila. He's an Emperor Realm master. Isn't it said that everyone below the Emperor Realm is an ant? Luo Tian is only a second order Holy Spirit. How can he kill an Emperor Realm expert like Siajura? Discussions were everywhere. Everyone was shocked, and even the Emperor Realm masters were aghast, especially the few Haijia experts. They were more shocked than the others because they knew how strong the defense of the dark yellow shield of heaven and earth was, but it was broken directly. How much power did the axe contain? Their minds were shaken. Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for killing Siajura. Reward: 500 million experience points, 200 million vitality points. Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow Shield. Do you wish to cultivate it? Congratulations to player Luo Tian for obtaining. A series of notifications rang out. The moment Siajura was killed, his soul floated up and was absorbed by the ancient tree. Luo Tian glanced at the Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow Shield's attributes and was shocked. I didn't expect this skill's defense to be so strong. If I hadn't added the power of the Azure Dragon and White Tiger, I'm afraid I would be the one dead. The 9 Heavens axe slash was indeed powerful. It carried the power of the 9 heavens with it. It was indeed very strong. However, this was Xing Tian's skill, and it was still restricted by Luo Tian's cultivation. If Luo Tian hadn't released the power of the Azure Dragon and White Tiger, he would have been killed by the Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow Shield's recoil. Cultivate! Luo Tian's heart stirred. How can I not cultivate this kind of cultivation method? Ding! Congratulations to player Luo Tian for learning Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow Shield. A moment later, Haijia was in an uproar. The Alliance army began to discuss in private. See clan leader, where is the Crown Prince? Let the Crown Prince take action. He can defeat Luo Tian in one move. That's right. Tell the Crown Prince to come out. Let's see how long this brat can be arrogant for. In the special enrollment hall, Luo Tian was sent flying by the Crown Prince's attack. Although he didn't die, everyone knew that the difference between Luo Tian and the Crown Prince was like the difference between heaven and earth. Without waiting for Hai Tongtian to speak, an old man with red eyebrows shouted coldly, "A mere piece of trash at the Holy Spirit realm wants to trouble the Crown Prince? The Crown Prince's time is incomparably precious. How can he waste it on this kind of trash? Didn't he just defeat a First Order Emperor Realm Siajura in one move? Is he very strong? Humph." Red Eyebrow's old ancestor's eyes turned sinister as he stared coldly at Luo Tian in midair and said, "Trash who doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth dares to come to Haijia and behave atrociously. Today, I will let you experience the power of the Emperor Realm." As soon as his voice fell, Red Eyebrow's old ancestor's body moved and landed in midair. With him as the center, a vortex of origin chi was formed. The vortex slowly rotated and absorbed the origin chi of heaven and earth within a radius of 100,000 kilometers. One control of both hands. The absorbed origin chi circulated between his hands, accumulated, and formed an origin chi bomb, full of explosive power. Red Eyebrow's old ancestor has taken action. He is a 7th Order Emperor Realm expert. He is many times stronger than the Sea Azura. This time, Luo Tian can't be his opponent. Luo Tian, prepare to die. Old ancestor, blast him to smithereens. 7th Order Emperor Realm. After cultivating for 9,800 years, he was a guest of Haijia and one of the Crown Prince's teachers. He had a large amount of God's chosen power. However, this was not the most terrifying thing. He had a divine ability that allowed him to absorb billions of yuan qi and condense it into a yuan qi bomb. He could easily control it. With just a thought, as long as his fingertip touched you, the yuan qi bomb would enter your body. At that time, even the physical body of an Emperor Realm Master couldn't withstand it. At this moment, the origin chi within a radius of 100,000 kilometers was sucked dry and absorbed into his palms. After a few seconds, a fist-sized origin chi bomb was refined. Red Eyebrow's old ancestor smiled coldly. Collect! Immediately afterward, the origin chi bomb disappeared. It directly disappeared into his body. Red Eyebrow's old ancestor grinned and said, Luo Tian, haven't you always been arrogant? I have always heard the Lord of Haijia talking about you. To be honest, you are indeed good. You have stepped into the Holy Spirit realm at such a young age and will definitely become an Emperor Realm expert in the future. However, you have provoked someone you shouldn't have. You can't afford to provoke the Haijia. You don't even have the qualifications to carry the Crown Prince's shoes. Do you understand? The Crown Prince could have easily killed you in the special recruitment hall, but he disdained to kill you because you are trash. His voice was cold and disdainful. At the same time, many people responded. He is not qualified to be compared with the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince is the Son of Heaven. He is thousands of miles away from him. What qualifications does he have to be compared with the Crown Prince? Luo Tian, why don't you take a piss and look at yourself? In front of the Crown Prince, you are not even an ant. The old ancestor said that the Crown Prince disdained to kill you because you are trash. Ha ha ha! All kinds of mocking laughter sounded. While Red Eyebrow's old ancestor was talking, he walked closer step by step and stopped 3 meters away from Luo Tian. At this time, the transformation time was over. Luo Tian returned to his original body and looked at Red Eyebrow's old ancestor 3 meters away with a sneer, listening to all kinds of ridicule. The smile on Luo Tian's face became colder. Compared with the Crown Prince? You want to be compared with him? Wrong. I have never put him in my eyes. He will only be my stepping stone. He will be ruthlessly trampled under my feet. His voice was filled with endless, overbearing aura. Luo Tian had never wanted to compare with the Crown Prince. He only wanted to ruthlessly trample the Crown Prince under his feet and make him sing the song of conquest. Everyone was silent. Then, everyone in Haijia burst into laughter. I'm dying of laughter. A person who was defeated by the Crown Prince in one move said that he would trample the Crown Prince under his feet. Is your brain filled with shit? Ha ha ha. I'm dying of laughter. Luo Tian, even if you are arrogant, you shouldn't be so arrogant. Have you forgotten that you were crushed by the Crown Prince 10 days ago in the special enrollment hall? Luo Tian sneered. At this time, Blood Demon King's voice sounded. Master, this Red Eyebrow's old ancestor is very dangerous. His vitality bomb is very powerful. Why don't you let me? No need. Luo Tian immediately refused. I want to do it myself. The 6th chapter has been delivered. Old Cow is still writing. There will be an update at night. Brothers, can you still support me? Chapter 1384. Challenge the limit? No. Luo Tian just wanted to know his own strength. Although he had fused his own power into killing the First Order Emperor Siajura, he still relied on the war god Xing Tian. Now, Red Eyebrow's ancestor, a peak 7th Order Emperor, he still had a divine ability, Origin Qi Bomb. It was very exciting. The corner of Luo Tian's mouth curled up slightly, and he said, Heaven, Earth, Mystic, Yellow Shield. Buzz. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The Heaven-Earth Origin Qi. There was no change at all. Was it sucked dry by Red Eyebrow's ancestor? No. It was because Luo Tian's Dantian was in a damaged state. This kind of Dantian couldn't absorb Origin Qi at all. Even if he didn't absorb it into his body, he couldn't absorb it. Luo Tian was dumbfounded. What? Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. Red Eyebrow's ancestor was shocked. Then he looked around. With a thought, he found that there was no fluctuation in the Origin Qi within a radius of 10,000 miles. It wasn't absorbed by Luo Tian at all. At this moment, caw, 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 a crow calmly flew past Luo Tian. Ha ha ha, ha ha ha, I'm dying of laughter. I thought he really used the Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow Shield. Who are you trying to scare? Luo Tian, I admit that you made me laugh. You're just a joke. Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow Shield? I think it's a shield full of nonsense, right? Do you think Haijia's divine ability is so easy to comprehend and cultivate? F***CK, I almost peed myself because of you. Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow Shield, a divine ability passed down from Haijia for tens of thousands of years, containing a super strong defensive power. Cultivating the Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow Shield was incomparably difficult. If one wasn't an Emperor Realm expert, they wouldn't be able to cultivate it at all. Their body would be crushed by the absorption of Origin Qi. Siajura only used it once in front of Luo Tian. How could he know it? Hai Tongtian sneered. Luo Tian, a piece of trash like you wants to cultivate my Haijia's Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow Shield? Why don't you take a piss and look at yourself in the mirror? A piece of trash like you. Suddenly, heaven and earth changed color. Without waiting for Hai Tongtian to finish speaking, Luo Tian's body began to circulate a dense Yuan Qi. Yuan Qi formed a vortex. The power of heaven and earth surged into it. It was exactly the same as the Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow Shield released by Siajura. It also had the same kind of powerful defensive power. Hai Tongtian's words came to an abrupt end as his face turned red. It was as if he had been slapped in the face. He didn't even finish his words before he was slapped by Luo Tian. Those who had mocked Luo Tian just now were all dumbfounded. Everyone's expression was extremely ugly. Heaven, earth, dark, yellow shield. It's really the dark yellow shield of heaven and earth. That kind of counterattack has the defensive power of heaven and earth. How can it be? How could Luo Tian know Haijia's supernatural powers? What's going on? What a powerful power of heaven and earth. Do you feel it? The Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow Shield released by Luo Tian's body is even more powerful than the one released by Siajura. How is this possible? Indeed, the Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow Shield that Luo Tian used was even stronger than Siajura's, because he used 50 million Yuan Qi points. He also felt bitter in his heart. Siajura only released the Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow Shield to absorb the Heaven and Earth Yuan Qi within 10,000 miles. What about him? His Dantian was shattered and could not be absorbed. However, the moment he released the Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow Shield, the system directly deducted 50 million Yuan Qi points from his Yuan Qi bar. One had to know that this was more than half of his Yuan Qi points. Luo Tian felt a burst of pain. However, at the same time he was also shocked. The power of the Heaven-Earth Mystic Yellow Shield was really strong. Luo Tian stared at Hai Tongtian, who had an extremely ugly expression, and said, "Is the heaven-earth mystic yellow shield great? I was wrong just now. In fact, what I used was a rotten-ass shield. This kind of trashy cultivation method and supernatural powers. To me, I have as many as I want." He directly said that the heaven-earth mystic yellow shield was worthless. Hai Tongtian frowned and shouted in a deep voice, Red Eyebrow's old ancestor, "Kill him for me! Kill him! Kill him!" In the end, he was almost roaring. Hai Tongtian was completely enraged. He couldn't wait to twist Luo Tian's head off and kick it like a ball. Red Eyebrow's old ancestor's figure moved. His eyes locked on Luo Tian's body, and he sneered, "Do you think the heaven-earth mystic yellow shield can stop me? Then you underestimate me too much. I said that I will let you know what the power of the Emperor realm is, and let you know what the gap is." As soon as his voice fell, Red Eyebrow's old ancestor disappeared in an instant. The aura of the Emperor realm rolled toward Luo Tian like an overturning heaven and earth. Roar! In the turbulent sea of consciousness, the vermilion bird directly flew out of Luo Tian's body and formed a barrier, directly blocking Red Eyebrow's old ancestor's Emperor realm pressure. It was also at this time the heaven-earth mystic yellow shield condensed into an egg-shaped light shield. Its appearance was like the magic shield of a magician in the game, but this shield's defense was much stronger. Boom! There was a heavy explosion in the void. His figure fell. A thin sword appeared in Red Eyebrow's old ancestor's hand, and he stabbed up. The arrogant aura of the Emperor realm swept over. "Get down for me!" Boom! Bang! The vermilion bird was shaken and scattered. Red Eyebrow's old ancestor also stabbed down, directly on the heaven-earth mystic yellow shield. Luo Tian's body faintly sank. The heaven-earth mystic yellow shield centered around him, and he could clearly feel everything on the shield. His body shook. It began to sink slowly. Tyrannical power! "Open for me!" With a roar, Red Eyebrow's old ancestor's sword did not pierce Luo Tian's heaven-earth mystic yellow shield, which was already an insult to him. With a flip of his left hand, a tyrannical and ferocious power pressed down like an ancient demonic beast. His palm pressed on the heaven-earth mystic yellow shield. Crack! 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 The heaven-earth mystic yellow shield cracked. The cracks were getting bigger and bigger, more and more. It couldn't bear for long. Luo Tian felt that the defensive power was rapidly weakening, and his heart tightened. Is this the power of the Seventh Order Emperor realm? It can even force back the heaven-earth mystic yellow shield's power. It's really powerful. But his eyes were shocked. Luo Tian suddenly shouted, "Open for me!" Buzz, rumble. The heaven-earth mystic yellow shield, which had lost most of its defense, exploded under Luo Tian's command. It was like an eggshell cracking rapidly. Red Eyebrow's old ancestor's eyes revealed a look of disdain. He held the long sword in one hand and moved his right hand, laughing coldly. "Luo Tian, go to hell for me!" Spirit bomb. Destroy! His palm instantly pressed on Luo Tian's forehead. Red Eyebrow's old ancestor was a little surprised because Luo Tian did not dodge at all, and there was a sneer in his eyes, as if he deliberately let himself be hit by him. A few seconds ago, Luo Tian transmitted his voice to the Blood Demon King. "Help me guard. I want to upgrade my physical body to level 8. Level 8 physical body. It all depends on Red Eyebrow's old ancestor's attack. Chapter 7 delivered. Old Ox is very tired, that's all for today. Brothers, please support me. Old Ox will continue to explode tomorrow. Chapter 1385. The strength of the physical body was very important to Luo Tian. His current physical body was already at the 7th level. If he wanted to break through to the 8th level, it was not enough to rely on ordinary strength to temper his physical body. Moreover, Fantasy Fairy once told him how to break through to the 8th level, 9th level, and the Perfection Realm. Among them, the 8th level physical body was a kind of tempering from the inside out, that is to say, tempering the internal organs, tempering the mind and the sea of consciousness, tempering the 8 meridians, refining everything in the body. This was the difference between the 8th level physical body. The red eyebrows ancestors' divine ability, Vitality Bomb, was undoubtedly the best power and the best way to temper Luo Tian's body. Therefore, Luo Tian took the risk to try it. One must know that it was not always possible to encounter such a powerful force. In an instant, Luo Tian's eyebrows shook, and he said to the red eyebrows ancestor with a grin, "I hope your strength won't disappoint me too much." Immediately, the door opened wide, and the aura on his body suddenly withdrew. He gave up his defense. What is he doing? What else can he do? He must know that he is not a match for the red eyebrows ancestor, so he won't have to make a fool of himself anymore. He gave up resisting. He is definitely going to die. Ha ha ha! Even an Emperor Realm superpower house may not be able to resist the red eyebrows ancestors' Vitality Bomb attack. This is a force that can destroy one's mind, sea of consciousness, and internal organs. Luo Tian, you are finished, ha ha ha. Many people laughed. In the face of the 7th Order Emperor Realm red eyebrows ancestor, who could resist his divine ability, Vitality Bomb, which was condensed from billions of Vitality Bombs. Luo Tian. Absolutely not. Hai Tongtian's expression improved slightly, and a smug sneer appeared on his face. He mocked. Let's see what other tricks you can play. In front of the red eyebrows ancestor's Vitality Bomb, no matter how strong you are, you will become a dead dog later. This time you will die without a doubt. There were all kinds of discussions in Haijia. There was an endless stream of mocking laughter. The moment red eyebrows ancestor's palm touched Luo Tian's forehead, he smiled contemptuously and said, "You will know the power of the primordial Qi Bomb later. Luo Tian, you will remember this pain forever. Ha ha ha! Elemental Energy Bomb. Open." As he withdrew his palm, red eyebrows ancestor's body suddenly shot out and landed in the air a kilometer away. With a contemptuous sneer on his face, he looked at Luo Tian, who was falling freely. He smiled and murmured, "Accept the baptism of death." Immediately after, he returned to the arena with a cold and arrogant expression. He said indifferently, "Luo Tian is about to die." Hai Tong Tian was overjoyed and said, "Red Eyebrows Ancestor's move is indeed extraordinary. Ancestor's magical power is enough to turn him into ashes. Thank you, Ancestor, for clearing the obstacles for Haijia. When Emperor Dragon comes back, I will tell him." Red Eyebrows Ancestor smiled and said, "It's nothing. I don't want to disturb the Crown Prince's cultivation because of such a waste. No one can afford to waste the Crown Prince's time." He was very proud. Hai Tong Tian was also very proud. The elders of Haijia were also very proud, because Luo Tian was about to turn into ashes in front of them. Boom! Luo Tian landed on the ground and landed on the Haijia martial arts arena. His eyebrows moved. His body began to tremble violently. At this time, Red Eyebrows Ancestor sneered and said, "It has begun. Luo Tian, suffer in death. Don't worry, you won't die so quickly. It will make you despair, despair, and despair again. It will make you unable to see a trace of hope. Finally, it will send you to heaven." As soon as his voice fell, Luo Tian screamed in pain. His face was pale, and his eyeballs were about to pop out. His eyes were bloodshot. He clenched his fists and gathered his strength. All the veins in his body burst out. It was like a centipede covering his entire body. It was extremely terrifying. Chila! Chila! The robe on his body was torn apart by the energy released from Luo Tian's body and flew out. The muscles on his body seemed to be cast from bronze. However, at this moment, countless fist-sized spherical objects appeared in his body and crazily swam around his body, only destroying everything in his body. Pain! It was very painful. It was not the pain of being crushed by the pressure, nor the pain of being torn open. This kind of pain was indescribable and could not be described with words. It was like going back and forth in death, the pain of being destroyed in the body. Ah, 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 Luo Tian rolled on the ground in pain. His entire body was sweating profusely, hovering between life and death. Mind, sea of consciousness, the two most important places were crazily exploding. Crazily being devoured, and at the same time being crazily baptized. His internal organs had almost lost their function. The destructive power of the prenatal qi bomb was extremely strong. However, Luo Tian still did not use the slightest bit of strength to resist, and still allowed the prenatal qi bomb to wreak havoc in his body. This was the fastest, most extreme, and most dangerous way to cultivate the body. For the 8th level of the physical body, in order to cultivate the Dragon God Forbidden technique, earlier, Luo Tian went all out. He did not want to be crushed by the Crown Prince again. He did not want to be defeated by him in one move. He did not want more people to be bullied because of him. Cloud Mist College was gone. He blamed himself very much. Seeing the corpses of those juniors and seniors, his heart was bleeding. The kind of desire to become stronger exceeded everything else. He said to himself in his heart, "If you can't even withstand this little bit of pain, how can you fight against the Crown Prince? How can you trample him under your feet? Luo Tian, you have to persevere." He fainted from the pain. He woke up from the pain again. Regardless of whether he was unconscious or awake, Luo Tian kept his consciousness clear. He kept telling himself to persevere, and to persevere for just one more second. Looking at Luo Tian rolling on the ground in pain, Hai Tongtian laughed out loud complacently. "You dog, you also have a day like this, ha ha ha. It must be great. The taste of the prenatal qi bomb must be very good, ha ha ha. However, I will make you feel even better. Men, here." Hai Tongtian sneered and said, "If you have grievances, take revenge. This Luo Tian has killed quite a few of our family's disciples. Just this morning, the Yi family was killed by this dog, and now it's time for you to take revenge." Beat a drowning dog. The Alliance Army families immediately responded. They were still afraid of Luo Tian when he was at his peak. But against this drowning dog, Luo Tian, they couldn't wait to bring their 18 generations of ancestors up. Beat him to death. Let's see how arrogant he can be. Back then, you killed so many genius disciples in the special recruitment hall. Luo Tian, I will take your life today. Suddenly, a large wave of Alliance Army troops rushed forward. At this moment, a huge figure landed heavily, and the aura of a Peak Emperor Realm expert burst out. "Whoever dares to touch my master, I will kill him." The first chapter was delivered. A new day has begun. Brothers, where is your support? Chapter 1386. Boom! There was a loud noise. The Blood Demon King descended like a god of war and stood in front of Luo Tian. He swept his gaze and released an extremely domineering aura. He shouted in a deep voice, "Whoever dares to touch my master, I will kill him." Extremely domineering. At this moment, the whole audience was shocked. The Alliance Army didn't even get close. They were directly shocked by the aura of the Blood Demon King and fell to the ground. They crawled back as if they had seen a ghost. How could they have thought that Luo Tian had such a powerful servant? Hai Tongtian's eyes darkened. Immediately, an old man behind him who had been closing his eyes said, slightly, "Peak Emperor Realm." When he heard these words, Hai Tongtian's face changed. The surrounding crowd also began to become a little restless. A Peak Emperor Realm Master. Was this what Luo Tian relied on? But how could a Peak Emperor Realm Master call Luo Tian Master? Where did he come from? At this moment, Hai Tongtian didn't have time to think so much. He looked at the Blood Demon King with a trace of respect and said, "Sir, why do you need to protect a trash? He will die in a few minutes. No one who was hit by the Red Eyebrow's ancestors' vitality bomb has ever survived." Why do you need to protect a dead man? How about if you join the High family, you will immediately become a guest elder of the High family. You will enjoy all the resources available to you. Moreover, when my son transcends his tribulation and condenses a godhead, I will have him bring back a godhead from the divine realm. You will also be given a godhead. You will be able to enjoy an immortal lifespan. Directly roping him in, it must be known that any peak emperor realm master was an incredible existence. Hygeia was not strong enough. Compared to the strength of the other 4 continents, Hygeia was not strong enough. Even in the central continent, Hygeia could only cover the sky with one hand in the north. In the south, Hygeia still did not dare to act recklessly because that was the Abyss Academy, the sphere of influence of the Devil sect. Hai Tong Tian wanted to make the Fair family even more powerful. It required an Emperor Realm Master. Red Eyebrow's ancestor also chimed in, Patriarch is right. This brat was hit by my Yuan Qi bomb. He won't survive. Brother, you're a peak Emperor Realm Master. Why are you protecting a piece of trash? Peak Emperor Realm, Second Order Holy Spirit Realm. They were completely incompatible. The Blood Demon King still respectfully called Luo Tian his master, which was even more puzzling. Putting aside the contract he signed with Luo Tian, the Blood Demon King admired Luo Tian from the bottom of his heart. Someone who could CK a goddess. To be able to subdue a divine-level expert from Phoenix Sky Mountain. How could such a man not be admired? Furthermore, he liked Luo Tian's decisiveness and way of doing things. He did not know why Luo Tian wanted to use his body to withstand the energy bomb. It was very risky, but Blood Demon King firmly believed that Luo Tian must have his reasons for doing so. Since he wanted him to protect him, then he absolutely could not let anyone hurt him. The Blood Demon King's gaze turned sinister, and the pressure of a peak Emperor Realm Master slammed down like a huge wave. He said gloomily, If I hear you call my master a piece of trash again, I will make you regret being born into this world. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Huge waves crashed onto the shore, and the energy raged, causing the entire sky to sink. Just as the huge waves were about to crash down, a white-haired old man's figure moved slightly and landed on the fist of the crowd. He clenched his fists, and a gloomy light flashed on his fists. Then his eyes stared blankly, and his fist suddenly blasted left and right, blasting into the air. Kacha! 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 The space cracked. The scene was like Whitebeard's Tremor Fruit, Gura Gura no Mi, in one piece. The space cracked, spreading outward like a spider web, and finally directly suppressed the boundless pressure of the Blood Demon King. Rumble! A deafening thunder came from the depths of the ground. Everyone's heart tightened. Great Ancestor! Great Ancestor! The strongest person in Hygeia, and also the first Patriarch of Hygeia, an old monster who has lived for more than 14,000 years. Haimyewu! With one move, he suppressed the boundless pressure of the Blood Demon King. This power, too strong. The great ancestor of Hygeia was too abnormal. Even the Blood Demon King's mind was shocked, and he secretly exclaimed, So strong! At the same time, he also secretly became anxious. This is the first peak Emperor Realm Master. There are 2 more lurking in the void. I can only deal with one of them at most. If all 3 of them attack together, I am no match for them at all. Hai Tong Tian immediately knelt down. The people of Hygeia also quickly knelt down. Welcome, great ancestor. Welcome, great ancestor. Welcome, great ancestor. Their voices shook the sky, and the whole misty cloud city was shocked. Haimyewu remained expressionless as he looked at the Blood Demon King and said, Cultivation isn't easy, so why go against the High family for someone who is about to die? You know very well that I am not the only Emperor Realm Master in the High family. Do you think you are a match for us? He directly laid his cards on the table. He didn't want to be long-winded. No matter how powerful the Blood Demon King was, he couldn't defeat 3 Peak Emperor Realm Masters at the same time. Only a God Realm Master could deal with 3 Peak Emperor Realm Masters at the same time. However, there were not many God Realm Masters in the ancient continent, so it was impossible for them to help him. At this moment, the Blood Demon King was unusually calm. He glanced at Luo Tian, who was still struggling violently. Obviously, Luo Tian was still in the pain of life and death. The only thing he could do now was to help Luo Tian buy time. At the same time, he was also buying time for the people coming from all directions, because it was not far from noon. The 4 Divine Beasts clan, Huangfu-ju, the people of Boundless City, and the demigod Xiao Bai were all coming. Then, the Blood Demon King smiled and said, "I don't know if I am your match, but my mission is to protect my master. If any of you dare to harm him, no matter who it is, no matter how many of you there are, even if I die, I will drag them down with me." Hai Miaowu frowned, then smiled coldly and said, "Seems like there is no room for negotiation." The Blood Demon King said, "There is no room for negotiation." Hai Miaowu's face turned cold. His eyes turned sinister as he said, "Then what if I want him to die today?" From the moment he saw Luo Tian, a sense of vigilance rose in his heart. This was the first time in tens of thousands of years that he couldn't let this kid live. Others didn't know, but he knew very well that Luo Tian was actually using Red Eyebrow's ancestors' Yuan Qi bomb to cultivate. Not everyone could do such an extreme thing. This kind of person was too dangerous. Not only to Haijia, but also to the Crown Prince, he was a potential threat. He wanted to protect Haijia and let Haijia have a God Realm Master. Everyone who blocked Haijia's path had to die. Chapter 2 delivered. Without a monthly ticket, could he ask for a recommendation ticket? Old Ox was fighting with his life on the line. Chapter 1387. Die. He had to die. He had to clear the obstacles for Haijia. Hai Miaowu's tone became tough. Even if he had to fight to the death with the Peak Emperor Realm Blood Demon King, he had to take Luo Tian's life. His words made the Blood Demon King secretly tremble. The higher the realm, the more afraid of death they were, and the more they would not easily make a move. Once they made a move, it would definitely destroy the world. However, there were very few Emperor Realm Masters in the same realm, because no one had absolute confidence in winning against the other. If they were injured or died, then there would be nothing left. However, Hai Miaowu's tone made the Blood Demon King's heart tremble, and he secretly said, "What strong determination!" Immediately, the Blood Demon King said arrogantly with a mocking look in his eyes, "If you have the guts, come up and try. I want you to never return." In his eyes, Hai Miaowu was just a junior. He was a super old monster who had lived for millions of years. What was a mere 14,000 years to him? Hai Miaowu's eyes darkened. "It seems that you are determined to go against Haijia. Then don't blame me for being impolite." The Blood Demon King laughed. "Don't be polite. If you are polite, I won't be polite. I want to see what ability you have in Haijia. If a Peak Emperor Realm person wants to kill my master, then you have to ask if my monstrous blood pool is willing." All of a sudden, a drop of blood essence condensed from the Blood Demon King's body. It flew into the air and exploded. The Blood Demon King roared in a deep voice, "Blood pool, open!" Walala, walala, walala. Blood surged from all directions, and a huge lake appeared on top of his head. The lake was composed of blood, and it enveloped the entire Fair family. The pool of blood was churning, and at the same time it was also roaring. The endless power of the blood sacrifice was being emitted. This was the Blood Demon King's divine ability. Blood sacrifice world. Under the scorching sun, the light could not penetrate. Haijia was shrouded in the pungent smell of blood. The Blood Demon King seemed to have brought the entire hell to the human world. His expression changed drastically. The crowd was in an uproar. Those with lower cultivation levels were directly crushed to the ground. unable to get up. Their bodies were trembling nonstop. Looking at the huge blood pool in the sky, their faces were incomparably pale and their lips were black. It was as if they were about to die. Hai Tongtian's face turned ugly as he asked, "Who is it?" Suddenly, the void rippled as a middle-aged man walked out with a carefree feather fan in his hand. He landed in front of Hai Miaowu with a serious expression and said, "It was refined from a drop of demonic essence blood in the ancient times. He is also the master of the ancient king, the ancestor of the evil demons." He continued, "However, he suddenly disappeared several million years ago. Some people said that the blood demon king ascended to the god realm, while others said that he was killed by his own disciple, the ancient king. Who would have thought that he would reappear after several million years? It's incredible, and he's still alive. The lifespan of a peak emperor realm master is only 18,000 years, but you've lived for several million years. How is this possible?" The man was called Unfettered Exalted Celestial. It was Hai Miaowu's junior brother. He knew more about the ancient continent than Hai Miaowu, so when he saw the blood pool, he wanted to fight the blood demon king who had disappeared several million years ago. Hai Miaowu was secretly shocked. It's actually the ancient blood demon king. The lifespan of an ordinary emperor realm master was about 20,000 years. The reason the blood demon king could live for so long was not because of his powerful divine abilities, but because he was constantly reincarnated in the reincarnation cage. That was why he could live for several million years. The time in the reincarnation cage was sealed by the Phoenix True Immortal using a special divine ability. As long as it was a monster beast or a blood demon king, they would have an unlimited lifespan in the reincarnation cage. Otherwise, how could she let these people guard the reincarnation cage? However, once the blood demon king walked out of the reincarnation cage, his lifespan would start running again. If he did not undergo heavenly tribulation and condense his godhead, he would die of old age. Hai Miaowu said faintly, "You've lived for several million years, so you should know what death means. I advise you not to meddle in other people's business. Luo Tian's life is mine today." The blood demon king laughed arrogantly. "I'll say it again. Come if you have the guts." Hai Miaowu and Unfettered, Heavenly Venerable, looked at each other. Then, their bodies turned into countless phantoms. The violent Emperor Realm aura crushed towards the Blood Demon King as if it could destroy the world. It was incomparably powerful, and the sky above Misty Cloud City seemed to be sucked dry. The sky was colorless, and the scorching sun was swallowed up. The earth trembled, and the demon beasts in the mountains millions of kilometers away prostrated themselves on the ground, not even daring to breathe. They moved. Unfettered, Heavenly Venerable, and Haijiao Ancestor, Haimiu, moved at the same time. Both of them were peak Emperor Realm Masters. When the two of them joined hands, they were extremely terrifying existences in the ancient continent. The Blood Demon King frowned, and an Emperor Realm aura formed a barrier, protecting Luo Tian, who was still in great pain. Then he looked up and rushed into the sky. Standing in the huge blood pool, he roared, "Come!" Rumble, rumble, rumble. The blood pool surged with monstrous blood waves. The power released from the blood pool merged with the Blood Demon King's body and burst out in an instant, turning into thousands of blood shadows. The blood shadows were like crows flying in the sky. Following the Blood Demon King's thought, they pounced on the phantoms in the sky. Blood shadow explosion. Kacha! A deafening explosion sounded in the sky. A blood shadow pounced on a phantasm. Explode! The sky was filled with phantoms and blood shadows. They were constantly colliding and exploding. The sky above the Hai family was raining blood. After a short while, the blood had turned into a river. The Hai family was dyed in blood red. Battle! A crazy battle. A battle that couldn't be seen with the naked eye. A battle between peak Emperor Realm Masters. Even 8th Order Emperors couldn't see it. The disparity in power was too great. They couldn't see who had the upper hand. They could only feel their minds being crushed, and their bodies trembled involuntarily. Hai Tong Tian gritted his teeth. He didn't expect Luo Tian to find the ancient Blood Demon King from 1,000,000 years ago. Looking at Luo Tian behind the barrier, his eyes turned sinister, and he shouted, "Let's see how you're going to protect him." As soon as he finished speaking, Hai Tong Tian flipped his palm, and a black bead appeared in his hand. With a thought, the bead hit the barrier. The Heaven's Chosen Chaos Bead. Condensed with the power of Heaven's Chosen, this bead could easily crush an Emperor Realm Master. This was something the Crown Prince had left behind for him, and it was also a protective talisman for Hai Tong Tian. At this time, he couldn't care too much about it. "I'll blow you up first." The Heaven's Chosen bead exploded. The barrier was broken. Hai Tong Tian waved his right hand. "Kill him for me." The third chapter has been delivered. Chapter 1388. The moment the barrier was broken. Blood Demon King's face turned anxious. "How dare you?" Haijia is really a group of insidious dogs. Was Hai Tong Tian insidious? Very insidious. He didn't care about how the great ancestor and the Blood Demon King were fighting. He just wanted Luo Tian's life. The Blood Demon King was restrained. The barrier was broken. Then this was the best time to kill Luo Tian. He would never let Luo Tian threaten him again. It was time to get rid of the inner demon in his heart. Hai Tong Tian laughed wildly. The loser is a bandit, and the winner is a king. What is sinister? What is open and above board? You old man have lived for millions of years. I think you have lived for a dog. Ha ha ha, where is the Alliance Army? Ha! The Alliance Army of the clans shouted. Hai Tong Tian moved his finger and pointed at the dying Luo Tian, laughing sinisterly. "Kill him for me!" Kill! The Alliance Army rushed out like a tide. At first, they were worried and fearful. But now they didn't need to worry at all, because the cultivation of the two great ancestors of the Hai family was too terrifying. Peak Emperor Realm Masters could directly pin down the Blood Demon King, and no one would care what they did now. "Luo Tian, you dog, I'm here to take your life. I want to avenge my big brother." Luo Tian Dai. A group of Alliance Army soldiers rushed forward with murderous intent. Facing the incomparably weak Luo Tian, any one of them could kill Luo Tian. Seeing that the Alliance Army was getting closer and closer to Luo Tian's position, the Blood Demon King was extremely anxious. One must know that he and Luo Tian had signed a contract. If Luo Tian died, he would also die. This was the power of the contract, and even a god-level expert could not change it. Blood Demon King roared. "Blood flame!" Blood-colored flames sprayed out from the blood pool, and the Blood Demon King followed closely behind. He couldn't let Luo Tian die. Absolutely not. Even if he didn't have a contract with Luo Tian, he couldn't let Luo Tian die because he really liked this brat. "Blood Demon King, you should just stay here obediently." Hai Miawu bellowed. The sword in his hand conjured up thousands of strands of sword qi, which formed a barrier of sword qi that blocked Shui Yan's advance. The unfettered, exalted Celestial's feather fan moved. Countless feather needles, condensed from celestial, baleful qi, shot out from the feather fan, piercing through the blood flames and shattering them. Boom! Rumble. The Blood Demon King was held back. He was completely pinned down. It was okay to deal with one Emperor Realm Master, but he couldn't get away from two Emperor Realm Masters. Seeing that the Alliance Army was getting closer and closer to Luo Tian, he became extremely anxious, and at the same time the anger in his body surged. Blood Demon Tyrant Body. The Blood Demon King's body suddenly changed. His body turned into a super strong force, directly smashing Hai Miawu's sword Qi mountain barrier into pieces. At the same time, his body also landed heavily. With a loud sound, he stood directly in front of Luo Tian. At the same time, the attacks of the Alliance army fell. Kacha! Rumble, rumble, rumble. Countless cultivation techniques and powers exploded on the Blood Demon King's body. Although the cultivation of these Alliance army was not high, there were too many of them. Although they did not seriously injure the Blood Demon King, there were still countless small wounds on his body. Blood dripped down from the wound. The unfettered Sky Sovereign frowned and immediately said to Haimya Wu, "Senior brother, the Blood Demon Tyrant body is unable to attack. Now is a good time." The Blood Demon King in the Blood Meridian Tyrant body used all his strength on defense. There was no way he could use any more power to attack. At this moment, the Blood Demon King clenched his fists and roared towards the sky, "H!" His body was cracking. To be exact, it should be splitting apart. The blood was recast, and another Blood Demon King was being born. Ordinary people simply couldn't bear the pain of having their body torn apart. This was also the abnormal part of the Blood Meridian Tyrant body. Pain, extreme pain. It was 100 times more painful than the Yuan Qi bomb that Luo Tian had to endure. This was the martial technique that Blood Demon King had practiced when he was still a drop of blood essence. He had never used it before because he didn't know if he could bear the pain. Now he had no choice. A Blood Demon King's body split apart. The second body split out again. Third, fourth. By the time the sixth body split out, the Blood Demon King was already incomparably weak, but these 6 Blood Demon Kings' bodies surrounded Luo Tian tightly, standing there like 7 ancient war gods. Incomparably savage, incomparably valiant. It was even more tyrannical. To protect Luo Tian, as long as Luo Tian didn't die, he wouldn't die. The Blood Demon King laughed arrogantly and said to Haimya Wu and the unfettered Sky Sovereign, Come if you have the guts, ha ha ha. You want to kill my master? Then you'll have to step over my body." Ha ha ha. The laughter was like thunder. The sky was trembling. The anger in Haimya Wu's heart was completely ignited. He couldn't understand why a peak Emperor realm powerhouse would risk his life to protect Luo Tian. The more the Blood Demon King protected Luo Tian, the stronger his killing intent towards Luo Tian became. All right, I want to see how strong the Blood Demon Tyrant body is. With a thought, Haimya Wu's sword pierced through the sky, and then directly locked onto the Blood Demon King's life gate and slashed down. At the same time, the unfettered Sky Sovereign's attack also instantly landed. Bam! Bam! 2 wounds appeared on the Blood Demon King's body, and blood spurted out. Licking the blood from the corner of his mouth, he laughed even more crazily. "Is that all you've got? Come again, ha ha ha, it's not enough." Crazy! He had completely gone crazy. The 2 attacks just now had nearly caused him to lose his footing, but he still stubbornly protected Luo Tian behind him. Haimya Wu and the unfettered Sky Sovereign's attacks landed once more. The Blood Demon King continued to resist, still arrogant, still laughing in an incomparably tyrannical manner. He didn't know how long he could last. He only knew that he had to protect Luo Tian. He had to protect him. He had to wait until noon, the time he had agreed upon with the 4 Divine Beast Clan and Huang Fuju. Right now, the time was getting closer and closer. At the same time, an elder suddenly walked to Hai Tongtian's side and whispered a few words. Hai Tongtian's face suddenly changed. Ha ha ha! Clenching his fists, Hai Tongtian suddenly shouted, "Everyone attack together! Everyone attack!" If they didn't kill Luo Tian now, they might not have another chance, because he had just received news that the 4 Divine Beast Clan had already entered Misty Cloud City. They were madly rushing towards Haijia. Once they arrived, things would become even more troublesome. Hai Tongtian didn't have the time to worry about anything else. Luo Tian had to be killed. Oh, the 4th chapter has been delivered. In the morning, Mom wasn't home, so I had to cook, which delayed this chapter's update. However, Today, there will still be 7 chapters. Old Bull thanks the 2 of you for your support. Thank you. Chapter 1389. Attack together. Don't give Luo Tian any chance at all. Hai Tong Tian immediately made his decision. He didn't know why the 4 Divine Beasts clan had come, but it definitely had something to do with Luo Tian. Because Luo Tian had the bloodline of the 4 Divine Beasts, Hai Tong Tian was certain that the 4 Divine Beasts clan hadn't come to congratulate the Crown Prince on his wedding. What would the situation be like once they arrived? Hai Tong Tian didn't think about it. As long as he killed Luo Tian, everything would calm down, and Haijia would still be the ruler of the northern Central Plains. The 4 Divine Beasts clan wouldn't make things difficult for Haijia for a dead person. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 10 or so Emperor-level experts flew out from the arena, landing on the head of the Blood Demon King. Hai Tong Tian said to Ancestor Haimiawu, Ancestor, the forces of the 4 Divine Beasts clan are about to arrive. We have to deal with Luo Tian before they arrive. Otherwise, I'm worried that we'll leave behind future troubles. Haimiawu was startled. The 4 Divine Beasts clan has gotten involved as well. And then he shouted loudly. Luo Tian was able to use elemental energy balls to temper his body, and was able to make the primordial fiend ancestor from millions of years ago stand guard for him. That's enough to prove how powerful he is. Although he's only at the Saint Spirit realm, his cultivation is already capable of killing early Emperor-level experts. Once someone like him is allowed to mature, he'll definitely become extremely terrifying. We definitely can't let him leave Haijia alive. As soon as he finished speaking, Haimiawu said to the unfettered, exalted Celestial, Junior Apprentice Brother, it's time to use your true power. We can't let the Blood Demon King block our path any longer. The unfettered, exalted Celestial smiled slightly. Since Senior Apprentice Brother has spoken, Junior Apprentice Brother will naturally obey. Blood Demon Tyrant Body, is it? Humph. Let's see how long you can last. The unfettered, exalted Celestial's eyebrows twitched, and a golden energy flew out from his body. And then, Haimiawu did the same. He also released a golden energy. The Blood Demon King's eyes were startled. The flaming yellow energy of the ancient gods? How did you? His eyes widened in shock, and he began to worry. The Golden Ancient God was one of the first 10 ancient gods to ascend to the god domain from the Antiquity continent. They had left behind many spiritual treasures and magic devices on the Antiquity continent. Moreover, when they were undergoing their heavenly tribulations and condensing their godheads, the power and aura that burst out from their bodies was directly transformed into divine power. This divine power was hidden in the Antiquity continent's mysterious, secret territory. Obtaining even a little of this power was a heaven-defying existence. In the era of the Blood Demon King, he could only look up to the existence of the ancient golden god. Looking at the Yen Huang immortal power in their palms, the Blood Demon King frowned and sent a telepathic message to Luo Tian. I don't know if I can withstand it, but don't worry, Master. As long as I have a breath left in me, I will definitely not retreat. If I'm dead, if possible, please scatter my ashes in the Buzhou mountain range. He was making arrangements for his funeral because he had no confidence in the Yen Huang immortal power. The Blood Demon dominating body was indeed powerful, but it was not enough to withstand the attack of the Yen Huang immortal power. Luo Tian did not respond. No response. His face was still as pale as paper, and his expression was one of extreme pain. Clearly, he was still suffering from the energy bomb. At this time, Haimiawu sneered. As expected of the Blood Demon King, you even know that this is the Yen Huang immortal power of the ancient golden god. Since you know about the ancient golden god, you must know the power of the Yen Huang immortal power. I'll give you another chance to choose. As long as you kill Luo Tian, you will be a guest of Haijia. You will enjoy all the cultivation resources of Haijia, and will also receive a piece of godhood. He did not want to use the Yan Huang immortal power, because this immortal power was too precious. This was something that the crown prince had found in the fallen god mystery region of the ancient continent. If not for Luo Tian, he really would not use it. The Blood Demon King laughed wildly. Don't talk nonsense. If you have the guts, come. I, the Blood Demon King, will never compromise and will not do anything to betray my master. Come, all of you come. Ha ha ha. I, the Blood Demon King, will take it all. He clenched his fists and stepped into a horse stance. The 7 bodies merged into one, and the power of the Peak Emperor realm burst forth, forming a human shield, protecting Luo Tian in the center. Humph, I gave you face, but you don't want it. Since you've chosen to die, I'll fulfill your wish. Hai Miawu moved, and the Yan Huang immortal power in his palm turned into a dazzling golden light that enveloped the 7 bodies of the Blood Demon King. Go to hell. Crack. The sky darkened, and a powerful immortal power poured down. Bang, 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 bang. The incomparably valiant Blood Demon King's knees couldn't hold on any longer. They bent, and bent again. In the end, he directly knelt on the ground with his head lowered. He used his shoulders to resist an invisible force. Blood dripped from his shoulders. The wounds on his body were torn apart by the Yan Huang immortal power. Uncomfortable, indescribably uncomfortable. The Blood Demon King was really using his life to resist. The moment he knelt down. Ha ha ha. Ha ha ha. The Blood Demon King gritted his teeth, and his eyes were bloodshot. He roared, ah. Rumble. He stood up again, and his body slowly straightened. His chest heaved up and down, and he was panting like a cow. Facing the suppression of the Yan Huang immortal power, he released the last bit of strength in his body. This was the strength he used to save his life. Now, he could not care so much. However, just as he straightened his body, slightly, Yi Zichen stood up straight. Unfettered, heavenly venerable stared. You still want to stand up? Kneel for me. Boom. The Yan Huang immortal power in his palm suddenly burst out, and golden light sprinkled down. It was as if the power from the 9 heavens fell vertically, bombarding the head of the Blood Demon King. Crack, crack, crack. The Blood Demon King was instantly crushed to kneel on the ground. His face was extremely ugly, and he could no longer exert any strength. His body was completely crushed, and the Yan Huang immortal power had seriously injured him. He was now on the verge of death. Master, I'm sorry. I didn't protect you well. The Blood Demon King was still desperately resisting. He glanced at Luo Tian, who had unknowingly sat cross-legged, and whispered, I hope you can survive. You must remember to take revenge for me. The Blood Demon King smiled. Looking at Luo Tian, whose eyes were slightly closed, he suddenly smiled. Thank you for bringing me out of the reincarnation cage. Come. The Blood Demon King's body suddenly shrank. The Blood Demon dominating body disappeared. The Blood Demon King's body was covered in the blood essence of the Blood Demon. He grinned, revealing his bloody teeth, and said sinisterly, Today I will drag someone down with me even if I die. The 5th chapter was delivered. Chapter 1390. He was going all out. Crushed by the 2 streaks of Yan Huang immortal power, he was already badly injured. He summoned the Blood Demon Overlord body back into his body, and then locked his gaze on Hai Miawu. He wanted to die together with Hai Miawu. This was the last thing he could do for Luo Tian, and the only thing he could do now. Hai Miawu frowned. He could tell what the Blood Demon King wanted to do. He couldn't help but sneer. With your current strength, Blood Demon King, aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? You want to die with me? Ha ha ha. You might be able to at first, but now? You can't even take a single blow for me, And you want to drag me down with you? Ha ha ha. Hai Miawu revealed a mocking smile and said, Come, come, see how I trample you under my feet. Indeed, the Blood Demon King was badly injured. He was not even half as strong as before, and was no match for Hai Miawu in this state. However, the Blood Demon King was already prepared to die. Before he died, he wanted to do something for Luo Tian. Therefore, he was fearless. His eyes darkened, and he stepped forward. I'm coming, just as he was about to charge. Suddenly, he found a hand on his shoulder. A familiar voice rang out, Don't lower yourself to the level of a dog, and don't die with a dog. That will only bring shame to your status. Moreover, I won't let you die. You should know that I still have things for you to do. Master. The Blood Demon King's eyes widened, and he turned to see Luo Tian standing up. And he looked like he had been reborn, and was completely different from a few minutes ago. And what shocked him even more was the aura on Luo Tian's body. It was special, very special, and he felt a sense of déjà vu. Where had he seen it before? Luo Tian smiled faintly. His palm moved, and he used several regeneration techniques to control the Blood Demon King's injuries. Then he flipped his right hand, and the Rainbow God Stone appeared. This is for you. Rainbow Creation Divine Stone. This is... Master, this is a peerless spiritual treasure that possesses the power of creation. I can't take it. I can't take it. Blood Demon King's happiness came too suddenly. He couldn't react at all. He had once dreamed of taking back the Rainbow Divine Stone, but now that it was placed in front of him, he didn't dare to take it. Hai Miawu and Unfettered Exalted Celestial were immediately attracted by the Rainbow Divine Stone. Their eyes were filled with greed. Rainbow Divine Stone, the Fortune Divine Stone on the Ancient King's body. He even managed to obtain the Ancient King's item. Rumor has it that the reason the Ancient Kings were able to transcend the heavenly tribulation and condense their godheads was all because of this Fortune Divine Stone. It possessed the power of fortune and could withstand the heavenly tribulation, making transcending the tribulation extremely easy. Everyone was shocked. Hai Miawu and Unfettered Heavenly Venerable were both peak Emperor Realm Masters. No one understood the power of the Rainbow Divine Stone better than them. No one wanted this stone more than them. One had to know. Once one possessed it, one would be able to trigger heavenly tribulation, temper one's body, condense a godhead, break through the void, enter the deity domain, and become an invincible deity domain expert. Now, the Rainbow Divine Stone was right in front of their eyes. At this moment, their eyes were wide open. Such a good thing was actually being given away. Was his brain flooded with water? Luo Tian did not wait for the Blood Demon King to refuse, and directly fell into his embrace and said, If I say I'll give it to you, then take it. Don't drag your feet like a woman. Besides, I have a condition. I want you to trigger heavenly tribulation within a month and condense your godhead. Can you do it? If you can't do it, then don't take it. Luo Tian just wanted to thank the Blood Demon King for his protection. He had seen everything that had happened just now and was extremely grateful to the Blood Demon King. If it was him, he might not be able to do so. Then again, the Rainbow Divine Stone was indeed powerful, and the power of fortune was indeed powerful, but this thing was not of much help to Luo Tian, and he did not have the time to comprehend the power of fortune. Giving it to the Blood Demon King was the best choice. The Blood Demon King was so moved that he almost cried. He felt like he was in a dream, and even he himself felt that it was too surreal. With this Rainbow Divine Stone, it was equivalent to having a heavenly tribulation amulet. Why had no one ascended from the ancient continent for more than 10,000 years? It was because the heavenly tribulation was too powerful. With just a few heavenly tribulations, they would be reduced to ashes. Who would dare to trigger the heavenly tribulation? This also caused the ancient continent to accumulate many peak Emperor Realm rankers. Hai Miawu and the Unfettered Sky Sovereign were two of them. looking at the rainbow divine stone in the Blood Demon King's arms. The two of them revealed sinister smiles. The Blood Demon King moved his palm and put away the 7-colored divine stone. He patted his chest and said, "1 month is enough. As long as my injuries are healed, with this 7-colored divine stone, I can immediately trigger the heavenly tribulation and condense the Godhead." "Ha ha ha! Ha ha ha!" Haimyu suddenly laughed out loud and said, what a pity, Luo Tian. Don't you know that you shouldn't show off your wealth? Blood Demon King, do you think you can live for another month? Do you think I can still let you walk out of Haijia? Killing intent rose. The Blood Demon King was startled. He immediately protected Luo Tian behind him and whispered, "Master, you leave first. I will stop them." He forgot that this was still Haijia. Just as Haimyu said, they definitely wouldn't let them go. At first, it was just to kill Luo Tian. This time, they were doing it for themselves, to condense their godhead. If they only used 10% of their strength at the beginning, then now they would release 10 million% of their strength. They would definitely kill them and snatch the rainbow divine stone. Luo Tian smiled faintly. He walked out from behind the Blood Demon King and said, "Blood Demon King, go and rest. Leave the rest to me." Immediately, Luo Tian took a step forward and said to Haimyu, "Do you know why I came to Haijia?" Haimyu sneered. "Of course it's to give me the rainbow divine stone. Ha ha ha!" He was too excited. He could already see the moment when he condensed his godhead and ascended. He wanted to be the first person in the ancient continent to do so in 10,000 years. Luo Tian sneered and said, "I'm here to F*CK, your 18 generations of Haijia ancestors. You are the founder of Haijia. Then you should be the ancestor of Haijia." "That's good. I was worried that your Haijia didn't have 18 generations. Now it seems that I worried too much. Just wait to be F*KED. Luo Tian's voice became louder and louder. He became more and more arrogant. Killing intent. It was filled with an extremely sharp killing intent. Haimyu's eyes darkened. "You overconfident dog, get out of my way." He didn't care about Luo Tian, who was only in the Holy Spirit realm. With a flip of his hand, he chopped down with his palm. The power of a peak Emperor Realm Master could easily destroy a city. It was like destroying heaven and earth. Luo Tian didn't move. In an instant, in the face of that power, Luo Tian's eyes were firm. He said in a deep voice, "I'll let you see the power of my 8th level body. Invincible holy body. Open." The 6th chapter has been delivered. There will be an update today. Old Cow can still write. Brothers, please support me, subscribe, and vote for me if you have any votes. Old Cow is begging. Chapter 1391. 8th level physique. Invincible saint physique. Even an Emperor Realm expert didn't have such a physique. This was Luo Tian's unique physique. How many times had he gone through tempering? How many dangers had he faced? Every time his physique was upgraded, it was thrilling. This time, the impact of the Origin Chi bomb almost made Luo Tian collapse. He gritted his teeth and tried his best to hold on. This kind of pain was indescribable. Luo Tian kept telling himself to hold on for one more second. He held on. He didn't use any defensive power. He didn't release his bloodline power or the power of the ancient tree. After the baptism of death, Luo Tian raised his physique to 8th level, which was the current invincible saint physique. Invincible. Open. The 8th level physique was released. His whole body was like a purple gold or shining with a purple gold light. His physique defense reached an unprecedented level. Facing the attack of the peak Emperor Realm expert, Luo Tian directly used his physique to withstand it. Courting death. What is he doing? He's using his body to withstand it. Does he think that the strength of a peak Emperor Realm expert is the same as that of a 7th Order Emperor? Ha ha ha. This time, Luo Tian will be crushed to pieces. Idiot, His brain is flooded with water. Doesn't he know that the strength of a peak Emperor realm expert is 100 times stronger than that of a 7th Order Emperor? Luo Tian's actions made them laugh. He was definitely courting death. Even the Blood Demon King's heart tightened for a moment. He wanted to help Luo Tian block it, but it was too late. When he rushed over, the power of the sea annihilation weapon had already fallen. Master, be careful. Luo Tian wasn't afraid at all. How strong was the 8th level physique? Boom, 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 boom. The power fell. Luo Tian's body was covered with a thick layer of purple gold crystal-like ore, forming a super strong defense. The power that fell on his body was directly blocked, divided into 2 parts, and hit the other 2 parts. More than a dozen Union army were affected, making a few pig-like screams. The body slowly turned into powder. The breeze blew, completely disappeared. Shocking. They were extremely shocked. The power of a peak Emperor Realm Master had actually been divided. Furthermore, Luo Tian was completely fine. Injured. The Sea Destroyer warrior's power didn't even touch his body, so how could he be injured? Undamaged. Not even a single strand of hair was harmed. Hai Miao's eyes shook as he watched the purple crystals on Luo Tian's body quickly recede. He said in a deep voice, "What technique is this?" How could he resist the power of a peak emperor? It was blocked. Hai Miao couldn't believe it. It was impossible for a Holy Spirit realm cultivator to withstand the power of a peak Emperor realm master, even if he had the piercing heaven divine art. But he had just seen with his own eyes that Luo Tian had withstood it without suffering any injuries. What was the reason? Just now, he couldn't even block the primordial energy bullet. How could he become so powerful in just a few minutes? Elemental energy bomb. Cultivation? Luo Tian is using the elemental energy bomb to cultivate. Could it be he is cultivating his body? Hai Miao's eyes suddenly shook. He knew that Luo Tian was using the elemental energy pill to cultivate. He just thought that Luo Tian was using the elemental energy bomb to cultivate. He never thought that he would be crazy enough to use the elemental energy bomb to harm his body. If this wasn't a madman, then what was? Wasn't he afraid of death? At this time, Blood Demon King became excited. Purple gold sacred body. Purple gold sacred body. It's actually the purple gold sacred body. He actually managed to cultivate the purple gold sacred body. Among the 10 great ancient gods, one of them had his dantian shattered and was unable to cultivate. However, he managed to cultivate his body to the extreme and relied on the strength of his body to withstand the heavenly tribulation. In the end, he broke through the void and became a god-level expert. Excited, too excited, one of the 10 ancient gods, purple gold sacred king. Relying on his invincible body, he used the purple gold sacred body to transcend the heavenly tribulation and condense the Godhead, increasing the strength of his body to an unprecedented level. Among the 10 ancient gods, purple gold sacred king was the most abnormal existence, because no one was able to kill him because of his invincible physical body. Luo Tian didn't know what the purple gold sacred body was. He only knew that his body was at level 8. As for the invincible sacred body, it was also named by him. Hearing Blood Demon King's words, his heart trembled slightly. I didn't expect the level 8 body to be the purple gold sacred body. Then what is the level 9 body? What is the level of the perfect body? At the same time, Luo Tian's heart sank. He thought of Fantasy Fairy. Training the body was taught to him by Fantasy Fairy. The reason he could cultivate the purple gold sacred body should be because of Fantasy Fairy. Under his sleeves, Luo Tian suddenly clenched his fists. Thinking of Fantasy Fairy's disappearance, the anger in his heart burst out uncontrollably. Purple gold sacred body. Hai Miu said in a low voice, "Today, even if you have the body of a heavenly king, I will cripple you." Luo Tian's eyes became gloomy, and he said, "If you don't cripple me today, I will F*** your 18 generations of ancestors. His strength didn't increase, but with an invincible body he was in an invincible position. Luo Tian cursed angrily. Curses rang out from all over Haijia. Hai Miaowu's eyes were bloodshot, and he said in a low voice, "What a sharp tongue! Today, I want to see what a little Luo Tian can do. If I don't cripple you today, I, Hai Miaowu, will change my surname to yours." Whoosh, whoosh while talking. Hai Miaowu's body rolled up a gust of wind, and his robes flapped. With him as the center, the world's essence chi within a radius of 1,000,000 kilometers began to slowly rotate. At the same time, a golden light flashed in his body, the Yen Huang divine power of the golden ancient god. In addition to the power condensed from the billions of world's essence chi at the peak of the Emperor Realm, the purple gold sacred body was powerful. The Emperor Realm's essence chi couldn't deal with it, then use divine power. No matter what, he had to kill Luo Tian. He couldn't leave any hidden dangers. This person was too terrifying. Hai Miaowu realized that if he gave Luo Tian some more time, no one except the crown prince could stop him. Moreover, if he gave him a little more time, perhaps even the crown prince. Hai Miaowu didn't dare to think further. He glanced at the void, and then his eyes darkened. His hands formed into claws, and he clawed at the void with all his might. The void cracked. The world's essence chi within 1,000,000 kilometers was instantly sucked dry. His palms moved. A super strong power condensed, and then the Yen Huang divine power broke out of his body and directly integrated into the billions of world's essence chi. The power became so strong that even Hai Miaowu couldn't control it. "Luo Tian, let's see how you can resist." Hai Miaowu roared, and his palms moved, and he pushed out heavily, too damn strong. Chapter 7 delivered. In the distance, a chrysanthemum was found at the 12 monthly tickets. "Brothers, can you kill him?" After today's update, Old Neo will continue to explode tomorrow, asking for all kinds of strong support. Chapter 1392. The Yen Huang divine power fused with billions of yuan qi. This palm, the power was too strong. To be able to withstand the power of an emperor, I want to see how you will withstand the Yen Huang divine power. Hai Miaowu pushed his fists, and a surge of power blasted towards Luo Tian like a super bomb. A very strong power. Luo Tian's face was pale, and his hair was flying. He stared at the shockwave and was shocked. Billions of yuan qi as the driving force, just to activate the Yen Huang divine power. I should be able to withstand billions of yuan qi with my level 8 physical body, but how can the Yen Huang divine power withstand it? One had to know that this was the power of a god-level expert. At this moment, Luo Tian couldn't care so much. His eyebrows sank, and his level 8 physical body was displayed. Purple gold crystals covered his entire body. No matter what, he had to try. If he didn't die, then they wouldn't be able to hurt him. At that time, they would come one by one. Blood Demon King clenched his fists tightly. He knew the strength of the Yen Huang divine power, coupled with the suppression of billions of yuan qi. He didn't know if Luo Tian with his purple gold sacred body could withstand it. He wanted to block it for Luo Tian, but his body couldn't withstand it at all, and his speed was too late. "Ah!" Luo Tian roared. "Rumble! Rumble! Rumble!" The sound shook the sky. It exploded around Luo Tian's body. The purple gold crystals on Luo Tian's body began to crack like glass, and the cracks quickly collapsed. Crack, crack, ka-ka-ka, finally! The purple gold crystals completely collapsed. At this moment, Luo Tian's body flew out like a kite with a broken string, continuously crashing into dozens of walls in Haijia. He spat out blood, and his face was extremely pale. He lay motionless in the ruins. Too strong. His own cultivation was too low. Ha ha ha, arrogant. Try being arrogant again. Hai Tongtian was the first to laugh, excitedly. Seeing Luo Tian lying in the ruins, unable to get up, he couldn't help but clap his hands and cheer. The resentment in his heart was finally vented. A smug sneer appeared on Hai Miaowu's face. Purple gold, sacred body? That's all there is to it. Unfettered, exalted celestial also laughed loudly. Haijia was in a state of jubilation, as if they had defeated an invincible enemy. Luo Tian, go to hell. Who dares to go against the Haijia and even boast about cursing 18 generations of ancestors? Who's going to die now? You can't even take one hit from the crown prince, yet you still dare to be so arrogant in Haijia. You must feel good now, ha ha ha. In the beginning, they were suppressed by Luo Tian's purple gold saint physique until they were speechless. Now, all of them jumped out and laughed loudly at Luo Tian. The Blood Demon King's face sank as he frantically ran forward. Before he could even get close, unfettered, exalted Celestial's body landed as he laughed coldly. It's your turn now. It came too quickly. Furthermore, unfettered, exalted Celestial's Yan Huang godly power rose from his palm. Without giving the Blood Demon King any time to react, his body moved like a line and a palm heavily landed on the Blood Demon King's chest. The Blood Demon King's body caved in as the Yan Huang godly power exploded on his chest like a spider web. He spat out a large mouthful of blood. His eyes flickered as his entire body flew out. Pong! 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 He crashed into a building, causing it to collapse. His entire body was buried in the rubble. In less than 10 seconds, Luo Tian was sent flying and the Blood Demon King was buried. It was unknown whether the two were dead or alive. Haijia! It was a complete uproar. Hai Tong Tian laughed like an idiot. Ha ha ha. You want to pose me? Luo Tian, who do you think you are? You're just a piece of trash from a low-level plane. And you want to overturn the heavens in front of me? Ha ha ha. You must feel good today. Too excited. For such a long time, the shadow of Luo Tian being instantly killed by the godfire had been left in his heart, causing him to develop a heart demon. Thus, during this period of time, he did not dare to cultivate, fearing that the heart demon would quickly grow. Now that he saw Luo Tian lying motionless in the ruins, the heart demon in his body began to tremble. Hai Tong Tian was extremely arrogant as he roared towards the sky. Going against me, Haijia, even if he is the heavenly king, there is only one outcome, and that is death. Suddenly, a brick that was buried in Luo Tian's body slid down. Hai Tong Tian's chrysanthemum tightened. Looking over, he found that Luo Tian was still buried and did not move at all. It was a false alarm, and his heart could not help but become angry. He shouted in a deep voice, dig him out. Doesn't he like to make others sing something like conquer? Today, I will make him kneel in front of me and sing that government. As soon as his voice faded, a few disciples of the Alliance army walked forward. Just that, without waiting for them to get close, a few more bricks slid down. The two disciples' faces darkened. They were a little afraid and couldn't help but stop. Hai Tong Tian, on the other hand, cursed angrily. Useless trash. Even if he's not dead, he's crippled now. Hurry up and dig him out. Clang! Walala! A brick slid down. Next, a ray of fire shot up into the sky from the ruins. It directly broke through the void. Others might not be familiar with it, but to Hai Tong Tian, this flame was incomparably familiar. It was the godfire that instantly killed the elders of Haijia. Seeing this flame rush out of the ruins, he was scared silly. His legs went soft, and he couldn't stand steadily. The heart demon in his heart began to grow crazily, almost at the same time. Hai Tong Tian begged Hai Miaowu for help. Great ancestor, save me, great ancestor, save me, just like a pitiful creature. He knelt on the ground and crawled in the direction of Hai Miaowu, his voice trembling. That flame was too strong. Hai Tong Tian had nightmares every night because of that flame. Hai Miaowu's eyebrows shook. Looking at the god fire in the void, his eyes turned fierce. He found that there was a kind of power in the god fire that didn't belong to this world. He couldn't say whether it was strong or weak, but he couldn't see through it. This was very abnormal for him, who was at the peak of the Emperor realm, seeing Hai Tong Tian crawling on the ground in front of so many people. Where was the dignity of the Haijia's patriarch? He was about to lose his life, so what dignity did he have? He was 100% sure that the god fire was coming for him. If he didn't ask for help, he would die. Even if he asked for help, he wasn't sure. That flame was too strange. He was annoyed. Humph. Hai Miaowu snorted coldly and said in a low voice, "If you weren't the crown prince's father, I would kill you. You're a disgrace to the Haijia." At the same time, Hai Miaowu landed beside Hai Tong Tian with a ferocious look in his eyes as he fully unleashed his peak Emperor realm strength. He didn't lower his guard just because it was a small fireball and instead took it seriously, conjuring a Yuan Qi wall. But Hai Tong Tian suddenly realized that the god fire wasn't coming for him, but for the great ancestor's head. Grade 3 God Fire, open. The first chapter has been delivered. A new day has begun, and a new update has begun. Brothers, Old Bull needs new votes. P.S. Thank you for the support early in the morning. Thank you. Chapter 1393. The divine flame was such a precious thing. How could it be wasted on trash? Definitely not. When Hai Tong Tian found out that the divine flame was not locked onto him, but the great ancestor, he did not know if he should be happy, or happy, because his entire body relaxed. It was indescribably relaxed, as if he had unloaded a burden of tens of thousands of kilograms. His entire body felt comfortable. However, he still reminded loudly, "Great ancestor, you must be careful of this flame. This flame is too strange." Then, he flipped his body and rolled on the ground. He was afraid that he would be caught in the crossfire by Hai Miaowu's side. Standing in a safe place, he patted off the dust on his body. His face regained its cold arrogance, the majesty of the Lord of Haijia. His face darkened as he shouted, "Men, immediately dig out that dog Luo Tian for me." His face changed faster than flipping a book. There was not the slightest bit of fear on his face. He also did not feel the change in the gazes of the people around him. At the same time, Hai Miaowu laughed coldly as he looked up at the flames falling from the sky. With a move of his arm, he directly condensed a wall of Yuan Qi to block it. He laughed coldly and said, "No matter how strong the cultivation technique is, it is useless against me. Even the purple gold sacred body is useless. What can a mere fire attribute, cultivation technique, do to me?" Previous chapter, next chapter, boom! A flame power landed on the wall of Yuan Qi. The blazing flame exploded on the wall of Yuan Qi. The heat wave was monstrous as it swept out. A mushroom cloud rose above the wall of Yuan Qi, as if a nuclear bomb had exploded, just as Hai Miaowu relaxed. Suddenly, the wall of Yuan Qi was trembling. Creak, creak, it was as if the ice layer was cracking. The cracks quickly spread out in all directions. In the end, just like Luo Tian's purple gold sacred body, it collapsed with a loud bang. Next, the divine flame continued to crush down. Hai Miaowu frowned. His face was filled with anger as he shouted, "You want to hurt me with just you? Heavenly Dipper Earth Fiend, Emperor's power, come out for me." In that instant, Hai Miaowu's body once again condensed a powerful defensive force. The wall of Yuan Qi was broken, which was enough to show the strength of this flame. Although he was furious, he still used all his strength to deal with it. However, it was useless. Before his power could take shape, the divine fire exploded above his head. It was as if a bottle of burning gasoline had been poured onto Hai Miaowu, causing him to be in an extremely sorry state. A dignified peak Emperor Realmmaster had actually been hit by a saint spirit trash. Furthermore, his whole body felt hot and dry. The flame burned wildly on his body. Hai Miaowu completely ignored the burning power. His eyes darkened as he stomped his right foot. He was angry. He was thoroughly enraged. Luo Tian! With a hysterical roar, the furious destroyer of the sea released the strongest power in his body. Like a beam of light, it shot straight into the sky, into the ninth heaven, and then fiercely smashed down on the pile of ruins. However, before he had finished all of this, his skin cracked. They could clearly see magma-like liquid flowing through the cracks. Pain. It was very painful. It was so painful that Hai Miaowu wanted to scream. His body was shaking, and it was as if he had fallen into a bottomless pit of ice. A chill ran down his spine. The power in his body was out of control. The power that had rushed into the ninth heaven disappeared like a fart, not even leaving behind a stench. Cold. Why do I feel cold? Hai Miaowu's heart trembled, and his eyes lost focus. He shook his body and said in shock, "Why would I feel cold? I am a peak Emperor Realm Master. Even if it was millennium black ice in front of me, I wouldn't feel cold." What was going on? What was going on? Rumble! The ruins exploded. Luo Tian's forehead, mouth, and chest were all covered in blood. He was covered in blood. The moment the purple gold sage body was broken, Luo Tian locked onto Hai Miaowu, wanting to use the divine fire to stop him. However, he had completely underestimated the power of the Yen Huang divine power. He was sent flying before he could release the divine fire. He was almost unconscious in the ruins. It was also at that moment that he released the divine fire. It was not Hai Tongtian. It was Hai Miaowu. If he wanted to do it, he would do it big. Moreover, the moment he released the divine fire, it leveled up to level 3, and the chance of insta-killing him also increased. What surprised Luo Tian even more was that the power of the divine fire was no longer as simple as insta-killing. The power of a level 3 divine fire and a level 2 divine fire were two completely different concepts. The fact that the Yuanqi wall had been broken was enough to prove this. Luo Tian grinned, revealing his blood-stained teeth. He laughed sinisterly and said, "Let me tell you why you're so grateful. It's because you're about to die." Word by word. Word by word. After saying this, Luo Tian could not help but laugh wildly. He had not expected to trigger an insta-kill. He had not expected this at all. Moreover, the divine fire released by a Holy Spirit realm cultivator could really insta-kill an Emperor Realm Master. Now, even a peak Emperor Realm Master like Hai Miaowu was about to be insta-killed by the divine fire. Luo Tian was indescribably excited. What a load of nonsense. It's impossible for me to die. I am a peak Emperor Realm Master. I am a supermaster who has lived for more than 14,000 years. How can I die? Hai Miaowu shouted angrily, looking at Luo Tian's sinister sneer. He was furious again. He tried to control his hands, but found that he could not use any strength at all. All the strength in his body was being devoured by a strange force. His mind, his sea of consciousness, was rapidly deteriorating. It was like a sand castle that was gently pushed by the sea and collapsed. At this moment, Hai Miaowu realized that his life was rapidly draining away. He turned around and looked at Unfettered, Heavenly Sovereign. Unfettered, Heavenly Sovereign shook his head. He did not know what was happening either. Then he looked at Hai Tongtian. Hai Tongtian's expression was dead as he nodded. Hit by the divine fire. This was the characteristic. His body cracked and magma burned everything. Everything was being devoured in a frenzy. Hai Tongtian looked at Ancestor Tai's fearful eyes, and his own mind was also twitching. The devil in his heart laughed strangely, and his legs were trembling. He was scared, extremely scared. If he hadn't grabbed his thighs with his hands, he wouldn't have been able to stand at all. Hai Miaowu turned to look at Luo Tian and roared, "I will not die. I will not die. 10,000 layers of will. Give birth to me." In the end, he desperately released a secret art. He released his will, which was the power of his Yuan spirit. As long as his Yuan spirit existed, he would be able to rebuild his body one day. He also believed that the Crown Prince would definitely help him, not die. The second chapter was delivered.